be careful.
More wind now, yeah. I'm sure the waves are gonna get a little bit bigger. So it's a good day already. What's up, man? Phew.
Welcome to the Red Bull King of the Air Qualifier, Cold Hawaii 2024. 18 of the best riders, 4 King of the Air winners, 3 qualified riders, and 15 guys hoping to compete in Cape Town at the end of the year.
We're broadcasting to you from the northwest of Denmark and from the sleepy fishing village of Vorupør, which has been rudely awoken this morning by the 18 best kiteboarders on Earth. This is the big one. It still holds the title as the windiest event of all time, and between the riders it stands as the scary one, with 50 knot gusts and enough power to clear the height of the pier by a magnitude of 10.
So what the judging crew are looking for is for the riders to go as high as they can, but not just go as high as they can. We want to see them go height in combination with extremity and technicality. So riders need to go high, they need to be extreme, they need to travel really far through the air with lots of hang time. When they're looping their kites, the kites need to be really aggressively looped so that they generate lots of power. And at the same time, as they're going high and they're looping with lots of power, we want to see high levels of technicality, spinning once, twice, 3, 4 times, and also what they're doing through that maneuver. Are they taking their boards off? Are they grabbing? So to score super well, they got to go big, they got to be extreme, they got to be super technical, and it's got to be well executed. That isn't the only thing that's going to get you through your heats. Not only do all of your jumps have to fulfill that criteria, but we really, really want to see variety in their performance. So they have 13 minutes, 10 minutes to show us as many different moves as they can, as high, as extreme, and as technical, and as beautifully landed as possible.
Particularly watching Luca now, just seeing how high he can jump on this kite.
Cold Hawaii was the first time we actually saw the raw talent of Jamie Overbeek and Lorenzo Casati come through. It was a platform for their competitive debuts. Adrian, can you remember that?
Absolutely. I remember the first Cold Hawaii was almost like, let's give young riders a showcase. They brought in Nick Jacobson, they brought in Tom Bridge, they brought in Kevin Langeray as sort of star power to give the event some punch. And since then it's just taken off into, you know, we've been calling this the third major. So yeah, really, a really exciting event.
I remember Jamie was in round 1, heat 1. Actually, Jamie's been in round 1, heat 1 for all of the Cold Hawaiis he's ever done. But in that very first one, he came out and set the tone for the whole event, and everyone was like, oh, okay, there's some young guys here who are actually probably going to wipe the floor. Kevin managed to hold them off for that first year, but since then it's been a domination really by this younger group of riders coming through.
By the way, Jamie might have been super young back then, because I mean it was the first opportunity we saw of the young breed. There was no Lorenzo, there was no Andrea. He was the first guy to step up, so that was super cool. Very different wind direction this year than previous years.
Yeah, it's slightly more onshore, which is going to make it a harder battlefield for them, which in my opinion I quite like that, because I think the best kiteboarder is going to win.
The cream rises to the top.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to make takeoffs a lot more difficult, because it's going to be more chop than kickers, and also because of the onshore nature of it, they're going to be pushed more onto the beach, so the riders really need to be considering their downwind trajectory more than ever.
I mean, Vorupør has an iconic pier here, and that's not in play. Before, that used to protect the riders. It used to give them a little bit of freedom, a little bit of sort of flat water between the kickers. I mean, we're looking out there, it just looks chaos. So I don't know how they're going to use the kickers. Are we going to see guys jumping off the flats as well? That's going to bring in, that maybe is going to play into Jamie's hands a little bit as well. So it's going to be super interesting to see how these guys approach these conditions with it being a little bit different.
The other thing that this new direction, the more onshore direction gives, is I think it's going to open up the right foot forward tricks. So the likes of Andrea Principi and Mark Jacobs, who are actually naturally right foot forward but have learned to ride left foot forward, they're going to be at an advantage too. There's one more name we need to talk about with making Cold Hawaii their debuts, and it's Lorenzo Casati, who actually podiumed at his first ever Cold Hawaii.
Yeah, two podiums from Lorenzo. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if he can back up the form he's in these conditions, because it is slightly different. Interestingly, Colin, I spoke to a couple of guys yesterday, one being Andrea Principi, the other being Mark Jacobs, both really excited about the direct onshore. Both said, hey, this is like a local for me. So, you know, where some riders are a bit worried about it, there are other guys embracing it. So, yeah, that just brings that little bit of excitement to it as well.
Do you think it's akin to racing cars in the wet? Is it that sort of thing where all of a sudden everything's heightened, everything's more difficult?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, it's a good analogy. And, you know, we said it at the top, the cream rises at the top, and the guy who's going to win this is who can adapt to the conditions the best. You know, even though this is a qualifier, don't let that name take away from the magnitude of this event. You know, we consider this a third major, so it's going to be really interesting to see how these guys approach that, because I think there's a lot of money up top, but forget about that. The golden ticket prize, the trip to Cape Town, to be guaranteed, you don't have to go through the video process, is a pretty big prize.
And we've got 3 pre-qualified riders here, right? So if they're on the podium, actually it's going to be a fight for 4th place. So even if, you know, it's the Trap and Jamie that dominate here, the rest of the field are going to be fighting for that last illustrious spot. I think one more thing on the conditions. I think with it more onshore and with the chaos out at sea, I think it's going to be less based on luck. I think this is going to force the riders to be really considered in their takeoffs, and they're going to have to spot their landings too.
Good luck, Shep. Fire donkey. Good luck.
What you're looking at is a world-class destination for big air kiteboarding. This area on the northwestern part of the Danish coastline, also known as Cold Hawaii, is renowned for its powerful and consistent winds, perfect for pushing the limits of height and hang time. With prevailing winds from the southwest to west-northwest, this spot regularly sees wind speeds averaging over 30 knots, with gusts reaching up to 48.6 knots. These are the exact conditions we need to give the green light for the event. The competition zone is positioned to fully capture these strong winds, providing the ultimate platform for athletes. This place isn't just an athlete's dream. It's also perfect for spectators. The wide-open beachfront and elevated vantage points offer clear, up-close views of the action, giving fans the chance to witness every thrilling moment.
Okay, here we are. 5 minutes away from round 1, heat 1. How are we doing?
Good. Do we have a little bit of an echo there? I can hear an echo. Okay, we lost it. Yeah, exciting.
Here's Mark Jacobs out there in his... Is that a helmet or is that a hat?
Could be a helmet. Let me just give you a quick rundown of what's happening in Heat 1, guys. Heat 1 is a 13-minute heat, just like they have in King of the Air. They have 8 minutes. Have a 1 minute countdown, they drop a flag, one guy drops out, then they do another 4 minutes, so just exactly like they do in King of the Air. Then from round two semi-finals, 10-minute heats, and then a 15-minute final, so very, very similar to what we're seeing at King of the Air. So for a lot of these guys, it's going to be very normal. It's going to put pressure on these guys. They're going to need to get good scores on the board. There's nothing like being flagged out straight away.
Yeah, so that first 8 minutes is survival, basically, just trying to get into the latter stage of the heat. I think Mark Jacobs is wearing I think that's a helmet hat hybrid.
Wow, one of the new ones. We spoke at the top about Jamie setting the scene, being out in Heat 1 and Round 1 and just setting the scene about how this is going to be ridden. Looking at these guys, who's going to do that?
So we'll start with the new hat man, Mark Jacobs. He had a really nasty crash last time we saw him in competition, which was in Barcarès in France earlier this year. He's rehabbed since then, and he's back out here, and we just spoke to him outside the booth, and he said he was back at his best riding. If that is the case, I think he's in a really strong position here too. However, Stig Hoefnagel and Luca Ceruti. Stig Hoefnagel has podiumed at King of the Air before. He's really good off kickers. He goes really high. That's him in the foreground there in the black vest. Luca Ceruti, probably the most technical of these three. Would you agree with that?
Oh, he's up there with Mark on par with that when it comes to the technical side, but very, very interesting style, different style than a lot of the guys, very similar to Jason Van der Spey in the way they ride. Interestingly, that style hasn't been popular with the judges in recent times, so it'll be interesting to see how he adapts and if he can get that kite lower. You heard Chris Bull talking about what they're looking for. They're looking for, kite position. So it's going to be super interesting to see how quickly these guys can adapt to these rules. It's another opportunity for them to test their tricks against the King of the Air judging, see how they'll go in Cape Town. You'd have to think Luke is probably going to make King of the Air either through the video.
Yeah, I mean that South African quota that they usually have, which I think is great, but he's also earned his spot too. I mean, he's super good. He's got the doubles game and the singles too. This being the first heat of the day, I think it's mostly going to be a singles game, just because of the strength of the wind, and also because they're just kind of feeling it out.
Yep.
You don't pull the trigger immediately.
Yeah, most guys on the beat pumping up 8s.
Yeah.
On the beach. A couple of 9s. There's got, Aaron Hadlow's got a 9 with shorter lines, so that's going to be super interesting. So I don't think this is doubles win at the moment. It doesn't seem super strong. But let's see. I think we're just going to see single tricks to start.
Yeah, which is fine. And the wind's going to just build through the day. I spoke to Graham Strupp, who was actually riding before. You would have seen him. He came in from an 8 to take a 9. And he was saying that there's a lot of current out there at the moment, which is pushing you towards the beach, which I think is actually going to help the right foot forward riders, because left foot forward, it's further downwind, you're going to be pushed more, which means you're closer to your kite, which means you have less line tension. So right foot forward, I think, is going to be a really big factor today, with it being more onshore, and that's going to lend into Mark Jacobs' pocket, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, and so you mean right foot forward riding towards the pier. You think there's a little bit less current in there. As you can see, Mark coming now, right foot forward. He's actually riding, the pier might just come into picture now, as you can see. But that looks like quite a smooth place. I mean, it's almost, there isn't much shelter from that pier, but maybe there's a little bit on that inside. So I think we're going to see a lot of guys go right.
It looks frantic, doesn't it? I mean, there's not much space in between the waves at the moment. Whether that's going to flatten out or not, I don't know. If the wind increases, it won't. It's only going to get more chaotic through the day. Look at that.
So let's remind you,
It looks like a storm to me.
Yeah. And it's this, Adrian, this is one of those times where I'm secretly quite glad that
I'm not good at kiteboarding.
Okay, we've got 1 minute until the start of round 1, heat 1. The buzzer's going to go and it's going to be game on. Mark Jacobs is on, and 9 I saw. I would imagine Stig and Luca are on exactly the same sizes. Mark, I think, is on slightly longer lines, on 24s. Luca will be on 23s. That's the Fly Surfer stock standard. He's on the Era. And then I don't actually know if Stig is on the Psycho or the Pivot. Do you know?
I didn't check. Interesting, though, about Mark, he has gone back into the gym. For many years, he was trying to lose weight, get lighter, and he just said he felt like he couldn't take those crashes. And I think the crash at Barcarès, he sort of thought, I want to put the weight back on. You can see him there. He's physically a lot bigger than he has been in previous years, and he says he feels fit.
Hold it, Adrian. We're live. And it's Stig Hoefnagel that's first to hit a kicker. Is he going to stick his first one? Hell of a catch. Yeah, pleased with that. On the board.
Delayed back.
All right. So we're in here. We're live. It's pumping. Mark's on a 9.
We are actually seeing what you're seeing. We can't actually see the live action, so if guys are out of shot, you'll have to give us some a little bit of leeway there, because we can't see.
I reckon that we've got the biggest, best TV of anyone watching right now.
Well, we've missed 2 of the tricks. So,
Yeah, but you know, this is round 1, heat 1. We're just warming up. The camera people are warming up. I've been warming up all morning. I've been doing my vocal warm-ups.
there you go. Oh, that
Shark attack.
could be the shark attack from Mark, yeah.
Left foot forward.
Well, didn't stick that.
So that's what's going to be the tricky thing, with there being no period. We're seeing Luca Bennett as well. That's what's going to be really hard. It kind of comes down to luck with it being this onshore. You can spot your landing from a mile off, but actually it's kind of you're rolling the dice whether you get a nice flat foot or not. Saying that though, the best riders always seem to land it, don't
Yeah,
they? They always
sure.
seem to find a little gap. I don't really know
See
how,
Lucas
but
sort
they do.
of body dragging back to his board here. It'd be interesting to see if Stig goes over to help him. In the past, guys haven't done that. Do you remember Timo Borsima beat heel Vloot back in the day? He didn't get the board and sort of left heel sort of body dragging for like 6 or 7 minutes. So this isn't, this isn't friendly competition.
To see it, though.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I absolutely love to see it. I like them when they go over to them and see them and go, "You're right," and they go, "No, can you help me?" And you go, and just ride off into the distance. That's what I would do.
Luca Trini needs to get a score on the board here.
Do you want to just run through the heat format once more for those that are just tuning in?
Yeah, if you just tuned in heat 1, it is a 13-minute heat. There's 8 minutes, and then there's a flag out system where the lowest rider is flagged out. We continue on for another 4 minutes. Exactly the same setup as we have King of the Air. Then rounds 2 through to semi-finals are 10-minute heats, but it's only 2 riders. And then the final is a 15-minute final. So that's going to take some, a little bit of energy out for 15 minutes. So it's going to be super interesting to see how those guys approach that.
So
Luca's struggling a little bit here.
that was
that was
Stig, but I think that's all right. You've got time. You just outlined it. You've got 8 minutes, and you've only got to be the best of, in the top 2, and then one will drop out, and then it's 1-on-1. Also, with it being double elimination, like you're going to get more than one go. But Mark has been really solid here. So if he sticks this, yeah,
that's a nice one.
all day,
Yeah.
all day. So Mark's been in the gym, bulking up. So why? What does that do? More muscle, you can take
just
more impact?
take the crashes a bit better. I think he felt like he was getting a little bit light, and I think he's not saying that that lack of muscle affected him and why he got injured, but I think he feels better, being a little bit more solid. Him and Heel are the 2 biggest guys here for sure. A lot of the guys are quite different. You can see just the size of Mark there as he rides out into this little kicker.
Is he wearing an impact vest, or is that?
I think that's just his biceps, isn't it?
All right, so we got some surfer update here in the bottom left. So Mark going the highest so far,
Highest and
11.66.
furthest.
Yeah. I wonder what sizes the other 2 are on. That looks like the Alula pivot that Stig is on at the back there. That's the Fly Surfer era in the middle. Then Orbit Ultra here. Is that a 9 meter era? I think it has to be, eh? He'll be on a 9. Those South African boys are pretty much always on 9s.
Guys, just to put it in perspective at how difficult it is here, we're 3 minutes in, and most guys have only landed 1 trick here. Mark's landed 2 tricks, so it is very, very difficult out there. I mean, normally if you're looking at the last heat, guys were sort of getting 6, 7 tricks in, so here comes Mark again.
So that's the number that he won King of the Air with. Boogie contra board off. He can do those pretty much all day long.
Oh, that's a big one from...
Doobie board off, added rotation. It's going to be really tricky. Yeah.
Couldn't get that board on, eh?
So, Lukachu is a very psychological rider. I saw him on the beach just warming up before, and he is he's on another planet. Did you see him?
No, I didn't, but Mark is going big here. Mark is looking great. That's the 3rd score for Mark. That's put him in perfect position here for this heat. We're only 15 seconds from the first, almost getting close to the first flag out. That's a lie. We've got a long way to go.
We're bloody miles off.
Miles off. I thought it was a countdown.
But this is classic Mark Jacobs. Put the pressure on early.
Yep.
Just do loads of tricks right in their face and just be like, all right, then go on. Don't bottle it. Don't bottle it, by the way.
I mean, this is experience, right? This is what makes you guys good riders, the guys who can do that. And you know what? I said on the podcast the other day, I think Mark can come out here and do well. Okay, we're round 1, but I mean, you've got to get to round 3, and then it's all on.
Yeah.
Oh, there's someone's board in the water. Who's that?
That is Chiruti. So Chiruti can recover here. I think it's just about resetting, isn't it? Taking a deep breath, getting the board back on, and then just maybe de-risking it for the next few moves.
I mean, this is a horrible situation to be in, just tacking back and forward. And also, you know, it's difficult for the other guys because they're going to be a little bit more sort of careful about where they jump, considering that Luke is in the box body dragging around. So that does slow up the tricks a little bit. Just to let you guys know, we actually can't really see the kites at the moment. We can only really see the rider. We've got a close-up of the rider, so it is a bit difficult for us to call what direction the kites are going and some of the moves, so you just have to bear with us a little bit there.
Yeah, if we get contra loop and kite loop mixed up, okay, we don't want to hear about it in the comments. Keep that to yourself.
You can send me a letter.
Written letter. All right, and we haven't got a great sense of the wind strength other than how much this little booth we're in is going to rock back and forth. Right now, I'd say moderate rocking. Later on, though, I think I might actually ask for it to be sort of taped down a little bit more with some stirrups, perhaps. And Luca will be very pleased with that. Luca, do you know what? He has actually got 6-star.
Mate, Stiggy sticking it. Nice, Stiggy.
He salvaged that one big time. Luca has this way of landing blind as well and wrapped, and he does it last second. So basically he holds himself completely backwards until the very last second, then just sticks it, and it looks very, very dank.
Luca Trudy there, jumping the highest so far on the surf at 18 metres. You can sort of see the jumps that they're going at. We aren't really getting that height that they really want, but you know, they expected when the sun comes up a little bit more, they think the wind's going to pick up. So yeah, I mean, this is the first round, so I think we're going to get a little bit more height, and that will be reflected in the surface scores as they come in.
Interesting here that we've got 2 Alula kites and 1 Dacron. That Dacron kite has currently got
the highest.
Yeah, it's got the highest jump at the moment in the world. But so the Alula is giving them a slightly stiffer airframe, but we've actually got 2 completely different types of kite in the hands of Mark Jacobs and Stig. One is 3-strut that Stig has got, and one is 5-strut that Mark's got. 5-strut maybe has an advantage in the really strong winds. It just gives it that bit more stability. So maybe actually Stig is on the optimum setup here with 3-strut and the Alula. What's your favourite Stig stunt?
Oh, we're talking about that today. I actually really like the jump over the rocks at Hermanus.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's ridiculously crazy, but yeah, it's great to see Stig back in competition. There goes Mark again. Oh, he's going to stick that for sure.
So that's right foot forward, which is actually Mark's
strong side.
Yeah, that's his preferred direction. So Mark would turn up at King of the Airs gone by, ride right foot forward, stick everything, but just lack the height because he wasn't going off a kicker, and he suffered.
He rebuilt himself.
Yeah, so then he went away and was like, nah, I'm not doing this anymore. But that is 2 tricks back to back. So he's just gone right foot forward, then left immediately. Look how far downwind he is there.
Right up on the beach, yeah. I mean, this is very much like, you know, Mark's performance from that 2021 King of the Air when he was just, you know, I think he landed sort of 20 of 22 tricks, so something like that. So yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I'll Stig still on the board. Wow, it's super close now. Lucas just stepped up.
I think it's going to be a scramble for this 3rd score, eh? You just need something right now. I wonder how aware they are.
I wonder if the caddies know.
Yeah, there'll be some quite panicky caddies on the beach, maybe. But they will be trying to squeeze anything they can in here just to get that 3rd score on the board, because that's all that's needed. My favourite Stiggy one is where he's in, I think it's South Africa, and he's in like that disused water park. And he's just cruising around, but like the landscape is actually mental.
Where is that?
And you just absolutely should not kite in there. Like you shouldn't do that.
Notice how Mark's got a little bit of trim on his kite there. It's got about like 1 inch pulled on his trim, which is super interesting because it isn't that strong out there, guys. I mean, it's not as strong as they want. It's not as strong as they were hoping for. But it's interesting to see how he's got that kite just a little bit trim there. We were talking about that the other day.
Just trying to encourage a little bit of catchiness. If you got a bit of trim on. Also, the kite just sits a little bit further forward in the window if you got a bit of trim on too. Mark is actually jet lagged off his face right now as well. He flew in from New Zealand. He's flown the furthest of anyone. But I guess actually, maybe it suits him, because right now it's what? Early evening in New Zealand. He's just coming into his prime right now.
Just had his dinner.
All right, so a bit of chat, and then we're going to see who's flagged out.
There's a little bit of confusion here on the water to know who's been Yeah, so there is a little bit of confusion. I can hear Lewis on the beach screaming that there is a flag down, but I don't know who it is. It's either Luca or Stig Hoofnagel. Mark's in a good position here. He's talking to Stig about it. And there's, at this time, actually, we have a 1 minute where you can't really trick. And actually, going back, I think 2019 or 18, Mark did that trick on the inside in the flag-out system, and it didn't count, and he ended up getting knocked out. So
By Liam.
By Liam, yeah. So interesting that, this is, you have to be a little bit experienced at this time and not sort of push too hard.
I think Chiruti's through here, which would make sense because the tricks I did see of him were strong.
I mean, Stig's only got two scores on the board, so that does make sense. Wow, Lucas is really pushing now. He's right up behind Mark. Former teammates, know each other super well. By the way, Luca, a former caddy of Mark Jacobs. That's pretty cool, eh?
That's true.
Yeah, so Luca actually caddied for Mark when he won the King of the Air 2021. I think Mark always has a lot of caddies, but next year Luca obviously picked up his game, got into competitions, and it's super cool to see that that's actually an avenue to get in, to experience as a young rider, to experience what it's like to be a caddy, be around the competition scene, and maybe Luca's taking some of that into his kiteboarding career too.
Do you reckon it also inspired Luca's approach to the gear on the beach? I thought it was some sort of North kiteboarding demo day.
There's a lot.
At King of the Air when he was getting ready for his heats. Every North kite that he had ever flown was out there. And the bars, it needed at least 4 children just to get the bars down into position. That looked big. I wonder if that will be the highest so far. Mark's highest, just off 14. I reckon Luca might pip that when it comes through, but that looks strong. If Luca can recover here and take this heat, he can take a lot of confidence from that. Yeah.
Do you think we're going to see any people unhook?
It's unhooking weather, isn't it?
Yeah,
For
I mean,
sure.
it literally is. I mean, is Mark going to do that? I don't know. I mean, the only people who I'd expect to do that in this fleet is Mark, Aaron. Whether they do it, I don't know.
No, Cohen.
Cohen as well, absolutely, yeah. How dare
Although,
I?
actually, we haven't seen Cohen unhook since King of the Air.
Since the injury, since the crash.
That wasn't in King of the Air, that was afterwards. But, yeah. But in this sort of weather, it's perfect, isn't it? All right, so last 20 seconds, Mark's going to just be scrambling. I wonder if he's going to take that kicker. Yeah, he is. Mate, that's lined up proper. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. Commentator curse. We should maybe do it tennis style, by the way. Just silence whilst they're performing. And then we don't mug ourselves off.
We've still got variety to come through, but Luca's pretty good, I think.
Luca's bloody pipped him, look.
Yeah, I think the variety is... guys, there seems to be a little bit of timing issues here. Well, obviously, the time has run out. The guys are still riding. We did go way deep on that 8 minutes before the flag-out system, so a little bit of confusion at the moment. It is round 1, heat 1.
Mate,
so
the replays. Yep. That's lovely. Shark attack. Baby Shark will be loving that.
He didn't stick that, though.
Yeah. Maybe he thought of Baby Shark halfway through and that put him off. This was the start, wasn't it? Just chaos. Look at that. It's actually impossible, though.
Just got that one wrong. Hit the top of that kicker and hit the top of that wave and popped out.
I don't think that was possible to land it at all, though. Imagine trying to stomp your way through
1 metre of slop.
Yeah, 1 metre of whitewashing. No, it's not going to do it. Mark did a great job of setting the tone in that heat. He just got out there and put plenty of scores on the board.
I mean, nobody is knocked out, guys. Obviously, the winner goes to round 3. The other 2 guys go into round 2. You still want to finish second in that. You get a little slightly better draw. But yeah, it's this is the cool thing about the flag-out system, and it's a second chance for all these riders. So everyone gets at least to ride twice.
Right, next heat. This is actually banging straight away. This is how good Cold Hawaii is. Look at the fleet list. It's a joke.
I mean, this is actually like a King of the Air fleet.
Yeah, totally.
We don't have any crazy wild cards.
Okay, let me talk through it. Right, Jeremy Belando, current world champ. Yep. He's next up against Aaron Hadlow, the GOAT, flying the flag for Great Britain, God Save the King, and then Kimo Verkerk from the Netherlands on a slingshot kite.
And a good slingshot kite. Okay. Let's go to Nick on the beach.
Jeremy, that's always great for a commentator when you have 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with the Flying Dutchman, Stig Hoofnagel. How did that feel?
It's not as windy as I was hoping to be, and it's kind of tricky because the waves come straight from the back. But other than that, good fun. It was a bit, good.
Nice. I was trying to follow the heat from the beach, and I kind of looked out there, and then I saw you do a massive kite loop laid back, and then you unhooked, and then you spun like I think I counted like four spins or something. How did that appear all of a sudden?
This is something I've been trying for a while, and it's not the final product yet, let's say. But yeah, I just wanted to see how like the beginning baby steps of it would like turn out in comps and how they would score it. So that's kind of why I did it.
Nice. It looked wild. Well, on to round 2, I guess. You got this. Back to you fellas in the studio.
How good is Nick Jacobson?
Interesting though, we were just talking about, by the way, unhooking, and again, guys, we by the way, we're looking at a computer screen or TV screen. We can't actually see the live action, so
it is a big screen though.
It is a big screen. We were talking about unhooking and we missed it.
Really
what do you think of that? Late back. What is he? Was it kite loop late back to unhooked?
Yeah. So he does the move. He does the late back, hunky dory. Everything's normal, and then on the way down, just before, actually no, it's on his descent. It's quite early. He unhooks and then basically S-bends all the way down. And only he does it.
I like what he said though. This is not the finished product. Something I'm working on.
Yeah.
So
prototype.
Yeah, a prototype move. But I think that's the way you do it. I think it's good to test in these conditions.
Yet to launch. He's looking for investment.
I mean, that's Miss Mark still riding around there. I don't know quite what's going on. Mark thinks it might. What's Mark doing?
Mark thinks it's an expression session. I think I'm not sure what's happening in here, but I can see Aaron out the back on his Harlem kite. That's 9 meters. What length lines is Aaron on?
He's riding 16 meter lines on a 9 meter kite, which is he's done before actually. That's what he's. Well, it just checked up. Just switched up names. Yeah. So a 9 meter kite on 16, but he did say, "Hey, look, I'm gonna check it out. If it doesn't work, he's got another setup on the beach and change." Also interesting, he was talking about riding to the left here. He thought maybe there's a little bit of.
We must be in here. Or is that what you warm up with?
Jeremy.
That could be a world champion warm-up move.
That's how the world champion warms up.
Actually, though. No, it is. We are in. Here we go. We're on. Belando in blue. That suits him. Suits him down to the ground. Keem over Kirk. He's going to be on slingshot as well, so it's going to be slightly tricky to know who's who, other than looking at their bib colours. And then we've got Aaron Hadlow. God save the king in yellow. Here he goes. Look at the short lines, Adrian. It's very exciting. Oh my word, that's lined up proper. That's lovely.
Ooh, nice angle.
He wanted to get the board off there. Didn't quite get it.
I mean, Aaron coming in very, very late. If you haven't seen, we have had some updated fix. Baby Shark out, Timo Boersma out, and Clement Earl out, and in comes Stig Hoofnagel, Aaron Hadlow, and who's the other guy?
Oh, mate, don't
Who's the other
chest
guy
pass
then?
over to me when you can't remember. Chuck me under the bus.
Nathan Tixia.
Nathan
The young
Teixeira, of
Frenchman.
course. Just on the tip of the tongue. All right, that's Belando out the back. Of course, he's found a nice kicker.
Wow.
Back roll, late back, board off, additional rotation. Is he going to stick it? Another additional.
Of course he is. Look at
Yes, he loves it.
that. Not even.
He absolutely loves it.
I think Chemo's in an interesting position here. It's going to be super interesting to see how he approaches this because I think he's in a battle with Zach Adams to be the number 2 in that team. I mean, Zach's obviously burst on the scene. Chemo's been around for a couple of years now. Both those guys fighting position. For sure, Jeremy's the king of that team. He's the alpha. But, you know, those guys want to be next in line. They want to get those prototypes next. So I think Chemo will be definitely down for a good performance here.
Belando just wetting his hair there because it was bone dry. Probably fluffing up. He hates it when his hair goes all fluffy, so good to get it slicked back for the heat. Here he is, right foot forward. He's got moves right foot forward too. I think that's just a trait of...
By the way, another unhooker.
Yeah, true. I don't think we will see it from him though.
I don't think so, no. He's never really brought that to big air, right?
No, he hasn't. I think he's going to be on a 9, and he loves his 8 and 9.
Yeah.
They're his favourite. So Aaron sitting in second here, which I personally love to see. Feeling quite patriotic.
Chemo.
Right foot forward. Oh, we haven't seen what Aaron's done, but no doubt it was brilliant.
We just sort of fly through the bottom of the screen.
I reckon
there.
that was brilliant.
Well, Aaron's another guy who's also done that done the move and then unhooked, right? I mean, done some stuff late. A little bit what Stig was talking about, or couldn't get that one.
Aaron's done it with an S-loop, though. Can you remember that in his King of the Air entry video? That's what he got in with.
Unhooked S-loop, or S-loop to unhooked.
Yeah. It was loose. Back roll transition, lovely. Just straight back on the old edge. Hooning. That's the other thing about this being a bit more onshore. It takes ages to get upwind. Unlike if it's Look at that angle. It's so different to previous King of the Airs. It's actually quite loose and no space. It's really hard to navigate.
Yeah, it's a good point. I feel like all the riders sort of are getting crushed up on each other, but that might be what's sort of limiting the trick scores as well, that the guys have got other people in their space. Oh, that's a nice one from Aaron.
That is delicious. England. Look at that. Just landed on the downwind bit. Perfect. Too easy for him, really. Belando. I reckon Belando's got the height here on that one. I'll be surprised if he doesn't take that.
Look at the surfer out down the bottom.
Look at that. Look, I called it and then it happened.
Yeah.
I knew I was going to be good at commentating.
But look at the heights. Only 10 meters. I mean, it's a big step down from what we saw at Tarifa a few weeks ago. So interesting. That is definitely going to take the doubles out at this moment. So, you know, Lorenzo's up in the next heat. It's going to be interesting to see what he's on. But
do you know what though? Hang on a second. What's Chemo got? No, he got nothing. He's got nothing. I don't mind it being lighter wind. I quite like to see it.
You've got to ride in all conditions.
Also, this wind is still, like, most people would find this wind quite frightening.
Oh, there you go. That's a big one.
That's
Jeremy.
a biggie.
Oh, didn't quite get that
That's
one.
really uncharacteristic for him to miss a move like that. He's so good off kickers because of where he's from and where he rides mostly as well. I think it's El Medano, that's his home spot in Tenerife. Aaron Hadlow from the UK.
Oh, that's a
his
nice
home.
big one.
What? No, he's got it. Too easy. Too easy. He's got to save the king. He's bringing it home for Blighty, I reckon. He's going to shift up into second for that.
Yeah, I mean, a guy riding short lines, normally you don't talk about the height, but, you know, he's not that much difference in Belando. You know, he's only a couple of meters behind him.
Yeah, true. And Aaron has the advantage of getting mad kite angle in comparison, whereas these bros are probably on 24-meter lines. So they should theoretically be getting better height. So how is Aaron getting that height?
No idea, but he needs another score here.
I'll tell you.
Bigger kite.
Just go energy.
He is riding at 9 meters.
Look at this.
A lot of the guys. Here we go.
Oh my word, he's found an absolute corker. Lovely.
Very interesting laid back there.
So good. Stick it. Oh, he wanted that. He wanted the blind landing.
Yeah.
I could feel it. Mate, he's out of breath. To be fair, they have been doing back to back to back, eh? This is hard work for the old Canberra bros. Doobie board off, back on, fighting the additional rotation there. I reckon that's him de-risking slightly. After being in a couple, just being like, right, hang on, I'll...
Little board off.
Yeah.
I mean, normally he can hold that board off right till the last minute, right? We see him put the board on super late. So, I mean, look, Jeremy's in a good position here. He's got a couple of big scores. Here's Chemo. That's a big one from Chemo.
So, I'm right in thinking that there's 42 seconds left and then there's a 1 minute flag out, right?
Well, that's what we've been told, but there was a lot of confusion in that first heat. Again, look, guys, it's early in the morning here. Sometimes people have to warm up. Maybe the flag guys are still warming up. Jimmy going left foot forward there.
That is going to put him way in the lead now. That was a lovely one. But can Aaron reply? Of course he can. I'm feeling so patriotic right now. I should have brought my flag with me. Oh, yes. Look at the angle. I reckon the judges are going to love that. I'm loving it.
Interesting the safety loops he's pulling. You're really steering that super hard. Do you see how hard he's got pulled on the bar to get that kite round? Normally with the short lines.
All right, so now I believe we're into the 1 minute. So who's getting flagged out? It's not going to be Azza. Surely not. Surely not.
Let's see how that last trick
If it is, I'm going to leave the booth and go and have a word with the judges.
Wow, man, Chemo's score just dropped in now.
Aaron's gone.
Aaron's out.
That's devastating. That hurts, honestly.
I mean, now it's code versus code, right? These guys both riding the same kite, teammates. Look, I tell you what, though. The cool thing about the trap is that these guys have tricks for round 1, tricks for round 3, tricks for the semi-final, and you watch that through the day, guys. They will just slowly open up their bags of tricks. These guys know what to do. What they're doing now, I mean, there's guys who go out and ride their best moves from round 1, but the best guys, they're just doing enough to get through, and I think we've seen that with Jeremy now. No offense to Chemo, but I mean, I think Jeremy can just stretch out here if he wants to, right? You know, 3 scores in the 6s. He's got his variety to come through. Now they're off again. Last 4 minutes.
What gear do you reckon Belando's in then?
Out of 5, 6 gears or 5 gears?
Yeah, let's go 6. He's in a Volkswagen.
I think 4. I think he's in 4.
4? You reckon he's got only 2? I reckon he's in 3 or 2.
Oh, okay. You reckon he's
I reckon
right
he's
now?
got way more.
I think, you know, when you have a crash, you know, sometimes you have to sort of start worrying a little bit. Oh, here he goes. There you go.
Oh my word. There's the 3rd gear. That's lovely.
Yeah.
Fully inverted on that 2nd rotation as well. Just ride the wave. Probably just quite enjoyed that little just down the wave little jolly there.
Landed on the back, but then just popped over and rid down the front. Just looking at those scores come through. Actually, Chemo now with the highest jump, 15.58. Obviously, the guys are wearing watches from Surfer to get these scores. Biggest distance, 120 meters. These guys have to be careful. I mean, you can't see it on the stream, but they are going quite far out to start because obviously, you know, jumping 120 meters when it's straight on shore, they have to be a little bit careful. We haven't seen anyone go super close to the beach yet, and I hope we don't.
Drone, Adrian. We're airborne. It's kind of like we're up there.
This is pretty much what our view looks like.
Do you feel like we're up there when they get to the drone?
Right behind them, the hand of God, ready to push.
So look how far up Orlando is. He must be lining up for a little 200-meter downwind float. Is he going to pop right foot forward? Nah, he wants a left foot forward kicker still. For sure. You're right though about the gears. It's just going to go up and up and up.
Sure.
The last Cold Hawaii, it got absolutely like mental in the final. Can you remember?
Yeah, I mean,
first
absolutely.
snake loop attempt ever.
Done out of a front roll.
Andrea had never even tried it. First S loop board off with a boogie,
Yep.
which was maybe by accident. We're not sure.
So in that last Cold Hawaii final, Andrea and Lorenzo were riding in that. They were up against Timo. They just left, it was like 2 Ferraris just left a mini behind. They just left them behind, and I think they landed 5 never been done tricks before in the final. And that just shows what these Italians are like, man. And I spoke to Andrea yesterday. He seems super focused, and I'm excited to see him back because it seems like a long time since we've seen him. But let's focus on this. We've got a minute 30 to go. Jeremy just stretching the lead out there. Obviously, all the tricks in all the scores in the 6. We won't see. I doubt we'll see scores in the 7s in round 1, but you never know.
You do never know. Yeah, I think Belando's in a really strong position here. I think, although the gap is only 1.84, it's felt more, eh? Maybe we've missed a few of Chemo's moves, but.
Wow, you got 3 tricks in the 6s versus 1 in the 6, and 2 high 5s. You know, there is a bit of difference in that.
Indeed. All right, last minute. Then the next heat is Lorenzo, Cohen, and Parker, which will be good. But we'll give a proper intro to them shortly. I think this kite that they're on is really, really strong in this size. Backhoe board off. Additional.
Very different come down, very different landing than Lorenzo, right? He's like coming down quite hard and almost straight down like a vertical landing. Watch Jeremy land here. I'll probably put the old commentator's curse on him, but watch when he lands. Wow, that wasn't so brilliant either, but he normally just rides out super soft, so that's a little bit of piloting skills we're seeing right there.
So what Jeremy is really good at, and what these new breed of big air kites are really good at, is going behind you aggressively.
To slow you down.
Yeah, and there'll be points today. If you look on the bottom left, we've got the Surfer app data. If they're getting up to 20 meters, someone like Belando can basically fly their kite behind them at like 45 degrees. That
wow.
On the buzzer as well.
That's the different. Maybe he might have just put it into 4th gear for that, but right foot forward again. And Aaron was talking to us before on the beach that he thinks on this up against that pair there might be a little bit less current. Let's go to Nick on the beach for an interview.
All right, so I'm here with the greatest of all time, the GOAT, Aaron Hadlow. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, I'm not that prepared for this event, to be honest, but thrown in the deep end, came here last minute, and yeah, the conditions just, I wanted to take shorter lines, get a better kite angle up against these guys, especially Jeremy. They're so technical and going big, but yeah, it's not as windy as expected this morning. I think maybe it's going to come up a bit later, and then hopefully I can show a bit more.
Nice. Thank you. Cheers. Look good. Back to you guys in the studio.
The undisputed GOAT. So good.
Yeah, look, I mean, Yeah, look, it's great to see Aaron competing. Here come the scores coming through. Wow, big score, big variety score from Jeremy. I think that those variety scores, going to the left there is going to count. But 27.27, highest score we've seen so far, so it's super cool.
Yeah, Jeremy's been the standout so far. We've got his trap brother Lorenzo Casati coming up next, though. So Aaron will go into round 2, folks. Don't you worry. You'll be seeing the likes of the GOAT again. The GOAT will ride again.
Interesting. Lorenzo wasn't at the riders' meeting last night. I didn't see him on the beach setting up. Normally he's super prepared. I mean, for sure he's here, but interesting that he's come out so late. I don't know whether they had travel issues, but normally Lorenzo is always there. So
I wouldn't worry. He's on the screen right now.
No, he's on the water.
Okay.
Right, I hope he is.
There he is.
It's just someone on a Harlem.
Helmet. It's just someone on a downwinder. Just cruising through the competition box. All right. So Lorenzo Casati, as we just mentioned, against Cohen Van Dyke and Parker Sage. This is Parker Sage's big debut. First time you've ever seen Parker Sage on a big stage, a big live stream. He'll be on his reading kite. There he is on the left. And we're going to go down for an interview. Let's hear from Nick.
Right, I'm here on the beach with this legend, straight in from Spain.
Yeah.
How did that feel?
Good, man. The wind is really tricky. It's so gusty and the kicker doesn't really line up perfectly, but if you find it, it kind of works out, so you just need to wait for it,
Yeah, I think just before your heat, you were riding a bit further downwind. I think I saw one of your jumps, like a massive one. Why didn't you pull that one off in your heat?
Yeah, it's really, the wind is like in places, so maybe there's like 5 minutes good here and then 5 minutes good there, and here it's just like a null, of wind, so that's why you need to really search it.
Nice. Look good, man. Well done. You won your heat, man. You won your heat. You did, yeah. Nice. Congrats.
Interesting to hear him talking about how difficult it was, and I guess that sort of makes sense with how tricky it was to oh, that's a big one.
Boring, Adrian. We're into this heat. Come on, mate. There we go.
Right, going big foot on the off.
Lovely little board off with a back roll there. Downwind. Has he done that to do it in front of everyone on purpose? Is he a calculated assassin like that?
It's pretty well timed.
It was lovely.
Here's the man. Look, it's going to be super interesting to see if Lorenzo, he's the form rider at the moment, right? See if he can continue this form. I want to see what kite he's on. He loves that 6 for sure. He's not on that 6 today. But we haven't seen Lorenzo do singles in a competition for a long time.
Oh, damn. That was good kite angle. Look how far back it goes in the window. That's what I was talking about. Boom. Just holding the grab there. Tasty. In blue. And now it's over to Parker Sage. Don't think we've seen a number from him yet. Yeah. And that is a 9, I reckon. Surely.
Spoke to Parker last night. Super nervous. Obviously a very different feel than he rode in Tarifa Pro B. He competed at the last event. But this is a big step up. And he really, really felt that. So it's going to be super interesting to see how he can ride. Oh, we can't.
Boogie board off.
Oh, a little bit of run there.
Board spin.
That. Oh, doesn't quite get there.
I reckon it does look real patchy, and he's just lacking that little bit of line tension at the end there to properly slow him down. But that's something that someone like Lorenzo and Jeremy can just seem to find pretty much every time, eh? You just saw Cohen float through the zone that you could see Lorenzo looking at it. Damn it, that looked good. But Lorenzo's pretty chilled, eh? He hasn't gone for... Usually he's like a madman at the start of the heat, and he just goes and goes. He's like a rattle gun. He's taking his time here.
This is another second, third gear type of opportunity. Look, I don't think he's disrespecting Cohen by doing this, but I think, in the form he's in, he can afford to just get tricks on the board. He wants to win this, but if he doesn't, there's no problems for him either,
I think if he doesn't, he will be quite gutted. Honestly, I think Lorenzo just wants to dominate everything.
Man, was that a crash?
Yeah.
Lorenzo's very good at sticking those dodgy landings, right? We saw that at King of the Air last year as well. So I didn't quite see that. It was right behind the wave for us. I can hear Lewis on the beach saying, was that a crash?
Look at that. This is such a good quality live stream. Not just because we're commentating, guys. Okay, I'm not tooting my own horn yet.
Quality
we'll do
of the
that
shots
later.
is fantastic, isn't it?
We'll do that. The quality of the commentating has been really great. Just brilliant insight.
Hey, Parker's got a new wetsuit.
Has he?
Yeah.
Nice thick one.
Got a nice O'Neill one.
In the black bib. He's looking to put a score on the board. Come on, Parker. From the USA. The only American in the fleet.
I mean, this is the type of riding that Okay, now he's picking up speed. Now he can see something. Interestingly, didn't really get what he was looking for.
If he sticks that, that's bonus points for me. No, okay.
He didn't. He almost took off the flat there. A little bump on the inside. Didn't go for the kicker. Interesting to see how. I mean, this is these type of events where you got locals and stuff do well. It's gonna be interesting to see how Lucas Grumstruck rides here. And obviously been riding here a lot. Here comes Lorenzo again. Again, off the little bumps on the inside.
Yeah, off almost nothing, eh?
Nice little tornado. That's big.
That's going to be the biggest score of today so far, I would say.
Yeah, let's see how that comes through on the surfer.
Yeah, did you see him check his watch there?
Yeah.
He was looking for it as well. He knows it.
I don't know. Is he
He's
shaking
happy.
is he shaking his hand through his happy, or is he?
Cold hands, maybe.
Yep.
No gloves. Parker Sage is looking nervous to me, but I think, he's got time to get some rust off, right?
Yep.
Get some rhythm in these conditions, calm himself down and get some decent scores on the board, which he can do. He's a top rider. He's super, super good, Parker Sage.
Maybe Lorenzo is shaking. Here comes.
Lovely.
That's a nice
Lovely.
start. Oh, again, just hitting the back of that wave. I noticed here Lorenzo's surface scores are not coming through. We can only see Cohen and Page. So maybe he's shaking his... maybe he's trying to wake up the watch there. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully we can get some information on that, because that last one he did look huge. I reckon that was around 15 metres, which would match Jeremy from the heat before. Parker Sage was a really popular fantasy pick.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we've got some fantasy stats we can look at, right? Should we dig them out? So Parker Sage was in Tier C because it's his debut. Lorenzo was the top pick actually in Tier A, which is interesting. I think there's maybe a little bit of recency bias there. Lorenzo was the winner of the first qualifier event just a few weeks ago in Tarifa. Here he is on our screen. Green helmet. He's always been green. Usually it's a spray painted helmet.
Yeah, yeah. Fluoro green.
But he's gone more of a sage.
I think he's bought a new helmet.
He's treated himself. He's earned it. That's not one of his bigger jumps, you'd have to say.
Yeah.
Okay, he's gone right foot forwards. What? Do you see that correction there? The panic sheet out just to get that. Oh wow, there's a big wave crashing underneath me, and then he just readjusted the kite and just about cleared it.
Cohen leading this one at the moment.
Parker Sage has had a quiet heat so far.
You know what, this is kind of what you expect from young riders, right? Get one good heat in, and then I always say, it's not about doing it once, it's about doing consistently. We can sort of see that with Parker here. He's under a little bit of pressure, he's starting to get frustrated with himself a little bit. He's just got to go back to basics, just got to get a couple tricks on the board, just hit a couple of families and then just take it from there. Obviously, round 2, he's got another whole chance, so he's just got, at the moment, it looks like he's going to get flagged out. Here goes Cohen again. Here comes the kicker in front of him.
No, it's going to close out. No, it isn't. He loves it. And he is not sticking that. Went for a bit of a barefoot ski sesh at the end there. Here's Lorenzo coming up right behind as we come to the latter stage of this heat.
Cohen's kite in the water there as well.
Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, this is round 1, the 3rd heat, and it's Parker Sage's debut in a major competition.
Oh, come
Lorenzo's...
on.
Oh no, that's Cohen.
Cohen's stuck in the
his
water.
kite. I wonder what happened there then. He must have just flown underneath it and then it luffed out behind him. That is not ideal, but he's got enough of it,
Yeah, he's up and riding.
I think he's all right.
Try and dry that kite out nice and fast.
He'll be all right. How much performance do you reckon's lost on a wet kite?
Well, it's a good question. It'd be a good question to ask Aaron, actually. He's probably done the time on that. Here goes Parker. Come on, Parker, let's stick this.
That was
There we
lovely.
go.
And that's the first drone banger of the day as well. Did you see how far in front of him the kite was on takeoff? I don't think that ever got to 12 o'clock.
When he pulled it.
Yeah. Which is, of course, the Cohen special method from the DCP series.
Maybe watched it.
Yeah, well, maybe. I think...
Well, there goes Parker again, flying through. Wow, 5.63 from Parker. That's a good score. Just come on, Parker. Get another one on the board.
do you reckon Kevin Langer is watching?
Absolutely.
So, Parker on the reading kite. I think the hypermodel. which is obviously Kevin's brand. We would imagine he's on a 9. I think all these bros are on 9s, actually.
Here's another kick. Let's see if Cohen takes this one. Right on the buzzer.
This is right on the buzzer.
Same move again, which is the board off kite loop with a, what do you call that, the running man? The walking man?
Unless Parker got something that we didn't catch, I think he's flagged out here.
Unless Parker got a 12, he's out.
But saying that, he's got round 2.
Yep.
I think he can take some confidence from how he went there.
So Lorenzo does not have any results coming on Surfer at the moment. Cohen with the highest jump there is 16 metres, travelling 41. Interesting though, in that last competition, what's name was jumping 120 metres.
So Cohen's
gone into change of kite.
I don't think so. He's running his lines. I reckon he's got an inversion.
Ah, yeah, good idea. Yeah.
So hang on, was he just doing kite loop board offs?
With an inverted, with the twisted front lines.
So we're in the 1 minute intermission here. And does Cohen not know the bar magic, the juggle? He must do.
I think it's difficult in a competition like this. I think it's better just to go put the kite down, quickly run those lines and get it up again.
I mean that's what I'd be doing, 100%. Yeah. What would you do?
Actually, you can see how close the shore is in the shot because we're actually seeing what you're seeing. So those guys were landing that fur. Here comes Cohen getting his kite back up again.
He will be wanting to take this heat. Not having to ride round 2, I think, is a big advantage energy-wise, but also just confidence as well. Sure. It's going to be a tall order, though, to take it from Lorenzo, who is way ahead here. He's got a clearing of 3.75.
The other thing as well is that maybe these guys are going to like to ride a little bit more, you know, just get a little bit more experience out there. Like Jeremy was saying in that interview, very, very difficult to pick it. You know, the wind's here, the wind's there. So maybe a little bit more experience in the spot might be a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you've got to take the positive of every situation. Look, it's easy to go round 3. Here comes Lorenzo right foot forward. Is he going to jump on the inside? Doesn't look like it.
He's too close to the pier there.
Mate, he's right by us. Not that we can see him.
Not that we can see him. We're in a little container that if a 50 knot gust does come, I'm slightly worried it might roll into the sea. At which point we will continue to commentate.
Yeah.
Don't you worry. That is a biggie. That is a biggie. So he starts the board off by the fin, then grabs the handle to get it back on. That was unbelievably composed.
Yeah. I have to eat my words about him riding singles.
I mean, of course he can ride good singles.
Of course he can.
It was never a question of that. But that's the big debate in the judging at the moment, whether doubles should just trump singles completely. Because someone like Lorenzo makes it really tricky for the judges, because of course Lorenzo can do everything anyone can do in single loops, but Lorenzo does it with doubles.
And you know what? Going back to that Gran Canaria, doing a big single, 20, 25 metres, which we saw, you know, Cohen and those guys, then we saw Jeremy doing at that final. It's impressive. I see it. I get why the judges are rewarding him, because it does look so impressive at that height. That's going to be an ongoing debate. And here goes him right foot forward. Well, not really what he wanted. But, you know, that is a big debate within the fleet, right, where the singles, which have been, you know, single kite loops have been done for many years. Doubles are a new thing. Should that innovation be being rewarded? But I still say it always comes down to height with Red Bull. Height is king. And this is the king of the air qualifier.
Indeed. So really it's who rides to the judging criteria the closest to, which Lorenzo is really good at. He can adapt. He's got multiple styles, as we're seeing already in this heat, him nailing all the singles. All right, so last minute now. Cohen's going to need some serious scores right now if he's going to change this result. I think Cohen will be quite pleased with how this has gone though.
Yeah, considering that, you know, he had something wrong with his kite, put his kite in the water. You know, Parker is not an easy person, and he would have looked at this. This is probably the hardest heat of the whole round, first round. So, here you go, big tornado. I mean, just
how easy.
He just looks so good right at the moment, so in form.
Is Lorenzo going to win this event, Adrian?
It's too early to say. We haven't seen Andrea yet. I mean, that's going to be an interesting thing to see how Andrea rides. He hasn't been riding a competition since France, same as Mark. You know, we can address that later, but I don't want to say he's going to win early on, but man, he's looking good.
So Andrea Principi seeded first. He's in the last heat of round 1, heat 6. So after this heat, we're halfway through the heats of round 1. And there we go, end of this heat. I imagine we're going to have an interview from the beach. Some highlights first.
So heat number 4 will be heel blue, Simon Lucas Groundstruck. Am I saying that correctly? As a Danish person, how do I say Lucas Groundstruck? Groundstruck. Groundstruck. Okay, I'm learning. It's my first day here in Denmark. So, those of you from Denmark looking to support your national rider, he will be riding in this heat. Lucas Groundstruck will be on the water. He's got a tough heat here. And he's going to be riding in heat number
All right,
4.
so Lorenzo Casati takes that by a massive, massive margin. Super dominant from the first trick. This entire highlight reel has all been Lorenzo Casati. That was the one, that was the trick that really amazed me. How he just missed that wave.
Yeah.
He had no, he should have gone straight into it.
Not as high as not as high as variety score as Jeremy, but yeah, these two guys are setting the tone, and we talked about setting the tone in round 1. I mean, how you want to compete. So that's a big win, by the way. That's a big win.
Where was the unhooked stuff from Cohen?
Maybe he's thinking about his knee still. You know, maybe he's not considering that because of the knee injury. I mean, he, you know, going into King of the Air, he had that sort of unhooked flat 3, if you want to call it that. You know, it's not really. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Let's go to the beach and see Nick.
And I'm here with a great winner. How did that feel?
Yeah, man, it feels super good. The conditions are really good. The wind is perfect for 9. And yeah, just further we eat in the morning, feeling good to warm up, and now, yeah, time to go on, bro.
Nice. Well, it looks like you absolutely destroyed everyone out there. What's going on with the doubles? Are you gonna pull? Are we gonna see any double kite loops today?
I mean, for sure, I wanna try to push some double loop, but I just hope the wind gets a little bit stronger. Then I can take out my 7 or my 6 and pull some doubles. But I think now it's good for 9. Yeah, man.
Nice, great. Well, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Nice one.
Crazy thing about Lorenzo is that even on a 6, he still manages to go unbelievably
Get the
high.
height, yeah.
Yeah, which doesn't make sense
Is that
whatsoever.
must be the speed of the kite, hey? Must be to do with the
I
speed.
don't know. Maybe it's Lorenzo.
Quite different perspectives there, right? Jeremy come off, also a big score. Very difficult, hard to pick. Interesting, you know. Then you talk to Lorenzo. Oh, good conditions out there, you know, having fun. I don't know whether he's a little bit of gamesmanship there and just sort of not giving too much away, but yeah, interesting.
Okay, so we're at heat 4 any second, and it's heel fluke, Steinmull, and Lucas Gramstrup. Buzz has just gone. We're straight in. This is heel in the blue, and heel's also been injured. He took a nasty tackle on the football field. This is his first competition back.
If it's not football, it's paddle.
And Stino's in yellow, Gramstrup in black. Gramstrup probably got a bit of locals advantage here, but Stino's super good in this kind of condition on short shot.
Yeah, this is Dutch, right? This is Dutch conditions.
Who's favourite in this heat?
I'm going to say Stino, you know, he's coming off that final. I mean, he's got that, like I was saying the other day on the podcast, he's always been the most stylish rider. He's got a beautiful board off like back from the fin. He's a rider's rider. Now he's got this new Moto X from Cabrina, and he's just bringing that style with some height now. And if he can find those kickers and do what he wants to do, the guys both jumping in the inside there, I think Stino is a guy who can go really, really far. Lucas with a big crash on the inside.
Yes, it's Stino last time out. Podium
Yeah.
at the GK, that was super impressive. He's really good at the single loop stuff. What kite is he on? Is that the Moto
That's
X
the Moto X.
from
I think,
Cabrina?
is it called the Design Works? Moto X Design Works, which is their Lula one. And he loves that kite. He really loves the 8. So I don't know whether he's on the 8 or 9 at the moment, but again, it's interesting to see. Here's Heel. Heel said he's 50-50. Is that a wrapping we can see on Heel's front ankle there?
Yeah, on his left ankle.
Yeah, a little bit of strapping there on his ankle. Again, oof, he's going to have to be very careful with those landings.
Yes.
Something lining up in front of him. Here we go. Boom, perfect.
Nice big
Doobie
move
loop.
from Giel Vloed with a doobie.
So the inventor of the double can also do it with the single, and I think that's a smart move. Just get something on the board, apply some pressure immediately. Gramstrup, earlier on in this heat, we saw him take a crash, and he looked like he's going to be way down the box, so he's going to be fighting for the ground back up.
He's talking about that.
He's seriously good at fast-paced landing, Steno.
I mean, dude, you've seen Steno ride freestyle as well? I mean, the guy's a super talent, you know, there's, look, this is what I'm saying here. If you lose your board, I mean, it looks like he's looking all over, he can't even see his board. He's like, where is it?
That is really not ideal whatsoever, but he's got the time. I think if you can stay calm and that doesn't get in his head, that would get in your head though, wouldn't it?
Sure.
You kind of can't deny. Heel with maybe with cold hands there. Last thing you need.
Cold hands on a cold day. There he goes, back.
Okay, he's back up. He won't be happy, but he's up. I wonder if we're going to see any right foot forward stuff. I don't think so.
From these guys? Not so sure.
So Heel
off late back again from Heel.
He will be, I wonder if he's on the Core Pace Pro or the XR Pro for this. Slightly lighter winds, bigger kite. I wonder if he would take the XR.
Try to get a little bit more height. If we look at the surf app there, these guys jumping around the 10 to 12 metre mark, not super high. Oh, steam more. I mean, it would almost like he was going to crash then. He just managed to pull it in. I mean, Steno's looking super good. I believe that's a third trick on the board for Steno now.
Which piles on the pressure. Poor old Gramstrup. Yet to hit the scoreboard, so he'll just want to get something up. I reckon he is struggling with the old circulation.
Just trying to warm up there, eh?
Wetsuit's too tight.
Yeah, he's got that new...
Look at that zoom as well. Blimey, we're right in there.
I see his teeth.
How good is this stream, by the way? It's unbelievably clear. Maybe it's just the TV we're looking at.
We are 1 metre away from a TV.
And it's huge.
No need for glasses in this one.
And it's huge as well. Here we go.
Oh, doesn't look like he's going to take that one. Right, something big's happened out the back, but we can't see it. I can hear Lewis screaming on the beach.
Lewis is incredibly loud on the beach. I'm basically just listening to Lewis more than I'm listening to you.
Should we ask Lewis to turn it down?
Yeah, if you could just pipe down.
Hey Lou, just a little bit less, please.
All right, so do you want to hear the heel story?
Sure, yeah,
do you know it?
No.
Okay, so he's out on the football field, and someone gives him a nasty slide tackle from behind. Rolls yard ankle, 3 ligaments gone. That was right foot forward, wasn't it?
Yeah, not probably what he wanted, but again, he needs the scores on the board. Actually, there is I'm pretty sure there's another. Oh, here's a doobie loop.
Lovely, if he can stick it, he can.
That's a point, that's a score. There is, I think Steno's got 3 tricks. I haven't seen that trick come through from Steno yet, but Lucas will be super happy about that, get on the board. Again, not a lot of time left, he needs to put pressure on Heel. This is, I mean, Heel loves the kickers, right? You know, you and I have spoken about how aggressive he attacks those waves. This angle is difficult.
Yeah, with it more onshore, you can see just that they're being pushed down, so they're really having to bite into the kick and properly edge into it. And Luca, did he just go over the top of Gramstrup?
It's a doobie loop. I don't know if he went over.
Yeah, look, he looked back. He definitely just doobie looped over the top of Gramstrup.
Yeah.
Bonus points for that?
I think so, yeah, why not?
Yeah, at least.
Oh, and then, wow, Steno. Woo!
Board off super early.
Oh my God,
no,
stick
he's
it.
not sticking it. He is.
I had no idea what the kite is up because we couldn't see that.
Look how shallow he is as well.
Mate, he would have scraped the fins on that.
The SpaceX boys, we absolutely
Board off
loving
late back
that.
from Grunstuff. No, he misses it. Oh, he's going to lose his Bluetooth board again.
No, he's all right. He's all right.
That's an interesting thing. We were talking about are guys going to get in the way of each other, and yeah, we don't want to see guys riding with each other. Again, big jumps there. Those guys are all up around that 12 metre mark. There's a new score coming in on the surf app for Lucas. Let's just see if we can see that come in. But Steno's in a good position. No more scores are dropped. I think there's been 2 tricks from Steno that haven't gone through, so don't know what's happening in the judging there.
Steno's looking really good, and if it stays in single loop conditions, he's going to go deep in this competition for sure. I think he's got the right kite. I think this is playing into... What kite is that? I wonder if that's a 10. I think it's a 10. Yes, a 10.
10 maybe, yeah.
We just looked on our enormous TV. I just stood up to have a look.
You can see there Steno travelling 106 metres on that last jump right up to the beach. I don't know what's happening with the scoring column. We seem to have a little bit of a frozen scoreboard. I hope that freshens up soon.
How's your pronunciation?
Of which one?
Which one do you think?
Grumstrap?
No.
Flute?
Here he goes, a nice takeoff. This is a huge, nice
Contra.
front roll with
Floaty.
the contra
Sticks it.
from Gramstrap. The hoodie
Lovely
has come
job
off
there.
now.
Not bad.
Only Dane in the fleet.
Yep.
There's one Dane on the beach. Nick Jacobson.
A couple of Danes on the beach.
Couple Danes, yeah, there's actually
A lot of Danes on the
That's
beach. What are you talking about?
a lot.
That was a
of
bad
Danes.
call.
That was a lot. High concentration down there.
Steno 13 metres there on the surfer app.
Steno is kind of running away with this. I think we'll see that when the scoreboard updates.
If you don't know about the surf app, head over to thesurfer.app and find out a little bit more. Oh, nice border float back there for the fin. Come on.
He is getting
My
that.
God, he sticks it, makes it look so easy. Mate, it's free to use. You can use it on your kite, your wing, your surfboard. You can use it with your watch or your phone. So definitely check it out, thesurfer.app.
Very good. Get on your app store, have a look. So I've just heard a buzzer go, which is that not a minute early? But I wonder who's gone out. I think it's going to be Gramstrap, unless that final score from Gramstrap did something. The local crowd will be going wild for him. We're going to know any second. We're going to know when you guys do as well.
Unfortunately, people on the beach know already before us, which is kind of annoying.
And we can kind of half hear them, so we could repeat what's being said. But
something big's happened. Okay, the local boy's out.
Something's happened.
Yeah.
Maybe. You'd have to say Heel looked underpowered there.
He looks underpowered. He looks out of touch. You know, he doesn't look like the Heel that we know. He said to me, my ankle's 50%. And look, Heel's a tough guy. You know, when he broke the ribs, he rode the final.
Oh my word!
I mean,
Yeah.
he's just a beast. So it's a respect for Heel to keep pushing. And I think maybe sometimes that's to his disadvantage, right? He keeps pushing when he should take some rest. And look, that's just who Heel is. Some guys are like that, other guys are not. But like, I mean, I think Steno's in a good position here. If he can just keep this pressure on.
I think we're in the final 3 minutes already, by the way. Yeah, we must be. Here's Steno. Wow, he's looking good. He might have pulled his groin there, though. He's going to have to watch that.
Look at that. Did you see that?
I saw it. I saw it,
Here's
Adrian.
a big kicker.
I'm
Here's a big
actually
kicker.
I'm commentating. Doobie board off. Oh, did he get the board off or not?
No. Little front grab though at the end. I wonder if that wrapped front foot of his is sort of restricting his ability to whip it. Well, to be able to put the board off and put it back on.
Crazy that he's looking underpowered on a 10.
Yeah.
Like if we're watching amateur kiteboarding here, they'd be on 8s and 7s for sure.
Yeah. I'll be on a 6.
Heel's out on his 10. You'd be probably doing S loops and snakes.
Doubles, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Remember when you told the world that you were going to do a double and you never did?
Don't bring that up. I mean,
you mean what? What do you mean?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, should we move on?
Yeah.
All right. Good.
Still got the highest jump there, Heel. Though.
Whoa, he's on an 8. That's interesting.
Who?
The Moto X
That's
from Cabrina is an 8.
Oh yeah, that's the 8. That's the kite. He said, look, that's the kite he rids. But listen, I mean,
It looks good.
that's probably about the right size, right? He's an 8 and Heel's a lot bigger on a 10. That kind of makes sense. I mean, you don't normally see the most. Here's a kicker lining up.
So Steno could probably use that one kite pretty much all day.
Well, he rode the 8 in Gran Canaria as well.
And he was
so
going
maybe that's
monstrous on it.
yeah. So maybe that's his sort of go-to size. Everyone has a favourite size. Everyone likes something. I think Mark told me he really likes that 7.1 on the new North Ultra. So it's interesting to see these guys.
I'm surprised that Heel hasn't gone for the XR Pro. I think that would have made a lot of sense. But he does love the pace.
Beautiful. Look at that. Just so stretched out. Mate, he just doesn't look like he's going to crash at all.
No, I should have chosen him in my fantasy team.
I did.
Did you?
Of course.
Technically, it's my website, so maybe I could go and quickly change it.
I've got the login here. I'll change it back.
I'll change yours.
Heel body dragging around looking for trying to find his board there.
All right, so last minute or so, Steno has been really impressive. Trap are going to be looking at him and going, I don't like that.
Interesting though. I mean, both Lorenzo and Jeremy, all 6s across the board. These guys sitting at 5s. That just shows the difference between that top echelon and the next guys. I mean, even though we're talking about guys who are top 5, top 6 in the world, that top 3 is just that little bit out in front, and that's the difference.
So the favourites for this going in are the Trap and Jamie Overbeek. But it's the likes of Stino and Josh Gillett.
Nice.
Boogie, contra, board off, added rotation.
Nice. I like that.
That is quite clutch, eh?
Super happy with that. Whoa.
And that is Stino with the exact same move,
Off
but
the
the
fin.
board off from the fin and better kite angle and more height. You just can't deny. Stino's on fire.
Yeah.
And on an 8. I can't believe how well that 8's working.
They're got to be 20 kilos difference in size.
Yeah,
though, right?
true, true.
I mean, Heel getting the height though. Surf Rat reading at 14.3. It's interesting.
He's got half a minute to try and make a difference here.
Look at that last move from Stino, 16.05. That's a big jump, and that was exactly the same trick as Heel. So it's going to be super interesting to see when those scores come in. Look here. Oh yeah, there you go.
Go on, Heel. Go on, son. Go on, son. No, didn't fancy it.
It's 20 seconds.
He'll know. He'll know. That's why he's going and going and going, and it's not fronting up for him. Is he going to go right foot forward? A little bit of variety. We saw him go right foot forward earlier. He's got to do be right foot forward. He's actually worked really hard to be ambidextrous.
Yeah.
He's one of the riders that's most equals. On the buzzer, that's not going to do it.
Unfortunately.
If I was Heel, I'd be quite happy with that heat, though. Considering, you know, he had the injury in Amman on the football field. Here's some highlights, though. Let's enjoy this. Sit back, relax.
And it is non-stop here. It's Cold Hawaii 2024. I'm Lewis Crappin, and that is the flag band replacing the black flag. Is there an unlucky colour? We need to look into this today. I don't think we've seen all the flags lowered, I believe, at some point. And this as a competitor now is a very difficult position with onshore wind. You really want to be getting out there as quick as you can. These riders don't have long until the start of this heat. And here is a rider recently joining the F1 team, Jamie Overbeek, the winner of the Lords of Tramp World Tour event in France early on in the year. Here he is with the orange and purple kite, taking his time to get into the water.
All right, we're back, and we got the result with variety score. Stino absolutely smashing that heat, and that's the second highest trick score of the day so far. Stino just making so many like squeaky bum landings that he definitely shouldn't have made, but somehow he did. And we'll never know how. Maybe we need an on-beach interview with him. That'd be quite good.
Yeah, I'm surely Nick will get him, but yeah, look at that, man. Just the height as well. I think he got the highest score there, 16 metres on there. Look at that. I mean, by all accounts, that was a crash.
No right to land such a thing.
No right to land that.
And Heel, yeah, back from injury, 3 ligaments gone in his ankle, and just made it work anyway. Right, we're going to go down to Nick, who's going to talk to Stino.
All right, I'm here on the beach. Be quiet, Heel. I'm here with the winner.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
I won.
You
yes,
won the heat.
Lekker.
How did that feel?
Fuck yeah, it was pretty nice. I was doubting a little bit to take the 9 or the 8, and then in the end I felt a little gust here on the beach. So I thought, okay, the 8 will probably do because it's my favorite size, and it did work. So I'm happy.
Nice. It looked pretty good out there. So what's going on with the doubles today? Are we gonna see any doubles from you guys today?
Well, I'm more of a single loop guy. So from me, I prefer the 8 meter over 6. But I think there are some other guys. If the wind picks up, we can see some doubles. But I'm not too sure. I checked the forecast. I think it's gonna stay around like this, maybe 5 knots more in the end of the day, and make the most out of it, of course.
Nice. Well, I'm a single loop fan, so my money is on you today. Well done.
Here we go then, here we go. Who is going to be first to trip? I'm going to have a little move around here.
Oh, these new kites. We haven't seen Jamie ride these new kites. Jet's riding short lines. Jason Van der Spey. I mean, this guy just needs a little bit of luck. He just seems to be so unlucky at every single event. But I would expect to see Jamie putting on a show here. Again, he's going to be one of these guys is probably going to start off and build up the gears as he goes through. Jet, short line loops. Looks like he's on quite a lot longer lines than I thought. And then obviously Jason, super technical rider, will be looking to get that kite in the right position to impress the judges. As I said, a lot of the, there we go, Jamie going big straight away. Just a nice little loop there from him. As I said before, guys, we can't actually, we're actually got a very, very tight shot on the rider, so it's pretty difficult to see the kites from our box, let's call it the box, the commentary box. We don't have any windows, which is quite nice because it's bloody freezing outside.
Here we have with the morning and the sun.
No scores on the board just yet.
This will be blinding for the riders as they start.
But I believe Jamie, if you've probably been watching on social media, he was riding his old board, but he told me yesterday he's been riding a new F1 prototype. So interesting to see that F1 have building a board for Jamie for his requirements. Very, very specific type of board that he likes. So he had a bunch of prototypes and he chose one. So yeah. Here goes Jamie, board off late back there from the handle, sticking it nice and easy. I'm excited for Jamie on this new kite.
Back roll with the board off, but that's one thing for us on the beach.
Oh, you went somewhere? I was holding the fort.
Imagine looking for the takeoff spot, looking for your board, and performing some of these moves that the riders
Jamie just landed a board off late back. We missed Jason's trick. Jet looks like he's on 16 metre lines. It doesn't look like they're super short, but crazy when I spoke to Jet. He came here, one board, one bar, one kite. I love it. Old school style. He came here with one kite, one board, one bar. Here goes Jason. Nice. Yep. That's all I need.
South Africa will be really happy to have landed there.
Wow, look at the angle of that kite though. That's really good.
Nice kite position and a good landing for the South African. He really rode that out well. What the judges really like to see is this
again,
kite nice
he's
and
only, let's say that's 2 metres below Jamie Overbeek, who is traditionally a huge jumper. So, yeah, I think there's something in that. A little bit of a bigger kite, shorter lines. That might be a little trick. Aaron was using that. Whether that's going to something that the boys will unlock, I don't know.
Jeff Bradshaw from Worthing, England and South Africa. Repping. Spends a lot of time in my town in England, so he's one of the boys now. As we can see out the back. Jamie Overbeek having a bit of a crash. Jamie Overbeek just
nice to see the F1 on the bottom of the board rather than Whippicker.
Big things for him.
Yep.
Jeff Bradshaw, is he going to be interested in this way? No, he was interested. He clearly showed interest. But that interest ran out about 1 metre off. Jason Manders Sky. Double back roll. Tic-tac, board off. Wow,
only for the last 7 years. Not just my favourite rider, one of my favourite people. But great to see him putting some pressure on here. Obviously, Jamie, you'd have to think he's going to get some other scores on the board soon.
But also the waves.
Beautiful.
The waves are very onshore, the wind is onshore. But all they need, these 3 riders, is
not the final, apparently not the final product. Jamie's still working with Ralph on that kite, so they're still working on it. I guess they want to be ready for King of the Air with that one.
20 points can be scored here as
nope. Didn't get it.
Not enjoying the conditions at this moment. All 3 of these riders, to me, look underpowered right now. Definitely the wind just coming down. Sometimes the sun can really influence the wind. That's bizarre.
I mean, I think, what, in this heat? I mean, I think
you don't know, you have to find reasons.
No, can't see anything.
As another back roll, delayed beckling from Jet Bradshaw, cleanly landed. And I can see Jamie Overbeek underpowered, he's moving that kite up and down with the orange kite. Now he doesn't look super aggressively powered to me. In fact, none of these riders do. There is Jet Bradshaw moving his kite up and down, possibly indicating to the judges. Jamie Overbeek aborted. We've got interesting moments happening all over the place.
Technical issue in the box here, but let's keep pushing on.
No, technical mayhem in the box, but we're back on. We're chilled.
Jason, jumping the highest so far again.
Stop going on about Jason.
Well, I'm just wanting to.
Was that good? You probably think that's a world first, don't you?
I think we've had a drop off in the wind here. I can feel our containers not shaking.
What, just because Jason didn't go very high?
Talking about our shaking in the container.
I honestly think a 50 knot gust could have us tumbling into the drink.
I get that feeling.
What will we do if that happens?
Swim.
No, but we'll be the door will be closed. We'll have to. What do they do in films? They kind of go to the corner where there's a bit of air. I'll probably hold you underneath.
And at what point, if there is a point,
I am going to, like, if we're gonna drown, I really hope that you drown first.
Thank you. I get the feeling that the wind might have just dropped off a little bit here. We just don't seem to, guys. I eat my words. There we go. That's big.
That's lovely.
Big.
Board
Beautiful.
off, twirling it round.
Oh, just doesn't stick it there.
Jason should be riding boots. He would have had that. Too easy. Right, come on, Bradshaw. Let's see what you got. Oh, that was nice. Doobie. He absolutely loves it. That's a prototype board as well.
Contra move from Jamie
and
as well.
Look how much camber's on it. It's gone for the Jamie Overbeek sort of classic shape, which is almost like an oval. And he loves that because essentially it's less surface area, and that means he can hold down more power.
That one move pushing Jamie into the front there, 1.8.
Can you explain the physics of why a smaller board means more power? I don't know if I can. I think if I tried, I think it would just make me sound maybe a bit stupid.
No, I can't. We need sort of DK to answer that for us.
Okay, let's not. Let's just say though, guys, okay, that smaller boards you can hold down more power. Don't know why, you just can. All right, good. Let's move on then. Come on, Bradshaw. Show us what you're made of. What's going to happen here, though, if Van der Spy scores at anywhere near Jet? Van der Spy will come in, change to the Jet setup, and maybe just go absolutely ballistic on the short lines.
I don't think this is strong enough for Jason for shorts, to be honest. I think if it was a lot windier, I think Jet would have even gone down to short lines. I think he's gone for the 16 because it's not super strong. You know, if it's like 35, 40, those guys can afford to ride 12s, you know, and really put that kite down.
Back roll, late back, gets it back on. Yeah, tidy. Tidy.
Nice third score for Jamie.
How popular is Jamie on Instagram?
I mean, we were talking about that last night. The amount of content he puts out is absolutely crazy. It's raw, it's awesome. You know, he puts out a 5-minute video, there's 15 tricks in it.
Van der Spy slaps on Instagram as well, though. I've been following him recently, and even I like it. I think you know, Instagram might end up being a really big thing. You know, might end up being really important. I reckon Bradshaw's out here. He's heading to round 2.
Jamie with the highest jump there on the surface, 16.76, also travelling the furthest. But you sort of expect that from Jamie. He just manages to get that height and distance every single time. I see a lot of, I think that blowing on the hands and shaking the hands is just from the cold. I think it's just cold in that water.
But they're Dutch. They should be used to this, should be loving it.
Here comes Jet. He's clapping to the crowd.
There's a Jet, he's spotted.
Yep. He's waving at the judges.
He's spotted a few ex-girlfriends out there, he's just giving them a wave. So he doesn't have to go over and say hello later. Jet Bradshaw's out. Jet's best move, though, I saw it in Tarifa, is a contra boogie on short lines. That's right foot forward, so I wonder if he'll bring that out. If Jason can get near Overbeek here, that is a real, yeah, that would actually be mental and put him in such a strong position to go deep.
And you know, we said at the top, Jason just needs a little bit of luck. It just seems like every single event something goes wrong, whether he gets tripped up in a judging scandal or something. So he just needs that little bit of luck, things to go his way, because yeah, he's just a super talented, super technical rider, and you know, and another one like Steno, like a rider's rider. People really respect him, you know.
Okay. That is all of your quota of talking about Jason Van der Spy. Okay, I don't want to hear it again. Talk to me about Jamie Overbeek.
Well, I mean, Jamie's probably surprised that he's not getting a little bit higher scores here at the moment. Look, these guys are actually jumping on the flat water. That wasn't even off a kicker, by the way. It was just in front of the froth. But maybe that's the trick now. Maybe the wind's swinging a little bit more to the north.
That was pretty clutch, though, wasn't it? He's just churning them out.
Wow, Jamie big.
Super similar moves there, but just Jamie keeping the board off for a lot longer, which I think the judges will enjoy. So the tricky thing in these conditions with it more onshore, from speaking to the riders really briefly just then, is that there's a lot of current pushing towards the beach, which is making the left foot forward takeoffs harder, which I think is maybe why they're not hitting the kicker. Because with it being more onshore, that kicker's actually pushing you towards your kite.
Yeah. You're losing line tension, eh?
Which is the last thing you want to
Look,
lose.
here we go. It's also what we're talking about.
Right foot forward.
To be board off. Get it. Oh.
Front roll on landing.
Very nice.
And a spay. Hailing from South Africa against the Dutchman, Jamie Overbeek. Jamie's managing to make that bib look baggy.
He's not a big boy. Here we go.
Has he got an oversized bib?
Nope, didn't like that either.
Drop shoulder bib.
Drop shoulder bib. It's tied in the back, like a knot.
Little Britney Spears crop top. That's a 9 mate. They're both on 9s, aren't they? Okay. Interesting that Van der Spy didn't, because he's got a good 10 he likes. That air rush lift. And is that with the fresh Alula he's got? I think it might be, eh? I can't remember what it's called. Is that Ari's Alula? I think it might be. Next gen Alula. So this is an Alula against Brainchild.
Look at these big kickers coming.
Look at them. Mate, well avoided.
Here's a kicker lining up. Mate, you got this. Come on.
Oh, he goes off. He just goes off the little bump.
Inside bump. Wait, a little
He ain't
tornado
sticking
there.
that. He ain't sticking that. No, I knew he wasn't sticking that. Apparently Overbeek's done something that we didn't quite see. Look at them having to work their kites though. There's really not that much power out there.
That's what I think. I think it's the wind's just dropped off a little bit.
So next heat we've got Andrea Principi, Josh Gillett and Texio, who you'll be able to see in the background there, and it'll be super interesting to see whether Andrea takes his Rebel D-Lab or he's on the D-Lab Evo, which of course he won everything on last year. So will he change his winning setup? You're going to be wanting to stay tuned here. Last minute of this heat. And then we see the big dog, Andrea Principi.
There we go.
He's connected.
You love it. You absolutely love it. Decent kite angle there.
Come on, stick it.
Multi-rotate. He's got it.
Nice.
Mate,
I'll be happy with that.
Is he gonna,
super happy?
He's not going to pip Overbeek. That's not enough to make 1.87. But if he gets a solid variety score, which he could, because he's done right foot forward stuff too, but that is quite giant.
I want to see how far he travelled here. Look, I mean, Jamie's
That's quite
111 metres. I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? 16.97, 116 metres, sorry, correction. He's just going so far. Almost double what the guys were doing in the last distance, actually. So that's super interesting to just keep following that.
Is that the highest jump so far, Overbeek, 16.97?
Could be.
Could be.
Yep.
Producer, could you whisper in my ear whether that is true or not? That might be quite a nice thing. Okay, so we're going into the next heat here. This is the one I've been really excited for. Principi. What kite's he going to be on? What's he going to bring?
Well, if you were talking about he or maybe taking the XR for a bit more height, maybe Andrea's looking at that thinking, oh, maybe I can get a bit more height out of the new Rebel, the new Rebel D-Lab. So
yeah, I think he will. I think well we saw it in the hands of Valentin. In Tarifa, and actually Chemo as well, the Egyptian rider.
Yep.
Both in Tarifa, and it looks really, really good there. We're hoping to bring you an interview from the beach. Nick's chasing them around.
So Jamie, 26.93. I guess it's the third highest score that we've seen behind Lorenzo and Jeremy. So again, another guy probably not in top gear. Jason, also a good score from him.
And I can tell you, taking the win in heat number 5 there,
Jamie Overbeek progresses. I think he'll be quite pleased with that. Again, him and the trap are just getting it done, even though the conditions are tough. What do you reckon gave Jamie the edge? Okay, boring. We're going to have an interview instead. Let's go to Nick. Take it away.
All right, so I'm here on the beach with the winner of the heat, Jamie Overbeek. How did that feel?
It felt super good. In the beginning it was super light, but in the end I knew that less than 1 minute I saw Jason doing one trick, I saw one kicker, and I had to hit it to win the heat. So
nice. Oh, the water.
Oh. Yeah, I did the trick I wanted to do all heat with the gust and the kicker, and then I won the heat. So I'm happy with my performance.
It looked pretty insane out there. Well done. Well done.
You know, we're actually seeing Jamie grow up in front of our eyes. 2 years ago, he couldn't have done an interview like he wouldn't have smiled. But as I said at the start, I said, I think the wind's dropped down a little bit. We couldn't feel it, but he just said then, you know, it got a little bit light. I wonder if we're going to see, are we going to see 10-metre kites? I mean, by the way, as I said, back in when they had Maui Kite Fest, when Jeremy beat Heo Maui Kite Fest, and that was a fly-to event, they did not give a ticket to the King of the Air because it wasn't windy enough. Are we seeing the same situation here?
No.
They're going to give it no matter what.
They're going to give it. And also, it's early in the day. Yeah, it's not like nuclear winds yet, but you've still got super tricky conditions and awesome riding so far, so I think it's completely warranted. And also, Cold Hawaii is the big one.
Yeah, it is the third major, yeah.
It's not as mad wind yet as we have seen in years previous, but that doesn't mean it's, you know, it's still got that heritage, it's still got that name. They really want to win this. People take this event super seriously. We're in this heat. That's Texier, I think. Yeah.
Young French guy come in last minute for one of the injuries. Again, a super talented rider. Was telling me last night he still wants to do freestyle. I think that's...
he's in the wrong event.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to do freestyle as well as big air. I think that there's a short life in that. You have to choose. If you want to be the best, in one, you've got to sort of dedicate yourself. Look at the boys at the top; they're all dedicated to it. So, but he's riding both at the moment. Still a young guy, but let's see how he goes later on in his career. But super talented. I still think freestyle is a great base. If you have a good freestyle base, I think it makes a big difference.
For sure.
Nathan is just tacking out in front of us there.
Texier taxiing. Is that
Texier.
Where you were going with that?
I got a bit confused.
There's
there.
Andrea. Look at him smiling.
Look at him. Get out of my way. It's in the King of the Air cap.
So Andrea, either he left his helmet outside his accommodation all night.
Got to sleep with that one.
Do you think he did? Or he just popped it out there at 6 a.m. this morning when we left?
That's big from Josh.
Oh!
Huge.
So Gillett has been on fire recently. He's on a brainchild. The F1 trigger, same kite as Jamie.
I'm going to say he's the... If you had awards for most improved, that's him for me.
No, he was always quite good.
No, for sure.
The most improved goes to someone that's rubbish. So there you go. Andrea is on the Rebel D-Lab. Yeah. So completely different kite to what he won everything on. That's a 5-strut, newly released. It goes really, really high. And he's gone for it in the bigger sizes, which makes a lot of sense.
And we haven't seen one of his tricks yet. Here we go. Hope we can see it this time.
Look at his stance head. That is so that silhouette.
It's iconic. Eh?
Yeah.
Natalie Lambrick's another one, has a very distinct stance. You know, if you showed me of that Natalie's thing, I could pick it straight away.
I think I could do Jamie too with the neck.
Yeah. The little neck flick at the end.
Cocked back neck. Gillett looks like he's looking for a right foot forward there if we can stay here. Yeah, he's got Texier downwind. Hopefully he sees him.
Doobie loop.
That was, okay, we just cut away just at the wrong moment there, but did he stick it?
Well, Andrea's left foot forward, so he'll be looking for the same. So let's just keep on Andrea here as it goes left foot forward.
Right foot forward, right foot forward. Come on, come on, mate. Yep. This is why we flew to Denmark.
Mate, look at these conditions.
Yeah.
You can't even see the riders.
This sort of mad drama. Principi back in competition after he took a mess.
A hiatus, we'll call it a hiatus.
Yeah, he had a little holiday.
Was fishing, catching frogs.
Mate, you seen that thing he keeps catching? Is that the same fish?
I don't know.
There can't be loads of those.
Do you think that's got to be one of the world's most stupid fish then? To be caught so many times.
If you've got your phone in your hand right now, which you obviously do.
Look, Andrea, 19.5. That's the highest jump so far.
We must have missed it. Yeah. So the Rebel D-Lab going higher so far. Interesting.
Travelling 100 metres. I think Jamie's the only other guy to be travelling such distances. So super cool to see, that new D-Lab Rebel, doing what he wants to do. Again, only a couple scores on the board. Still a long way before the flag out.
Tell us about Surf Rap quickly. Make it quick.
Make it quick?
Yeah. Oh, it's a slow start.
Well, the Surfer app, check out the surfer.app. If you haven't checked that out, it's absolutely free to use. You can use it on your wing, kite or windsurf. You can use it on your watch. You can use it on a phone. Go and check it out. Right now, they're giving us, they're providing us, all the riders giving us their height, their distance. And it's a very, very cool little platform to use. Go check it out.
Very good. Look at this. The sun's come out for Principi and everything.
It's picking up speed there.
The current King of the Air, right foot forward.
Board off late back.
Really late loop. I wonder how that's going to score, eh? So we missed his 6.2, which was a shame because that must have been the really high one. 14.76. Has that just corrected? I think it was 19. Now it's gone back down to 14.
That's his last jump.
Oh, that's his most
Yeah,
recent?
if you see on the end there, it has his highest. At the moment, there's a new score coming through.
Okay.
So,
What? Drone.
Texia, does he land that?
That drone is really close to that kite.
Still here. Andrea's highest jump is still the 19.51 metres. Here's a kicker in front of him. Will he want this?
This guy on the screen right now is a rock star of the sport.
Gives some of the best interviews in the sport. If you haven't checked out his interviews, I'm sure you'll have, but he's a superstar, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, we were talking about his fishing before. If you've got your phone in your hand, quickly go on his Instagram right now, Andrea_Principio4, I think it's that. Anyway, go on it and have a look at the fishing madness he gets up to. He keeps catching this one massive fish.
As I said, I think that fish is stupid.
But they can't.
I mean, come on, man. How many times do you need your lips pulled off?
But there can't be loads of those, because otherwise the river would be full. It's that big. It would just be, there'd be more fish than river. Here we go.
Doobie loop from...
Doobie, additional rotation. Looked like he wanted the board off there.
See the landing there.
He got it, he got it.
Nice.
Look how much lift he's getting from that kite though. He's just floating down so slow. That was impressive. And is that the Lords of Tram helmet he's got?
I think it's the King of the Air. It's King of the Air helmet, isn't it?
Okay. No, but he had a Lords of Tram one too. I wonder if it's the Cold Hawaii one.
Wait, he has a helmet for every competition? Damn.
Why not?
Is this the helmet that got stolen?
No, that was King of the Air one.
Oh.
But we'll tell that story later on when we hit a lull. Now we haven't seen much from Gillett.
Yeah.
What's Gillett been up to? That's a really late loop. I don't think that's going to score super high, but it is really tricky conditions. Look how much space he's got to actually land there.
You can sort of see the size of the waves. Look, just Josh is just disappearing between those waves every time. I mean, all you can see is the kite here. Here comes Andrea, right for forward again. He's going to jump on the inside.
What a scene. Gillett in the background, Principi in the foreground. Josh Gillett, both of them on brand new kites.
Same designer, yeah.
One's not. No,
That's not right.
that's not right at all, mate. That's not right. So we've got Andrea Principi on the Rebel D-Lab, newly released duotone, and Josh Gillett on an unreleased Brainchild F1 trigger, soon to be released. Don't know when. Have to ask them. And we're very close to Principi here. We're inside a drone. We're inside the mind of a drone.
Well, if you get motion sickness, go put a patch on right now.
I'm feeling slightly nauseous. Here we go, Gillett.
Oh, it looks like he was going to hit the height there for a double maybe, but he obviously the kite's pretty big.
Just no good to me. He can double the 8 though. He said it's a bit frightening, but he can do it.
Really?
Yeah. Look at the white water rushing in. Come on, Texier. I got faith in this young Frenchman. I don't think he's going to get through though. I haven't got that much faith, but I do like it. I think he's good.
Lining up this kicker here.
That is a huge kicker.
Go for it. Boom. That's big.
Front roll, rodeo, kite loop. Look how much tension he's got. And that's that allowed.
I mean, I didn't see. Did he just disappear? Did he land?
Maybe he's within that. Oh, Texier's on the board.
Finally.
Good on the lad. Okay, and that's a new height from Texier as well. Good. Oh, okay, so I think I got my head around the Surfer app data on the bottom left. It's only taken me an hour and 45 minutes.
It's only taken you one full round to work it out. That the highest score is the end one.
We don't need to highlight my misgivings. Thank you. Okay.
So Texia is out. He's going to be dropped, and then Gillett and Principi will continue on for the last 3 minutes.
This is such a good opportunity for Gillett, isn't it? Up against the world's best. See how you fare. And also, in this round one, everyone's figuring out what's scoring and what isn't, too. So they'll be trying different stuff. I wonder if someone... See, that's that sort of loop is what won him lots of stuff last year, but with a double. Just super late, and he's free-falling. So he's obviously got that in his mind. I think he's just there in this 1 minute off, just finding where the sweet spot is and like where the edges are. So there he's trying to loop as late as possible whilst still making it catch.
Do you remember in King of the Air last year, he was hitting the waves at quite a different angle?
Yeah, he was going downwind to
almost downwind.
encourage the slack.
He might be able to do that same sort of technique here.
Yeah. I think the current is doing that for him here anyway.
Yeah. I mean,
that's
the biggest jump. The 19.51 is the biggest jump we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Obviously, these stats brought to you by courtesy of the Surfer app.
Indeed, and it's good to have the downwind distance as well.
Not getting the same distance as Jamie. Jamie was going over 100. Also, Steno going over 100.
No. Oh, S.
S loop from Josh. Oh, didn't.
No, he's landed that for sure. I wonder what that's going to score though. It's the first S loop we've seen of today.
I mean,
but
that looked more like a kite loop than contra loop. You know, you can see the way he was. Didn't get any sort of real pull or yank from the kite.
You see what Josh looked like he was tucking into the barrel for a second. Do you get points for that?
Of course.
Oh well, of course you do.
I mean, you can see the size of these waves out here, guys. But I mean, at times we can't even see the rider. We just see the kites flying. So.
Here we go, Principi, right foot forward.
Sorry, right foot forward, what am I saying?
You are getting the lefts and rights wrong quite a lot.
It's the TV.
And I'm enjoying highlighting. Interesting, so Gillett's on an 8, he can double that. And he's going to need it if he's going to... But is he really going to be wanting to risk it all just to put Principi in round 2?
Not in round 1.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think so.
Here we go, that's a lot. See, the best riders just find the kicker. He's on a new board as well that looks like it's got way more carbon in it. What is that board? Is that the team series?
Normally he rides the Jaime, right?
Oh yeah? Okay. But I think that's slightly different. I think that's a new one. That might be stiffer, which should make sense for him.
I think Andrea went for that sort of technical board foot there because I think he feels like he's in a good position. You know, obviously, Nathan's been dropped out. He just wanted to go for something because, you've seen on Instagram he sort of lands those for fun. But yeah, I think we're sort of seeing Andrea in a good position here, or in a good headspace, let's put it that way.
Gillett wants a double.
Oh, here we go. Back roll. Border flat back. Rodeo. Still wave. So technical, eh? so many little things. Probably didn't get the height. Didn't stick it anyway.
Gillett wants a double. That's all I'm saying. He's out there fishing. That's why he keeps... I reckon let's cut to Josh if we can. No, bad calls. No, do cut to Josh. See, I'd be so bad at that job. I'd be changing every few seconds.
Imagine the poor cameraman listening to you.
You'd be getting seizures if I was in there. It wouldn't be ideal for anyone. All right, so we've got the last minute here.
Let's see Andrea, please. Oh, there he goes.
You can see when the loop comes there, just getting that pull. And he's going like that on the way down. He's loving it.
Now that's an interesting type of back rotation. He's almost like, as Lewis said, he goes again.
It's proper Edgar Ulrich style. By the way, where is Edgar?
He's at the Fashion Week.
Is he?
I don't know. But I mean, Andrea didn't like Edgar's style. Edgar has that sort of open leg style, sort of maybe spread out like a star. That was very different, very inverted. I haven't seen Andrea do that before. And he said he's been working on stuff. So it's super cool to see he's bringing in different angles and different looks, different rotations, different access to the table, That looks like it's pretty close to the end. Still 30 seconds on the clock, but it looks like these guys are just giving up and coming in.
Gillett knows he's cooked you.
How much time to go, Josh? Come on.
Just got
20
cooked
seconds.
by Principi. Head back in.
Obviously, I think some of Andrea's scores still to drop here.
I reckon we're out. I reckon we're out of this heat already. Very good. Well, there we go. Andrea back in competition.
Good to see him.
Is he gonna win the whole thing? Yes or no?
Again,
quickly.
I'm going to say he's going to make the final. Look, we're talking about gears, Colin. He's not riding in the highest gear at the moment, is he? Looks like he's just going about his business and trying to get the job done.
Gillett looked good.
Yeah.
He wanted the double, didn't get it. He got an S. Look at that, just finding the down ramp. Yes, please. Principi.
Oh, was going to go for it then.
Yeah, but look at his kite angle. I don't think the judges will be loving that. Oh, we're going to go down to the beach now and hear from Principi himself, who stood with Nick Jacobsen.
All right, Mr. Italy, you won your heat. How did that feel?
Really good, man. Honestly, I feel really, really good because it's like my home pod, I feel like right at home and it's nothing better, When you feel at home means that, I don't know, it's going for now well, so yeah, let's keep dropping and yeah, man.
Nice. Is it as cold in Italy or do you have to get used to the cold?
Man, if it was like 10 degrees more, it wasn't that bad, like in Italy right now it's 20, here is less 5, but...
Well, we just need another 10 degrees here in Denmark, then we're good. Nice. Well done, man. Well done.
10 degrees more and we're perfect.
Perfect. Coming in later.
Andrea looking super happy there.
Andrea just giving us a little rundown of the...
Not the biggest score, 24.7. Do you think he's just going through the motions, just moving on?
Yeah, he still beat Gillett by 3 points. He's chilling.
Yeah. I think you got to, by the way, I think you've got to judge every heat as an individual heat. I don't think you can look across the board. You know, obviously, I think it was a little bit windier in the morning for those early riders. So, yeah, we're into round 2 now. Brrr, brrr.
By the way, Adrian has got a fantastic impression of Andrea. Will you be bringing it to the live stream? It's the sort of occasion that...
Maybe later.
Yeah, it's really good. You'll actually think he's in the booth. It's actually maybe better than Andrea.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. We see. I'm just chill, you know? I'm just chill out there.
So good.
I was going to swear, but you can't swear on this.
No.
Can't swear on the stream.
Are we not allowed?
Don't think so.
Okay, noted. I didn't actually realise that, but okay, I think I've been pretty good. I think I've been behaving.
I spoke to Andrea last night when we got here, and yeah, he seems in a good headspace, and he seems in, you know, like he, for a lot of people, guys, you know, he's been a lot of radio silence, hasn't been, you know, posting stuff, keeping to himself.
Yeah, he has. He's been going fishing.
Besides that.
Okay. And the pictures with the frog?
Ribbit.
I think Andrea is so popular right now that he can post pictures of frogs and it still slaps on Instagram.
Is it absence makes the heart grow fonder? I mean, sometimes you have that, right? When you don't see people, you think, oh, you start to want to see more. Here we go. First rounds of the knockout.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have to say Heel's the favourite to go through here. Again, I hope Heel starts finding his rhythm and, you know, maybe his foot's warmed up a little bit and he's got a bit more confidence in that foot. But again, he's still riding. Oh, that is the 10 metre still.
Yeah, he's still on the
largest
10.
of all the kites.
Jet, do you reckon Jet would have changed his gear? Oh, no, he can't.
He can't. He's got no gear. He can only change his underpants.
And Texier, straight back out.
Yeah, pretty fast turnaround from him. That's just why he got knocked out. He got a 3-minute reprieve, but that's pretty unfair.
Well, you know, needs must. Okay, Bradshaw, if he's going to beat Heel, notice my pronunciation there, he's going to need to do that contra boogie, right foot forward. Doobie,
like
fully inverted, late rotation. Look at that. Look how far the kite went behind him.
Yeah, nice.
Lovely.
That's the Heel we want to see. Yeah, he's going to have to really, really push here. And by the way, I was really impressed with Jet in Tarifa. I actually thought he rode super well. I'm not a big fan of the short lines in competitions. It's good to see he's a little bit more stretched out, but I think that's just an indication of the wind. I think he would like to be on short lines and get that kite really, really low. But yeah, I mean, look, I just think it's time for a short line competition. There has to be a time for a short line competition. Yeah, just everyone on shorts in wild conditions. So, yeah, but I mean, Jet's sticking it. I mean, Nathan got 2 scores on the board there.
All right, so Texier's actually not out because this is he's not out. This is one-on-one heat, so we're not sure why Texier's on the screen, but we don't mind.
Yeah,
this is early days.
Yeah, and from now on, guys, right through the semi-finals, because it is only a 2-man heat, the time drops down to 10 minutes and then back to 15 for the final. So it is basically Heel versus Jet in this.
All right, so scores are off the board whilst we figure that out. But let me tell you, Heel is leading. Well, he might be leading this heat as the winner.
Late back though, right foot forward, late back from Heel.
Yeah, that's just for impression, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, I think he's just showing the judges he's got the tricks going left, got the tricks going right. But actually, interesting.
That was quite large.
Oh, it's a butt check on that. Get some points taken off. But you know what?
Claims it anyway.
I don't. Look, this is almost a right foot forward comp now.
Yeah.
And we haven't had a right foot forward comp.
It's spicy.
It's beautiful. Is that a sushi roll? Was that a back rotation?
No, I think it was boogie, wasn't it?
Okay.
Nice try.
The sushi roll, by the way, is a very, very slow back rotation like that. Very, very popular in the States. Not so popular with the European riders, but you see sort of the Hood River guys do that sushi roll. Mike McDonald's another guy who does that sushi roll, but yeah, never really took off. I think guys here prefer either back roll, kite loop, or kite loop late back.
Basically, to go deep here, you got to get the board off almost every trick, no matter what. Essentially, especially with in the bigger sizes.
So Jets.
So let's talk about who we've actually got in this heat, which is the inventor of the double loop, Giel. You could argue that he's actually changed the sport more fundamentally than anyone in the last 10 years. Having done that double on that kite back, oh my word, he's just gone straight over the top of him. That's a nice one from Jet, but he's not sticking it. He's never sticking it. Giel proved that Alula was going to be the future, and that made everyone turn to that material for the next sort of 5 years.
Here's a kicker.
Completely changed kiteboarding. Everyone went to this new material that was lighter, stiffer.
Looks like he's got it.
Nice. He's happy with that one, absolutely.
It's almost weird to see Giel going for single loops.
You know what, I was just thinking that before. It's almost like we, in these conditions that aren't so windy, it's almost like we're taking the sport back 2 or 3 years with the moves that they're doing. We're not seeing the really high technical stuff, just primarily because we just don't get the height right. But yeah, it's super cool to see. And I think a lot of these guys probably can do most of these moves day in, day out, but these conditions are making it tricky. Here's a big kicker coming up.
It's interesting that he took that. It looked like it was going to close out on him.
Wow,
but it
man,
paid off.
That kite's so far on the back of the window when he's landing. It's so crazy. I mean, that kite is not giving you any love at all. It's just you holding on for dear life.
Yeah, 60-meter lines. Jet Bradshaw at the helm. Chaos is going to ensue. Giel has got lots of right foot forward game. I think the tension's stronger that way. He's giving someone the thumbs up.
Yeah,
might be his caddy. Is Zara here?
I didn't see
Female world champion? Zara Hugenrad? No.
His parents are here.
Okay. Doobie board off. Lovely. Look at that, finds the gap. See, that seems to be the secret sauce. But if you catch a gust and you end up 10 meters closer to the beach than you would like, it starts to get squeaky bum very, very quick. But there is there's more of a gap there. It's flatter there.
Interesting. Look at the distance he's traveling. Only 46 meters. Quite a lot shorter than Jamie we saw. I mean, even Jet's got a 71 meter distance there. Obviously, these stats being brought to you by Surfer. I don't know. He's talking to maybe his girlfriend again. Where's my lunch? Where's my lunch?
Jet Bradshaw. You've got to give it to him. Oh, see, almost looks like a reform. That was coming straight at him.
That might have been a kick. That was almost like a, yeah.
I thought that had his name on. Obviously not. So Jet Bradshaw, wow, that's super late.
Back roll board off. Well, it was a back roll late back.
It's not technical whatsoever, but it is low. And that is what the judging criteria wants.
Yeah.
It wants height and low. And look at the bottom left-hand corner. You got the surf wrap data there. Bradshaw's just gone higher than Giel on 16-meter line.
So strange.
Yeah,
so
but
strange.
I think with the kickers, you can get away with that.
Yeah.
Aaron was getting decent height earlier too. He was on the same length lines.
Isn't that crazy that Jet and Aaron on the same length lines? Yeah. I mean, Giel's got the highest jump out of these two, 15.91 of course, but not far behind Jet is.
Yeah. So see what I mean?
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy that. Interesting that Jet's not riding the Ultra as well. He's riding the Orbit Pro.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to ask him why. Did you?
No, I didn't.
No. He's just super comfortable on that though. He probably doesn't want to change like mid-season. I'm completely making that up. I have no idea, but that sounds about right.
I mean, Jet was never really a competition guy, right?
No.
He's just started doing more competitions. I mean, he's obviously done the Mega Loop a few times, but the Mega Loop is a different kettle of fish.
Let me tell you right now though, there's other riders in this fleet that are not going to let Jet be the standout short line rider here.
You think?
Yeah.
Luca, Taruti,
yeah.
Jason Van der
those,
Spey.
particularly those other two South Africans, are going to come out. If Jet starts to do well on singles, they will come out on single short lines and show who's really the king of short lines. Because those two can bring mad technicality with it.
I think those two will bring something out if they're behind in the heat.
How sick was that? Super laid out.
Oof,
no, that counts. Look away! Look away, I landed it! Shut up, I landed it.
Knees are in the water, mate. I only think those guys will go to shorts if they're behind and they need something extreme and they're going to prepare to do anything. I don't think they're going to use that as a strength. Here's another kicker coming through for Jet. Will you take it? Yeah. Nope.
A hell of a day here. Look at this sunshine. This is not normal for cold Hawaii whatsoever.
Interesting, these guys. Look at these guys. They're almost on the same tack.
Yeah.
You know, it's so they've almost got no space in this box. I don't know whether that's the current or whether this sort of section of the water, you can see there's some quite flat sections here. I don't know whether they're just riding this flat section just because it's the best place. That, you know, the word's got around that to ride the area, but they're almost riding on top of each other. We said before that I think Heel actually jumped over. I think he jumped over, I don't know who it was in his first heat. Who was he up against? I think he jumped over Lucas Grumstrump actually, which he wouldn't have been happy about.
Is Heel finished? Could Heel head back into the beach, get his dry robey on, have a banana and a Red Bull?
Yeah, I think after that one he's got this one in the bag, right? Unless Jet goes out and does a double kite loop or something like that.
He's not going to do that on a 9 though. But he could do the right foot forward contra bogey.
Yep.
He's got that, but he's just not. I don't know why he's not considering it, because apparently there's more line tension right foot forward. Who knows? Who knows? Look at Jet though out there. It's kind of like watching a puppy bound through a field, isn't it? He's out there, wind in his hair. He's just happy to be out there. All right, last dance here. The loser of this heat is going home. The winner goes through to round 3 to face the winners of round 1.
Doobie loop there.
No,
Finish.
it was Boogie.
Oh, was it Boogie?
Come on, mate, you're a commentator now. Got to be getting that right. And yes, I will be highlighting every time you get it wrong.
All good.
I will be drawing attention to it.
Laid back. Yeah, he was just having some fun. I think he knows he's got the same, you know.
Yeah.
Into round 3, I think he'll be super happy with this performance, especially considering this is the first time he's really ridden. I think he went out the other day just to a little bit tester. He said he's about 50-50, so I mean it's a good draw for him to be.
What does 50-50 mean?
50%, he said.
50% of what? 50% he'll snap his ankle again, or
no? 50% of 100%. You know, if you're 100%, you know you're fully healthy. I think he's not 100%. He's not there. Come on.
No. Okay. So does that mean he has 50% of his ability?
That's what he told me. I'm only just repeating the information.
Okay. You're just the messenger.
Just the messenger.
We mustn't shoot you. Yet. That was nice.
Yeah.
We're watching the highlights here. Not getting the height, but just whacking it round anyway. Muscling it. And Heel does take that heat. Jet Bradshaw, second place. He's heading home. That's the end of Cold Hawaii for him.
He's got a couple of fleets. I think he's in the fleet in France. He's also in the fleet for Megaloop, so we're going to see more of Jet. I mean, he's probably not going to make the King of the Air fleet, but you know, Megaloop's something that he can potentially do well in. But I like the fact that he's riding those 16s the same as Aaron, so maybe there's something in that.
You might win the qualifier in France, mate.
Absolutely.
Don't rule him out. Don't rule him out. He's a once-in-a-generation talent.
Oof.
We see as he crashes. Good on him, though. At least he's trying something different, eh? And the crowd do actually love it.
Mate.
They properly love it. Right, we're going to go down to the beach. We're going to have an interview with Nick. We're not sure who it's with, but I'm sure it'll be excellent.
I'm sure it's going to be Heel.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm here on the beach with the Flying Dutchman. How does it feel to send Jet all the way back to Cape Town from Denmark?
Not good. He's a good mate. But I was happy the wind finally picked up. It was light in the first heat, and then now at least, you know, I can have fun, go out. 10 meter was good. Could always have a bit more, but I'm happy.
Nice. I didn't see any double loops. Are we going to see that later on today, or what do you feel like?
No, I figured the 10 might be too big for that. But you're right. Maybe I should just do it, you know?
I think you should. We need to see something for this event. I mean, I think you should be one of the first guys to do a double in these conditions.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So that's perfect. I love it. Thank you.
I enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, is Big Air a 10 meter kite?
Can you really double a 10? Is that even physically possible?
Of course not. But I mean, do we really want to be seeing Big Air on 10 meter kites?
Yeah, but we thought double loops were impossible before we did it. So maybe double loops on a 10 are doable. And that Core Pace Pro is really quick.
It's just got to land it right. Doesn't have to be high.
So good that he was mugging Nick off in his own. Yeah, just give me one word answers. So good.
Max Verstappen.
Right, who have we got next? Tell me, Adrian.
Don't know.
Tell me. We don't know.
Can't see anything.
I
Here we go. Stig Hoof and I will keep it for good.
Oh, here we go.
Um,
Okay. All right, who's the favourite?
Wow, that's a very tough one. I actually think Chemo can take this if he can start, getting the scores. And look, Stig is super talented. He's like the next Nick Jacobson type thing. He's a young guy, does stunts. He was doing competition before, been out of the scene for a while. But man, you'd have to think Chemo might just have an advantage here. But again, you never know with Stig. Former podium winner. I think he got third place here back in 2020.
Yeah, he's been on the podium here before. He's been on the podium at King of the Air before, on his debut.
Yeah, I think, wow, we used to say that was the best debut I've ever, but, now the guys are winning it on debuts.
Yeah, the trap sort of ruined that.
threw that one out the door. Stig had that record for like about 11 months and, 25 days or something.
That's very specific. I'm surprised you've gone for that level of specificity. Right, we're in round 2, which means it's 10-minute heats and it's 1-on-1. It's a death match. Head to head. Chemo Verkerk is on a slingshot code NXT. Stig Hoofnagel, almost said Stoofnagel, is on the Nash Pivot Alula Envision. And I imagine they are both 9s. I don't think the buzzer's gone yet because they don't seem to be doing anything. Although Stiggy's lining one up. Mate, we're on for sure. You don't just do that in a warm-up. Late back roll, board off, added rotation. So the added rotations, they do that because it means you can fling the kite way back behind you, which slows it all down and just gives you greater control on your descent.
And is that a backhand heli loop or a front hand?
What would he have done just then? That would have been back.
Yeah, because he would have reached down with his front hand.
Yeah. So he would have left his kite.
Kicker for Chemo here. Back roll. Oh,
and
he's
he's going for the same move.
Yeah. Didn't quite get that.
This is going to be tight, I reckon, between these two. Oh my god.
Exact same scores at the time, but we jinxed it.
All right, Chemo Verkerk, tell us about him.
Mate, a young Dutch guy. Mate, a couple of years ago, he had a bit of a cancer scare, came back from that. Just a super talented kid. Does freestyle as well. Obviously moved away from freestyle to concentrate on big air, trained a lot with Jeremy. As I said, I feel he's under a little bit of pressure here with Zach Adams, the young American guy who sort of joined the team and putting pressure on that sort of hierarchy. Every team has a hierarchy. I know they don't like to talk about it, but everyone sort of has a team captain. So, yes, Chemo is just, he wants a good performance here. I think Chemo is the kind of guy who can, no. Again, what do you think? Do you think the wind's dropped a bit?
I mean, it doesn't matter if it has, you just still got to make it work.
Yeah.
And the best kiteboarder will come out on top. Sure. No matter what the conditions, I always like to say, Adrian. And tell us about Stig.
I mean, Stig is, he's one of the big names in our sport, right? I mean, this guy is turning himself into a bit of a stunt guy. We were talking about that jump at Humanis where he jumped over the rocks. He got out of competition. I don't know whether he got disillusioned with him, but when he came on the scene, it was him and Cohen were training together, and he was sort of getting the results. But we always heard that Cohen was the guy, right? Everyone said Cohen's the guy, and then Stig got that podium at Cold Hawaii and then a podium at King of the Air, and that sort of pushed him forward. But then he sort of went off the ball when it comes to competitions and concentrating on video projects. He's the main guy behind like behind the Nash House videos that they come out from Nash, which are always fun, and he's always looking to do something different. So yeah, it's good to see him in competition, but I don't know if this is his focus 100%. I think he's more into video projects and doing cool stuff with the sport, which is totally viable as well.
Yeah, popular Dutch rider. Both of these Dutch actually is an all Dutch affair.
Dutch making most of the field up here are Dutch riders.
Just the Dutch oven out there at the moment.
Dutch oven.
That's why they pay me the big bucks. So that's a lovely forming kicker. He's taken it. But you're right, seriously lacking height.
Yeah.
But adapting really well there. See, that's what that code does really well. The second lift, it goes so far behind you so quickly, it can just keep you up, so you can get away with much lower loops.
I mean, we can look at the scores coming here from Surfer. I mean, it seems like a long time ago we saw those 19-meter jumps. We're down around the 7 to 9 meters. So, I'm thinking that we might even have maybe the competition put on hold here. I'm jumping the gun here. I don't know, but I think that if wind continues to drop, they might just wait a little bit, because this is not really what we want to see, right?
Yeah, if it drops any more, they will. But we're in the middle of a live heat. They've just got to make it work. And honestly, I really believe that we should have a range of competitions across the year in really strong and lighter conditions too. Then you get a better sense of who actually is the best kiteboarder.
Yeah.
It's not about perfect condition riding, is it? It's who can do it in the mayhem.
Yeah, and we sort of got to a stage in kiteboarding, Colin, where every single rider was just getting out of control. A little bit of a release there. And wanting to ride at 50, 60 knots, and then being upset when you go to competitions and not getting the wind. And let's be honest, I mean, the King of the Air, the premier event, has never always been super windy. Actually, it's probably been some of the lightest conditions we have if you took a sort of average across all the competitions. Tarifa and Baccarat's generally been the strongest. So I think you're right. I think
here the strongest.
Oh yeah,
traditionally.
I mean, 2021 when Liam won was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I remember hearing a story how Kevin didn't even want to pull a loop. And Liam telling me he was scared that his kites might break. So, but I mean, in general, you have to be able to do it in all conditions. And I think this is probably what we're seeing here, guys who are so used to training in all these high-end conditions, maybe a little bit struggling in the lighter winds.
That is a good effort, making that work in these conditions.
Scores on the board, yeah.
Yeah, back roll board off added, just getting it done.
I mean,
Stig unhooked there. Unhooked super early. So that's one he's been working on.
Yep.
A late back roll, and then he unhooked shortly after. I don't believe he's unhooked the whole time. I think it's after.
Yeah.
And then he effectively S-bends his way back down to ground. So he must have to ride with a lot of trim to accommodate that, which is going to take out his height. So let's have a look at his D-power strap and see what he's doing next time if he goes for that again, which I think is a smart move in these conditions. Chemo's got passes though. I think he should be looking to fling a few of those in.
Chemo's looking good here though. He's got the scores.
Yeah. Who's that out there in the background on the Evo? That could be
back roll board off late back.
No.
Not liking it. Wow. Again, that's just lack of height, right? I mean, look at these heights coming through. 10 meters, 12.33 from Stig. So, it's they're just not getting that height at the moment.
Tell us about Surfer app.
Mate, the Surfer app. The surfer.app, which is the website. Go check it out. It's absolutely free to use. You can use it on your kite, your wing, your surfer, your windsurfer if you're that way inclined. You can use it on your watch. Easiest way is to actually use it on your phone. Surfer have got, you can just get a waterproof pouch, put it in wetsuit mode, chuck it inside your wetsuit. You can record your sessions, record your height, all the distance traveled. Go check it out at thesurfer.app.
That was quite nice from Stig, just making it happen there. And that will give him that third score, because he's got a gap for that third one.
Board off kite loop from the fin. That's a big one. Oh, is he going to stick it? He got yanked out big time. That second lift just gave him a big pull.
Yeah, so maybe the wind's starting to fill back in again. That's 12.23 from the Surfer app, which is pretty clutch data to have actually, because otherwise it is two blokes sitting in a white caravan going, that looked high. I mean, we're good at that, don't get me wrong, but it's good to know the exact height.
Oh, yeah, I can just hear Lewis talking about the wind has slightly changed angle here. That's a... Oh, there he goes, there he goes.
So early.
Nice.
And he comes in so hot. That's going to score well. I think it should.
So that's a board off late back, unhooked, and then multiple rotations.
Yeah. And then he just S-bends it all the way down.
I like that. I wonder how the judges will score that.
It is going to be difficult to put anything on that. Look at that, just tacking in front of him. I love that.
Old classic short tack.
I love it. Sorry, mate. I'm just going to come through here.
I need it.
I need this more than you. Goodbye. I wonder if Chemo's going to... Oh, look. Wetsuit rolling up. That's the last thing you need.
Oh, I think the wind's picked up. You just see him skipping on the surface there.
Look at the size of the kickers now. Yeah, look, it's shifted way around. Look how high they're pointing now, left foot forward.
It's almost like more of a traditional angle that we're used to, right?
Yeah, totally.
I might after this heat might just stick my head outside and just have a quick look at that wind.
Go on.
I'll go now, 26 to go.
Bet you won't. No, he is going to be fair. I'll turn his mic off so we don't have to hear all that. Mate, Stig just riding clutch. There's also a bit of rain. Adrian's just opened the door of the booth. Bit of rain. This is on the buzzer. Nah, he's not getting that. He's not getting that. So I reckon Hoofnagel might be just sneaking this through as... Okay, it's raining quite hard by the looks of it. I'm so glad it wasn't me that went out to have a look if it's windy or not. All right. Mad heat, 1-on-1. This is why we do it. Death match, knockout heat. 2 Dutchmen head to head. And I think Stig did enough there. Really slow start to the heat. I actually think Kimo probably dominated that super light wind period. And that's what that kite's good at, that exact thing that happened there, just keeping you up in the air, just that fraction longer so you can slow down enough to get the landing. But then Stig bringing the innovation when he needed it. All right, we're going to cut away here.
What you're looking at is a world-class destination for big air kiteboarding. This area on the northwestern part of the Danish coastline, also known as Cold Hawaii, is renowned for its powerful and consistent winds, perfect for pushing the limits of height and hang time. With prevailing winds from the southwest to west-northwest, this spot regularly sees wind speeds averaging over 30 knots, with gusts reaching up to 48.6 knots. These are the exact conditions we need to give the green light for the event. The competition zone is positioned to fully capture these strong winds, providing the ultimate platform for athletes. This place isn't just an athlete's dream. It's also perfect for spectators. The wide open beachfront and elevated vantage points offer clear, up-close views of the action, giving fans the chance to witness every thrilling moment.
Okay guys, I just put my head outside there to check out the wind. It has slightly veered a little bit more to the west. It's still coming straight on shore. It's not super windy. I think sort of 25 to 30. So yeah, it is not the windiest condition. Obviously you can see the guys like here riding 10 meter kites. But yeah, it is a little bit of rain blowing as well. I just went outside there and it's raining and coming slightly more west. So it's still sort of northwest, but sort of drifting down, but still pretty much onshore. There's no protection from the pier, as you can see where the guys are. But yeah, these guys are making it work.
All right, here we go then with this next knockout. Jason Vandersmythe from South Africa.
What did you think the wind out there? 25 to 30?
Here he goes.
Yeah.
What was your question? I've only just sat down.
What did you think the wind was out there? About 25 to 30?
Yeah, exactly 23.4 in the gusts.
Wow, in the gusts, wow.
Yeah,
So
I just felt it on my face.
So it is really, really down. I was just saying to the guys out there, it has feel like it's swinged a little bit more to the west from the north, but still not getting really protection from the sort of iconic pier here at Vorupør here.
So that was sarcasm from me if you're just tuning in. I don't know exactly what wind strength it is, but yeah, I think the wind's going to be up and down today, right? We're going to see some strong winds, we can see some later. But within the heat, it's up to the riders to make the most of it. And I actually think some lighter conditions makes it almost more interesting, to be honest.
I mean, it's definitely simplified the moves. You know, these guys. I think the key thing here is to get basic moves on the board, get them in early, sort of, and then start pushing it a little bit. I think. There's Nathan unhooking. A little bit of a dangle pass there. Puts the kite down. I think we're going to see a little bit more unhooking now.
He needs to climb that leash and get up that quickly.
Yeah. That wave is just going to have that kite for breakfast.
Jason
As Lewis is saying, oh my days, it's a devastator.
I think
this heat to continue as Nathan.
He needs a quick gust. Go on, reverse launch. Come on, Nathan.
By the way, that's a super tough. He's a little bit of a wind shadow there as well as he gets closer in. That's probably right outside our...
Are we going to see Jason unhook? He's got loads of deeper. Oh no, he's got an inch or two. Yeah, I reckon he might. Jason's got a really strong freestyle background too.
Why do they depower a little bit, Colin, before they unhook on these type of kites?
Because you just don't want any stalling action whilst you're trying to pass the bar.
Does that just give you a little bit more slack as well?
No, but it's just to avoid stallage.
Backstall.
Yeah.
I used to see Mark do that back in the day, and Liam, as they'd ride in, they'd pull that depower strap in as they unhook. So,
but when you do unhook, you're putting way more pressure through the kite, which is inherently it makes it stallier anyway. But if it does stall, it's a disaster because you can't ride with any, but you can't ride out of it. So you're just preventing a mare.
I mean, look at that kite loop. I mean, that might be 3 or 4 meters. That might be the smallest kite loop ever seen in a Red Bull event.
That, yeah. But I reckon right foot forward's the way. I've been hearing, but maybe Nathan isn't a right foot forward geezer.
I don't know. We will see. But he is riding with a lot of depower, so maybe he's going to start unhooking.
Yeah. And what size is Jason on? That'll be a 9 or a 10.
I think for sure 9 now.
But he's got all the unhook moves if he wants them. Here we go. Texier's up. Oh, he's made it. Very nice.
There's a boogie loop out the back there from Jason. I mean, you can almost see these guys pumping the board, just trying to get pressure in that line.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is getting pretty light.
This is kind of just survival now. I think.
There we go. Boom.
Yeah.
There we go.
Kung Fu, multi-rotations.
Yeah. That's going to be a decent score, yeah.
But that is, he can do those all day long. So if he just needs to do a couple of them, he's already got a boogie left foot forward too.
You just noticed there, he went straight back on the power. We just talked about that power strap. So as soon as he landed, he pulled that power strap back all the way back out. Just get power back and that kite get back out into the line.
So Nathan Texier is an exciting rider. If you go on his Instagram, which you should know, you should follow him.
He's got some sick doubles.
Yeah, unbelievable doubles and S's. Mostly from Barcarez, which I think he must be a local to, or is he more here? I'm actually not sure.
I think he's just up the coast from Barcarez a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, speaking to him, but you know, Barcarez is a place he can get to fairly easy. But yeah, we're in an interesting position in this comp at the moment with the way it's looking. Here we go, unhooks again, off the kicker this time. Nope, doesn't. I mean, what do you think here, Colin? What do you think these judges are thinking?
They're going to make the most of it, aren't they? And look, Jason's managing to get height. He's managing to do
back.
Yeah,
that's a good score.
The best riders can. Yeah. They always make it work.
I think in these conditions you got to be patient. You got to be patient. You got to look for it. And I think these young guys, they probably get sort of flustered into making decisions. So I think it's good that these guys can be a bit patient here. It's only 10 minutes, but there's only 2 of them. Back roll.
Takes it decent height.
Back roll laid back from Nathan, nothing too crazy there.
Let's talk about the kites who are on. So Nathan's on the D-Lab Evo there. That's the kite that won absolutely everything last year. Have you ever flown it?
Yes, I have, yeah.
It's pretty magic. It feels completely different to anything else. And it unlocked a new level of riding in Andrea too. That thing and him just gelled so well. That's a much bigger one. I think that's got to be the 9, that he's on. But they're really good low end too because of how light they are.
The D-Lab Evo we sort of associated really with the smaller sizes, right? It was never something I actually rode in Egypt, a 12-meter D-Lab, and I felt that really heavy on the front lines. Not a kite I would ride in the 12-meter size, to put it that way. I felt like quite heavy bar pressure on that 12.
It's very different to anything else if you're not used to it as well.
By the way, that wasn't my kite, so it could have been set up for the owners. I mean, I don't want to, don't take my sort of words on that. But
no one will. don't worry. Jason Van der Spy is on an air rush lift. I think it's a 9. and that's an Alula kite also, so it's got that stiff frame to it, and that's a model that Jason works on himself, so he will have tailored that to what he wants, whereas Texier is riding a kite that Andreas had his hands all over. That was epic.
Yeah, beautiful.
I wonder if this could cause a bit of trouble for Jason up the top, because that's going to replace his top score for sure. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so the gap actually isn't huge now.
It's down to 1.7.
So can Texier do it? He's got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes to find one solid move, because I think we've probably seen the best of Jason so far, unless it all the hound hit has picked up.
Look at the change of the wind angle. Look at the way they're tacking straight out now. There we go.
Squall's
Huge.
come in.
Massive.
Big squall. If he can stick this.
Come on, buddy.
Oh my word, he literally
wave.
the very top.
But I mean, you can actually hear. I think you can hear the rain now blowing. But yeah, look at the angle that they're riding. He was almost riding straight out now. Before those guys are riding across the picture, they're almost riding straight towards us now. So there's definitely been a wind change. A lot. I think you're right. It's a big rain squall coming through.
Look at that. He's got his hand up because he can barely see as it's hammering the side of his face. This is what Cold Hawaii is about.
Yep.
This is the crazy conditions that this place is famous for. A small fishing village that just gets absolutely pounded.
Is that the rain we can hear on the roof?
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely pissing down. Back
There we go,
roll.
Jason again.
Board off, late back, rotation. Whoa, that's it. Come on, brother.
Off the fin, and then he
Nice.
catches it with the handle.
And then pops just over a breaking wave. I mean, that's awesome.
This is actually crazy weather now. Oh my word, it was like glassing off completely sunny before.
Mate, it was sunny too. It was sunny at the start of this heat. Guys are putting sunscreen on.
You needed your Maui gyms.
Isn't it amazing just how the energy changed instantly from it being a bit flat? You and I thinking, wow, look at those conditions now.
Oh my goodness. Can he even see the beach? How good is it to be a commentator, by
Brilliant.
the way? It is.
Back roll. Another back roll.
I don't know if I can really go back to being a videographer after this.
How's it out there, boys?
I've tasted the high life.
Hey, Nick, how's it going on the beach?
Jason van der Spy clapping up the cloud. He's loving it. He will be actually feasting upon this, because I think he would have seen that big move from Nathan and thought, oh, okay, I need to put some distance here.
I wonder, I mean, these guys must be hanging on. Here's a kicker in front of them. Well, actually looks like the rain's sort of flattened the sea out a little bit as well, you know? Wow. Crazy conditions.
And that is Hadlow out the back, getting ready for his next heat. I wonder if this will blow through and take the wind with it, or whether this wind will remain. And it will just continue to come in squalls in front. But how exciting is that? To know every 20 minutes it's going to boom.
I mean, how does that affect your kite selection? What do you take? Do you go out there underpowered and think, man, when the score comes through, I'm going to be on the right kite, or do you just hang on for dear life and throw down? I think you have to hang on for dear life. I think you have to show why you deserve to win the heat, and that's riding super overpowered. And I think that's what these guys want to do. There you go, unhook it again.
Whoa! He's fishing poled.
Yeah, I mean dude, was that 3 meters?
That's not what that move's about, though. I think that's an overall impression play. All right, last 5 seconds here. Texier on the buzzer. Nice to do a number on the buzzer. Must have learned that from his teammate Liam. All right, there we go.
Jason probably won that one.
That was a roller coaster of a heat.
Oof, even for me.
All right, highlight reel, and then we'll be back with you, and I hope we can bring you an interview from one of them that was out there.
Yeah, I want to hear about that rain. Maybe Nick can even tell us.
Thank you for showcasing some of the disciplines of kiteboarding. What has to be described as one of the most ridiculous heats of weather I have seen in centuries. Meanwhile, Aaron Hadlow, comfortably on the water, in position for his heat. The 5-time world champion is out there, representing the United Kingdom. We don't have anybody else representing the United Kingdom much in big air.
All right, there we are. Jason van der Spy's through with considerable margin, adapted well to the conditions, and we're going to hear from Nick in just a second. Has he got Jason down there?
Let's go find out.
All right, I'm here on the beach with Cape Town local. How did that feel? You had a bit of sun, a bit of rain, a bit of everything.
I think we had all the conditions within 10 minutes. From rain to the wind coming over the pier to onshore to everything, 10 knots, 30 knot gusts. It was really fun. Really, really fun.
Nice. Well, it looked like you had a good time out there. So, are you in the semifinals now, or how's that looking?
No, I'm up against Luca in round 3 now, I believe. So 2 South Africans in round 3. So it's going to be sick, good action. Hopefully we get 40 knots consistent, so it can be proper big.
Nice. Thank you. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Jason Vanderspey there. Pleased to be through, but that heat against Luca, if we look forward there, first heat of round 3.
Mate versus mate.
Yeah, that is dutty.
Is that a battle for who's the #1 South African? Could be. You can throw Josh in that mix as well, but you got to think, you know, traditionally these two are the top 2 South African guys, so that's going to be super interesting. Very similar riding styles, I think, those guys. Obviously, Luca doesn't have the unhook game. If we see up and down, Jason might just tap into that just a little bit more. I mean, you can see the wind on the screen there. No, sorry, you can see the rain on the screen.
You can see the wind as well, mate.
Yep.
All right, so we got 2 brainchild kites here.
Yep.
Hadlow against Gillett. I'm backing Hadlow.
Harlem versus F1. I'm going to go with Josh.
No, Aaron's got this for sure. God save the king.
I mean, this is a changing of the guard, really. You know, you got the young guys versus the old guys. I mean,
not. I think
every single time we're going to see this.
The guard's not going to change. He's just going to take it.
The King's Guard.
Yeah.
Let's see. Actually, look at those flags, guys. You could actually see those flags have swung quite a bit round, so they actually are now coming over the pier before the wind was blowing directly down that pier, and a little bit even more from the north. So the wind has slightly changed.
Yeah.
We need to get someone and clean that glass out while we're off.
All right, here we go. 5-time world champion Aaron Hadlow against Josh Gillett. Josh has actually beaten Aaron before, way back in the day. Big Air Kite League, 2020.
Yeah. Well, look, I tell you what. If you
fantastic knowledge.
If you beat Aaron, look at Baby Shark. It opens up a whole new world, you know. Something about beating Aaron. People take notice. So, you know, there's a lot on the line here for Josh. I mean, I know that Josh is in that sort of top echelon now, but he has to be consistently there. And taking Aaron out, especially in round 2 of an event like this, that's going to be a big scalp.
It'd be rude.
It would be rude.
Be rude. Okay, Josh Gillett. He's a kicker fan, a Cape Townian. He's a left foot forward type of chap.
Going downwind, trying to find that a little bit there.
There's a lot of rain. So rain, by the way, I don't know why I'm having to tell you this. I'm treating the audience like they're morons. But the rain will make the kite wet. And I'm sorry I've just had to say that. But that does take performance out of the kite too. Adds a lot of weight. And it mucks with the wind as well.
Especially on these kites that are very, very focused on their welded technology. You know, a little bit lighter in weight, so it's going to be interesting to see how the rain affects these kites. I mean, at the moment, it's hard to know with the wind. Like Jason said in that last interview, we had in that 10 minutes we had everything. So whether these guys are going to get the same conditions, who knows? But I think you just have to go out there and take the opportunities when they arise. And yeah, let's see. I mean, look at these scores: 3.7, 1.6. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
That doesn't look like 16-meter lines to me.
I think he's gone back. No, yeah, you're right.
He's gone back long.
He's gone back to longer lines. I think it's 20.
There'll be 24s and 22s.
Boogie board off there from Aaron.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's gone back to longs. And he was saying to us on the beach today that he's got both setups there. And I think it'd be crazy to go out short lines on in this sort of wind.
So he's made a smart move there. Gillett out of the back. Gillett's on an 8.
Still on the 8.
Yeah. I would have thought he would have been on a bigger one, but they're in the prototype stage. Maybe there's not a bigger kite available for him. That's another thing to consider.
And by the way, let's consider this. Don't necessarily read if it's an 8. I mean, it could be printed 8, could be something else.
Yeah, that's a good point. We've seen that more and more as the big air discipline is hotted up.
Trying to trick drudges, trying to trick competitors, trying to maybe get in the heads of other people by taking these sizes. So, yeah, don't always read into the sizes. Look, I'm talking about the very, very high.
Whoa,
that's big.
He's got a gust. Big. Lovely.
That's big.
That is huge.
Boom, he's got it.
With a contra loop. He's loving it. God save the king. Mate, do you know what that was?
That's big too.
Oh. Like, how easy was that? How easy was that?
I love the fact that these guys be coming down and they're just like going backwards. Actually, you know who reminded me back in the day was Stuart Downey used to ride about like that way back in the day, that really smooth style, and these guys have got that style.
I can't believe you're just throwing it back that far, but okay.
Go check him out.
Look at this. Up close and personal with the GOAT. That is the greatest of all time there, folks. 5-time world champion, 2-time king of the air. What more do you want from him? What more do you want?
I want another title. A swan song title.
Swan, yeah, man.
Hey, Kelly Slater won at 50.
Oh!
Nice,
Boogie board off.
Aaron.
Oh!
Hey!
England!
Oh, no! Shit's not gonna
England!
score.
England! No! England! Good on the bloke. Do you know what that was, Adrian?
Is he going to stick this? Yes, nice, Josh.
That was a fistful of the British Bulldog fighting spirit.
Mate, it won't score. That was a 0.
That was
0.
They looked away. I think they went to watch Josh.
I think if you sync up, if the ball goes underwater, I remember we had this conversation about Cohen's trick at the last kick. Once the board sinks, you have to ride away. Actually, the official term from the judges is once you ride away and then you return to your edge, then our trick is over. So if you ride out on your edge and you hit a wave and you crash, it's still a landed trick. But that
really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So once you're on the edge, you're good to go.
What you were saying earlier about 8s not necessarily being 8s, that looks like an 8 to me.
Yeah, I'm just saying in general.
Yeah. Okay.
Just saying in general. You don't always read the numbers of the kite as gospel.
10.24 meters from Hadlow.
So the wind has picked up again because before the last round they were just again. Josh Gillett's surface score's not coming through there. That's interesting.
Oh, probably not wearing a watch.
Not wearing a watch, maybe.
Not organised enough to get the old watch on the wrist, I would say. Or are they using phones today?
No, they're using the watches for sure.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the phone is something you can. Oh, that's a caner.
No, I think that counts. He landed that, surely.
That you can use the surfer in wetsuit mode with a watch and a waterproof pouch. You can just slip it inside your chest there. That's a viable. We just missed that trick again.
Yeah, but that wasn't the cameraman's fault. That was there was a pole.
Yeah.
Blame that one on the pole. I'm sure it was an excellent move.
Josh
Gillett slowed his hair down. That's when he means business.
Yeah.
Look at that. He's serious.
I mean, Aaron's actually doing a little bit of a number here. Is this experience?
I think it's a GOAT masterclass.
I mean, is this just time on the water? Is this just years and years of competition coming, that he's calling on here?
I think this is actually is this one of Aaron Hadlow's clinics he's giving?
The Aaron Hadlow and what is it?
The Hadlow Experience.
I think it's the Len 10 Experience, but Hadlow normally coaches on that.
Look, Hadlow out in front. This is good to see.
Yeah.
It's good to see.
I mean, Josh's caddies need to get under and say, dude, you just need to get another score on the board here, Josh.
If I had gone to private school and I knew the British National Anthem, I'd be singing it right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Have you? You don't know it?
No.
That's pretty pathetic.
What? Look at this. Aaron Hadlow out front. Less than 4 minutes to go. Doing the trick really close by just to make sure he knows. Look how early it caught him. Just floating down.
Whoa.
Too easy. Too easy.
Yeah, it was almost like a little hover above the water as he came down there.
You love it. You absolutely love it. But Gillett is going to reply, let's be honest. And
back.
Gillett is loving that new kite from F1.
Oof.
He's not happy.
Yeah, he's frustrated. Again, he needs to go out, get a third trick, and just take his time and get some more scores on the board because. I think this is a good example. Well, here comes the rain again. When he was riding when he was riding Gran Canaria,
Doobie, plenty of float, right foot forwards.
That's the one he wants.
Yeah, I think that'll work really well. So he's actually reading the wind there super well because he took off in a weird position, middle of the box. Wouldn't have been planning it, but he felt it coming. He just took it.
Was that right foot forward as well? Eh?
Yeah.
Interesting. So I wonder if that's still paying. Right foot forward.
But that is something that's different with all riders, whether they ride the wind or ride the kickers. And there he rode the wind.
Yeah.
Ideally, they both line up, obviously, but
I think you have to take wind every time, right?
Yeah.
Kickers is your cherry on top.
Yeah.
Oh, that's another big one from Aaron.
But particularly, that was sick. That was sick.
Mate, he's turning back the years.
Mate, of course. God save the king. Britannia rules the waves. Can't think of any others, but I'm sure there are more.
Yeah. The banking system. The insurance system.
Cold White's the courts.
Back roll.
Democracy itself.
Oh, nice, Josh. Come on, Josh.
Cold White's
nice,
coming home.
Josh.
No,
That's
Josh.
a big score. That's going to be a huge score.
That is going to be a biggie. So far downwind as well. Look at the rocks are right there. That must be right on the outside of the box.
Yeah. Those aren't tortoises, those are rocks. It's not Hawaii.
Mate, this is going to go down to the wire.
Holy moly, Josh has taken the lead.
Oh!
1:45 to go. I tell you what, this is the time you need to think about variety. Josh has been going left foot forward as well and right foot forward, so it's going to be some pressure on here.
What you need right now is the British Bulldog fighting spirit, which Aaron has got buckets of. We don't know what that was, but we know it must have been good.
We can always tell, guys. It's we can't see a lot of stuff going on, but we can hear Lewis yelling. If Lewis is yelling, it's something big. Interesting here, the boys crossing in front of each other. Is Josh going to keep right foot forward and go for that again, or is he going to tack back out and try and use the kicker this time? I think right foot forward is a flat water takeoff, left foot is kickers, right? So you can almost think about it like that.
Yeah.
Here he goes again.
Little bump. That's not going to do it.
I think he'd be kind of happy with that though. Oh, he didn't stick it.
Josh is super vocal.
Yeah.
You can see in there he's really expressive on the water, which is nice to see.
See his face, eh?
Yeah. Whereas Aaron is just a stone cold killer. You don't know what he's thinking.
Stoic is the word.
Yeah.
Stoic is the word.
He practices stoicism.
Stoicism, you reckon?
All right. Last 35 seconds.
Parker Sage going up for his.
Is there going to be an opportunity to make a difference here? Can Aaron Hadlow squeak it? Let's cut to Aaron. Yes. That is that's great height, floating down, loads of time. You could see he was
thinking of going.
Shall I go blind?
Yeah,
Shall I go blind?
Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
And he just chose a knot there. I wonder if that's gonna.
10 seconds to go. Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. But I think Aaron will do well on variety. Yeah. So this is gonna come right down to it. Okay, that was a hell of a heat. On the buzzer.
No, I don't think he got it. This reminds me a lot. This reminds me a little bit of King of the Air last year. You know when Aaron went out against the French rider Artigabert, and you said, "Hey, let's go watch Aaron. This could be the last time we see him in King of the Air." And he turned it on, and I think we're seeing that again today. He's just turned it on. I'm not saying he's won it, but man, he put on a show, a hell of a show.
This is going to be really tight in the judging, I would imagine. Look at how it started. Again, just a crazy amount of weather in one heat. Gillett did well there, because that was not a clean heat from him either. It was super scrappy, but he just pulled it all together when he needed it. There was no wind at the start.
That boogie board off, I felt like he used that boogie board off quite a bit. Again, maybe he was doing some with contras, some with normal loops, but... Oosh. Yeah, let's see. What do you think?
I think Aaron squeaked it. I think he's going to get it on variety.
Well, we're soon going to find out.
Any second.
I wonder if we're going to get an interview from him on the beach. I think we should be hearing any minute.
Sure.
I love that. Do you see that? It's so beautiful.
I mean, Gillett's a mad talent, isn't he?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was a
So
talent
young.
a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's not that young now. When he first burst on the scene at 15, I think he almost beat Stephen Ackersdyke back in the day. Almost made that final. So, yeah, he's been around for some time, and a guy who wasn't really super focused on competitions. Again, everyone spoke about, oh, Josh, he's an unbelievable rider, but never did the comps. So it's great to see him. It's great to see him with a good kite and a bit of sort of, excitement about doing these events, and with a good brand as well with F1 and what they're doing. It's all sort of matching together for Josh.
Gillett's got it.
Wow.
That's the first major upset. I'm upset.
Wow, it's close. 1.3 only.
Whoa.
And you're right. Aaron got him on. Aaron had him on variety. I can hear people yelling outside. I think it must be South Africans.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 0.13 difference, and Aaron Hadlow is out of cold Hawaii. Yep. Let's go down to the beach. Let's hear from Nick.
All right, Josh Gillett. 10 seconds ago, you looked a bit stressed out, but then you heard the result. What went through your system?
A lot of emotion, to be honest. I really didn't think that I was making it through. I had a really hard heat, went into the heat with my lines inverted, and then had to fix that and got on the water late, and then, yeah, man, Flip just gave it my all, and luckily landed a few good ones, but yeah.
I saw you had a bunch of crashes in the beginning. What went wrong?
Just bad takeoff, and yeah, just a bit too much stress, and I wasn't thinking enough. So yeah, that's what I'm going to improve for the next heat now, is really make sure I go in fully prepared and make sure I'm 100% ready.
On to the next one. Congrats, my friend. Nice one.
Supported by his friend there, Jason. I mean, these South African boys are great supporters of each other. I think this might be Mark. Is that Big Marky J versus Parker, is it? Oh, there we called it. Marky J versus Parker. Again, Parker, not a great start. He'll need something big here. But I kind of feel like this is the kind of heat that Mark will really enjoy.
Yeah.
Put pressure on the young fella. He can ride. We can see Mark working inside and outside. Oh, that's where we actually started here.
So Mark, absolutely brutal, already 2 scores on the board. He's just racing to get 3, eh?
I mean, I like. Well, here comes the rain again. Here comes the squall. But there's something about Mark when he's pedaled down. Mark, when Mark's on that, I've got to go. There's something about that I like. And you know what? We were saying the other day, if Parker can get another good performance here, but I was speaking to him last night, super nervous. He could feel the difference from the competitions he'd ridden. So this is going to be a good experience for him.
Paint the picture last night. I wasn't there at the riders' briefing.
Very, very tense situation. A lot of guys you could really feel like it was a special occasion. It reminded me a little bit of the sort of King of the Air riders meeting. You go to other riders meeting, these people laughing, having fun, giving each other high fives. This was everyone sitting down. The Red Bull guys were talking. It was very, very quiet. No one was asking questions. Everyone could sort of feel this sort of tension and what was going to happen today. So obviously we haven't had the win we really liked, but yeah, I think that type. There goes Mark again on the side, and that's the kind of crashes I think Mark likes to jump for, But yeah, Parker said to me he's super nervous, so yeah, I think that he just needs to get the scores on the board.
Yeah, which I think he would have had some time off the water. I think he would have collected himself, come back in.
Looks like Mark maybe got a bit winded there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. It was straight on his back. This is going to be a really interesting heat. 2 completely different riders and experience level. In gear as well. Mark on a 5-strut Alula.
Straight back into it. Little tap that.
Mark just going for pure volume, eh?
Yeah.
Right in front of Parker too. Mark is doing that downwind on purpose.
You think?
Yeah, no doubt.
Just say, hey, look.
That's how he won King of the Air too. Just announcing to everyone.
Yep.
He did 16. When Mark won King of the Air, he did 16 moves in the final.
Yeah,
16 trick attempts.
I think most people don't do 16 good tricks in a session.
Landed 14 of them.
Yeah, those were the only 2 crashes. I think he had a crash in round 1, and then he never crashed anything from round 3, semi-finals, and I think in the final he had a couple of crashes. But he was leading so much from sort of Kevin and Stig in that final. Was sort of he was having a field day, right? And you could sort of see that when he come off the water and sort of did the big sort of beach jump at the end. Yeah. But you know what my favourite part of that win was? When Alex Vliega and that decided, we'll put Mark up, and they realised, mate, this dude weighs 100 kilos. They look like little children trying to lift up him. So, yeah, that made me laugh.
It's a real different approach to competition, though, between the young Italians and the likes of Mark and those older boys. Because the young Italians, the Trap and Jamie, all talk about how it's just a competition against themselves. Baby Shark says the same thing, right? Who's actually not in this fleet, but he was on the list. They all think that it's just them against them out there, and they're just showing what they can do. Whereas someone like Mark, and I'm sure someone like Aaron, and definitely Liam Whaley, look at it as, one, you're showing the judges where you can beat, where you are stronger than the opposition, but 2, you've got loads of opportunities to get in your opponent's head, especially when it's 1-on-1.
Yeah, do you think that's a generational tactic where these young guys like the Trap and Jamie just go out there and do their thing and just expect the scores to come through, versus guys who are a little bit more technical in the way they rode the competitions and look at the rules more? Because I feel like these young guys, they just, like even last night when the riders meeting on, Andre's at the back, and I said, are you listening to this? He's like, yeah, I'm listening. And he wasn't listening. He's just sitting there just looking on his phone and so forth. So it's interesting that maybe that's the changing of the times and doing things different. Because I do. By the way, I like the fact that those sorry, we just missed Mark's trick there. I like the fact that those guys are just going out to do their stuff, and with the attitude like, hey, whatever score I get is okay for me.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of cool. Where Liam, who's a master tactician, right? We've seen him use that so many times, and Mark as well. That's nice from Parker. Oh, he'll be disappointed with that.
So he can land that all day, every day. I think the competitions and maybe the occasion is catching up with him.
Sure.
What do you think?
I also think that we're in a little bit of a sort of lull in the wind.
Yeah, look at it. Look at the water state. It's almost gone milky in places.
You can see there's a beautiful rainbow at the back there. That's a good sign.
That is love. Oh.
The pot of gold at the end of that. Get out there, Mark, and pick that up. You can pay for dinner next week. But, I mean, Parker getting the height there, but, I mean, obviously, no point in getting height if you can't land. I wonder if we see Mark unhook.
Unhooking and fragile knees don't go hand in hand. But he doesn't need to either.
Yeah.
Look, Parker's just really struggling to get any rhythm. I really hope he can find some in this final 4 minutes or so.
I'd like to see. I'd like to see if we could. We're not going to be able to do it live, but graph the surfer scores as the time's gone on, because I think we'd just see a very, very slow downturn in the scores, because we were up near 20 metres before. Now we're talking about guys jumping 12 and 9s, and I mean this last jump from Mark, double back roll 5 metres. You know, it's kind of crazy, right? Yeah. Here comes Mark in, we'll kick in front of him. Nope.
I wonder what size Mark's on. I wonder if he's gone up to the 10, followed the suit of heel.
Yeah.
Although he's still on the 9. Hell of a helmet.
Looks like a jockey's helmet. Is he going to ride the Melbourne Cup on the way home?
Come on, Parker Sage. Let's do it.
Come on, for the US.
Tell us where he's from.
He's actually from Hawaii, actually. He's a kid who's grown up in Hawaii, but obviously, you know, him and Zach are the sort of new breed of young Americans coming on the scene. And for a long time, we just didn't have any American talent. We had Jesse, but once Jesse left, Michaela Pilkington was around, and we just haven't had that influx of young American talent that we expect. You know, there's such a mass market there, but I just think that in the US, they have so many other opportunities for extreme sports, whether it's snowboarding or skateboarding. That's a big one for Mark. It must be a board of kite loop. That I think that a lot of that young talent just gets lost to other sports, you know, which is to be expected. And also, the reality is that most of these guys get into it because their parents are on windsurfing, and the US mainland doesn't really have a big sort of windsurfing scene unless you're talking about Hood River or Hawaii.
Yeah, or on the East Coast, you've got like real water sports.
Yeah.
Down there in North Carolina, but otherwise, I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Where are those kids coming? Where's those coming from?
Yeah, where the East Coast kids at?
Where are you guys at, man?
We know you're listening. Where you at? Come on. Meanwhile, 2 minutes to go.
Mark just going through the motions here. I don't know why Mark's in second place with 11 and Parker's in first place with 8.5. That's another big one. Board off kite loop for sure.
They are just making it happen in these conditions. They're not happy about it, but it's one-on-one. You've just got to be more patient, wait for the gusts, find a kicker that's actually going to present you with some height.
That's it.
Like,
nice. That's perfect.
Exactly that.
That's experience right there. Exactly what you're talking about. Whoa, stuck it too. You know, what are you going to call that? Out jump him? Just out trick him?
It's the same when you're fighting for, you know, new scores on your surfer app too. You just need to go out. It's actually volume. Staying out there for ages, waiting for the gusts, and just playing that patient game, especially when you're in a competition box that you actually have to worry about kind of where you are within things. And Mark is really good at that. That looks like huge board marks on too.
Maybe.
Is that the trace?
I don't know, because Mark did say to me one time, I do bring the trace with me. And I said, what's the trace for? He said, if I'm riding the trace, it's a problem. So, yeah, the trace, we talked about being able to hold more power.
That's
with
not, I don't think that is the trace, by the way.
That's a good one from Parker. Come on, Parker. Yeah, he's got that. Look how flat the sea's become now. It's quite flat and right out, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big one. Oh, that's a big one from Mark. Nice.
Yeah, catch came super early there too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that is where you go to the gym.
Hanging on.
So you can just squat that out when you fall out the sky. Right, last 30 seconds here. I think Mark has this in the bag. But at least Parker's got some rhythm now.
Yeah, we were talking about the big board. The big board is like taking a bigger kite as well, you know. Nice, Parker. Come on, Parker. Oi! No, unfortunately, I think Parker's out. Wow, look how close it's really got close here. 10 seconds to go. The difference is going to be that variety score, and I think maybe Mark's probably done little bit more. Well,
yeah, he was going left and right. The variety score also takes into account how clean your heat is.
Yeah,
so how
impression.
many classes
Impression.
Yeah, exactly. All right, there's Mark on the buzzer. That heat's done.
Yep.
And we're cruising through round 2 here. And then we'll be into round 3, which will see the winners from round 1 once again.
You know, look at, you can just see that the way the scores are reflected. You know, I think of the, you know, Jeremy and Lorenzo early on up in the 27s. Right, we're down to the 18s now, and low, very, very low 20s. So, yeah, that's these aren't the conditions that these guys would really like. But as you said, you know, this is the conditions that we have, and you just got to go out there. You can't moan about these conditions. I mean, there's no point to moan. I think if you start moaning, it gets in your head. You just got to go out there and enjoy it. And I think, interestingly, when you listen to those. Yeah, interesting when you listen to those interviews early on, guys were showing some frustration. Let's head to Nick on the beach for another interview.
All right, I'm here with Mark Jacobs, straight out of New Zealand. It took you a month to get here. Still pretty jet lagged, I guess. How did that feel? You're on a 10 meter.
Yeah, I mean, the first heat I was on the 9 and it kind of dropped towards the end. And this one, super lucky I took the 10 because I was struggling to just take the board off in loops. Yeah. I managed to get a bit more line tension coming in than out, so that's why I just started jumping more coming in. But I don't know, yeah, it's really up and down, so who knows what's going to happen, but hopefully it just keeps picking up because we want more wind.
Nice, great. Well, so one question from the studio from Colin and Adrian. Is that a helmet you're wearing, or what is it?
Yeah, it's a little, looks like it's a new Mystic helmet. So, I don't know, trying to be smart now, you know, with age.
Nice, thank you. Back to you guys in the warm studio.
It's quite nice and warm, to be fair, isn't it?
It is warm, yeah. Interesting.
We've got a blanket. We're both under a little blanket.
I've got a hot water bottle. Interesting though, Mark said exactly what we were thinking. Getting more line tension coming in. So maybe that current on the outside is, wow, this is going to be a good heat. Maybe that current, especially as you get sort of further away from the pair, is taking away from those guys. So, yeah. I think we're going to see more guys go on the inside. I think they will be talking about it, right? I mean, it's not going to be common. It's not going to be a secret.
Cohen van Dijk from the Netherlands against the local Luca Gramstrup. Cohen van Dijk, of course, was the person that cost Liam Whaley his big Air World Championship in 2023, handed it to Andrea Principi. Cohen is seriously, seriously good.
That was the best we saw Cohen, eh?
That was peak Cohen, but I still think he's got in him. I just think he's recovering from an injury, and he's just going through the gears now. But he's going to need a top gear to get through this local heat. How nice was that?
Beautiful.
Just such a late, lovely rotation. Is he going to? No, that would have been ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, he was peaked then. Like, the injuries knocked him back. Obviously, super devastated with his King of the Air performance. I mean, that was really, he went into that as one of the favourites, and you and I talked him up. To go out in round 2 was super, he was super upset about. So I think he's going to look forward to, you know, he's always looking forward to wiping that out. And unfortunately, people remember that. We keep bringing it up, you know, which is worse.
Yeah,
and he wants to wipe that stuff from the slate, and you can only wipe that with another good performance. You can see Cohen here back up at 12 metres, so there must be a little bit more wind. The guys are getting a bit, wow, for sure there's more wind now. Look at that.
Gramstrup. Danish.
Huge. Nice, Lucas.
Lovely.
Beautiful.
And we can actually hear the local crowd going wild outside our little cabin. Excellent. Okay.
There's 8 there. Danish hot dogs.
We've got a fight on it. Have you had one yet?
I had one.
Mate, they're so good.
Delicious.
Yeah.
The lady said, "What do you want?" And I said, "Everything."
It's so good. So there's little crunchy onions on. So, shall I keep going about the hot dog?
Back?
I'll keep going about the hot dog.
You go.
There's also gherkins, and the bread is very soft, and there's a little sausage. I mean, it's not the most high quality sausage.
Came in a piece of paper. I prefer a plate.
Yeah, it comes in a paper. And then there's just a lovely amount of sauce on top. I mean, you can try and beat it, but you kind of can't. Especially if you have chocolate milkshake with it too. And that's the Danish way. And that's what that man is absolutely full of.
That is big.
Cohen's gone out the screen.
That was so big. I'll be interested to see what that comes through on the surf app, but that was huge. I don't know what he did, but we only saw the fins of his board.
I'm not sure what it was, but I enjoyed it.
Yep. Doesn't look super over the moon with it.
No.
Look at this tack line now, almost going straight out to sea. Where before they were almost 90 degrees different to that, so hard to know if the wind has dropped, but they're definitely riding different angles.
I've got a fun game we can play.
Okay.
Who looks the weirdest with their face squashed because of a wetsuit hood?
Wetsuit hoods are not cool.
Look at that.
Yep.
Look at that. I think actually he's managing to retain. I think Texier earlier looks quite squished. Mark looked quite squished.
That was a helmet.
That. Oh yeah, true.
Oh. Kana there from.
I didn't enjoy that.
Yep.
I didn't enjoy that at all.
Interesting. I don't think he's riding the same kite as Steno.
Oh, okay.
That looks like it's just the normal. It's either it's a Cabrina kite. I don't know if it's the Moto or if it's the Nitro.
Okay.
Oh, nice yank there from Cohen.
Yeah. So Cohen's on a 10 meter.
Wow.
So that's the biggest kite we've seen today. The only other 10 has been the heel.
Look at that board. I think that board. That looks like an. Is that one of the bigger boards? That doesn't look like an Orbit Pro to me. Sorry, an Atmos.
No. I think you're right. So maybe he's gone bigger.
Mate, look, let's be honest, guys. They might have come here with the wind like this. They might not have come prepared for this.
Yeah.
A lot of them have travelled. A lot of them come on planes. You have to be picky. So a lot of these guys may be riding bigger boards just to make up for the fact that they don't have the kite size. So that's something interesting to think about. Little kicker there in front of Lucas. Not really what he wanted. Wah!
So one of the riders that should have been here is Josue's son. Yeah, it's a Nitro.
It's a Nitro, yeah.
That's Cohen again finding just mad height.
What board is that?
That's an Atmos, just not the carbon one.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Sorry, you were talking about Baby Shark.
These are Baby Shark's conditions.
He must be looking at this thinking now, what was I thinking? What was I thinking going to Windsor Sinai? Should be in here.
He should have been here, really. This is like Josue to a T. One, because he's lighter, so he can go really high. But two, he's really good at landing. He is actually cat-like.
He's got the unhook game.
He's amazing.
He can go right, he can roll it. By the way, he's another guy who's actually a goofy rider, but you wouldn't know.
No.
He rides everything out of his switch side, which is super impressive. Yeah, so Cohen is on the 10 Ultra. Looks like definitely a big board. Not giving too much away. It's interesting to...
Look at that poker face.
I was going to say, the cool thing about the shots that we're getting, we're actually getting close-ups to the face. It's something we don't get to see very often. I mean, we can't see the kites, but we're actually really seeing the pressure on these guys, so it's really interesting to see. You could see Josh, you can see the pressure on him, the stoicness of Aaron. Here we can see Cohen with sort of just a little bit of a stoic look as well.
What?
That's it. Nice.
That's going to be my commentary style from now on. Just noises on takeoff. And then waiting.
Yeah. Holy monkey, that was close. Even Cohen got a bit of a fright. Look at Cohen, he's like, what the actual... I don't think I've ever said holy monkey before.
No, that was a good save. I think, considering there's only two of them in the box, that shouldn't really be happening. But, I mean, they're just hunting the gusts, right?
Yeah.
That's what they're searching for and looking for. They're begging for it.
They're begging for it. Like Andre said, I know where I'm taking off, I don't know where I'm landing.
Yeah.
And it was one of the great sayings that, nope. Yeah. Will we see Cohen unhook? I don't think he needs to at the moment.
He doesn't need it, but I think he would have done it today by now if the drawing was so close. I think he would have done it today if he was going to do it ever. I think we would have seen it by now in the lighter rounds.
Well, I mean, the motion sickness from that drone is ridiculous.
Yeah. Did you see how many people were on the pier?
No.
It was packed.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
In the rain.
In the rain.
Fans. They're real fans.
They're hardcore fans, unlike us in our nice booth under our blanket.
A little cave.
Look at the drone.
Here's a little kicker in front. Will he take that? Nope. He's going, see, interesting, going off the flat from... It's actually one of those side waves coming across that he's taking.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's a secondary wave that's running sort of parallel to the main waves.
So late back from Gramps up there. Look at this footage, Adrian. This is the best looking live stream footage I've ever seen.
I mean, it's a little bit tight for me.
You want it zoomed out, don't you?
Well, I'd like to see the action of the kites more. We can't really see the sort of position, but I'm not complaining because it is super cool. Oh, as he said, he pans out.
Look at that.
As he said, he pans out. There we go.
They're listening.
Oh, they're listening. Too far back in. It's this type of. I think. Oh, he's going back in. Easy. No, we're just joking, man.
Do you also think, Adrian, it's the best commentary that kiteboarding's ever seen?
Oh, for sure not.
Cohen, how has he stuck that? Look at the pace.
Super happy about that one, yeah.
Mate, Cohen is taking this.
14.92. Now we're starting to get those heights come back and think, oh, another big one.
Oh, he's struggled to get the board off there in the first place.
I think he got caught, eh?
Yeah.
A little bit caught on the feet.
Yeah, he's going to take a bit of time to get back upwind to his board there.
His kite's down again.
2.5 minutes to go, and his kite will be a bit heavier. Maybe they're already soaked from the rain, though, not sure.
Now, you can see here Cohen's taking back. It's right in where he sort of wants to land, so that board's going to be a problem. Interesting, though, not such a big handle.
No.
Not like the trap handles of past.
No, which are about 3 feet high.
Didn't need to do any flexibility. Didn't need to be able to touch your toes. You don't need to touch your knees to go over the handle before.
Yeah, it's quite a humble handle he's got. Cohen is riding really well.
Yeah.
This is the best he's ridden since King of the Air.
And look at the scores. We're back up into the sixes again. Oh, it's a big one. Board off late. Back.
So Cohen this season spent a long time.
Oh, Cohen, what were you thinking?
No, but he can afford to do that. It's that point that he's got the lead. I think he's comfy. I think that's the right thing.
Injury risk, man.
Cohen, I know, spent a long time in Gran Canaria this year, training that left foot forward kicker. So that's why I think he's riding how he is. He's been impressive. Look how far away those rocks are.
And look, and those guys were almost landing on those rocks before, right?
Yeah. All right. The Danish rider has got a minute to try and make a difference here.
He's got a 3.64 to improve by 3.64, by the way.
The home crowd are going nuts for him outside this booth.
There he goes again.
Boogie, contra, added. It might improve his 3.5, and he only needs 3.64. It might be enough.
One big trick. I mean, you know, I know you say he doesn't need it, but if he'd stuck that trick, it would have put a nail in the coffin in this heat, I think, with Cohen.
Yeah. I think Cohen's got it on impression score, though.
Look, again, it's like, look at the wind angle again. Look at the way we're attacking.
It's gone more on shore.
Yeah, it's sort of swung back around again. So these guys must be super frustrated with the way sort of the mount, it's sort of swinging 45 degrees if you want to think about it that way. If you're thinking, get your hand in the air, go back and forward like a windscreen wiper, that's the wind.
Yeah. Look at Graham Strupp's bib. It's almost off. Just not quite getting the height of the connection there.
I think he's like,
as we come to the end of this
he's having a good time.
All right. The wind's been all over the place. The riding's been good.
You know, but the data coming in from Surfer, that, you know, there's a big step up in the wind there because these guys are up in 15. I think Cohen's 15. Graham Strupp's around 12. Oh, that's a nice big one.
On the buzzer. That's not a highlight. That's on the buzzer.
Boom.
Look at that. You see how lightly he landed?
Little pop. Do you remember that one in Tarifa that time when he landed and then he looked like he popped about 3 meters in the air and then landed? It was kind of cool to see live. Yeah, so the wind has definitely picked up again. Swinging all over the place, but we just need more consistent wind. I think that's what these guys will be after now. Whether it's 20 or 25, they just want consistent because I feel like at the moment it's sort of up and down. But that's what the forecast said, by the way.
Yeah,
It was 22 to 38 on the forecast, so I think we're really seeing that.
Very good. This has been one of the most exciting heats of the day.
Sure, and it's only going to get better.
Yeah.
These are knockouts now. I think that's the end of, unfortunately, Lucas. This is the one I think he probably... Oh, no, that was one. I thought it was the one he was going to land blind.
Just super tricky to pull that off in these conditions. You've got to find a little flat space. I still think it was the right thing. Just a slight stall there. He wouldn't have enjoyed that.
I don't know if he caught the... I don't know if he caught the edge or maybe the kite wasn't supporting him enough when he crashed, yeah.
All right, those are the results at the bottom. Cohen van Dijk cruising through to round 3. It was actually really big margin in the end, as I foresaw, because I'm an excellent commentator.
What do you think about Lucas? I mean, he's the kind of guy, he's been getting in looks in these fleets. He just doesn't seem to be... Look, that was super close. That was really close. I mean, what's your thoughts on Lucas?
I think he's really good. You've got to take into account as well that he was one of the first people to do a triple loop here in Denmark.
On a 2019 super old kite. He did it on a super old kite, and it's only, I think he did that. I think his father found it in the old garage.
Really? Yeah, that's right. It was his dad's. It was his dad's Cabrina Drifter. He went and did a triple on. All right, we're going to go down and hear from someone now with Nick.
Got to be Cohen.
All right, guys. No, it's not Cohen. I chose my fellow countryman, Lucas Gramstrup. What happened out there, my friend?
Wind is up and down. It's like, I don't know, it's so unpredictable, so you don't really know when you have the gust. So it's super tough, and yeah, it was not really my liking, but yeah, anyway, it was pretty fun, and yeah, just gotta keep sending it. Yeah.
Nice. Well, unfortunately, you are not in the event anymore, so I would say at around 3 we go for a session, you and me, right? Nice.
How cool is that? It's like Nick, who's the sort of, you know, the guy who put Danish kite surfing on the mat, and arguably one of the guys who's going to carry it forward.
The elder statesman.
The elder statesman.
Talking to the prince.
Yeah, and you know, there's that young kid Maxwell Dale coming through as well. So you know, Danish kiteboarding's in a good space. I kind of feel with Lucas, he's getting these looks. Again, the difference between being consistently at the top is consistent. I've used my own word. I've to answer my own question. Is consistency, and I think that's what he's got to find. You know.
All right, enough of that. We've got Safa against Safa here. These two are really good mates. I don't think it will be tricky, actually, between these two. They've competed lots before in Big Air Kite League. They see each other in King of the Air. They'll just be one of the best for each other, and they'll be one of the best conditions. I think, honestly, they're almost the same.
How many times have these guys trained together?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, these guys know each other better than anyone. I mean, they can probably pick each other's moves. I know they hold back a little bit from each other. They both said that, but man, these guys train together. They're best mates. They're proud South Africans, and I tell you what, I think these guys should just approach this heat with just enjoy it. Hey, let's go out there, have fun, let the best man win.
The only real difference is Jason has got some unhook moves.
Absolutely, yeah.
That Luca doesn't. However, Luca's actually got more blind and wrap landings than Jason does, which is odd, and you wouldn't think that was characteristic of what I just said.
Also, the first man to land an S loop in competition.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
You know, and it was a boogie S as well, which is even crazy.
That is true. It was actually late back, but anyway.
Was it?
Well, it wasn't a late back either. It was a back row S.
Oh, back row S loop.
Yeah.
And I think they do that rotation because it increases line tension, right? That's the key to that. Why they do that rotation. And I think Andrea sort of coined that. You know, decided that was the best way to keep the line tension by rotating. As your hook sort of moves around, it just stretches those lines just 6 or 7 inches, and that's just enough to keep the pressure on the lines.
So what is happening here, folks, is a lot of fossicking around, waiting for gusts. So it must have mellowed out slightly, and they're both just idling at the moment.
Again, this is the new school way. You know, if this was Mark, he would be hitting all these inside kickers, putting points on the board, and I think that's the way the older guys ride. You know, they ride with pressure, right? Keep you under pressure. Oh, there we go. Here's what we see.
Doopy board off.
Sticks it nice.
One thing that Luca is really strong at is just muscling the landings. You think his kite's out of position, you think it's not going to work, and then he does just bring it back down to earth softly. He's also so good facing backwards. I don't really know how he does it, but his kite, he's looking at his kite because the kite's gone so far behind him, but then he swings it around and just stomps it. Van der Spy going considerably less high there, but early days in this heat, 7 minutes left.
Oh, look how close these scores are. You know, a good example of that is if you go to Luca's Instagram and watch him jump off the white dune. I mean, he literally flies 20 metres just facing backwards at the dune and just in complete control and in comfort, which is super cool. So I think that's the phone, right? So yeah, I mean, wow, I mean, these scores on the board are just exactly why these guys are so close. I mean, they're literally going point for point at the moment.
It looks milky, doesn't it? Like you can just see a slight sheen on the water there. That's just a lull, particularly where Luca is. But Van der Spy's found something on the inside. Okay, I do think in these lighter winds, the right foot forward is the way to go. I think there's more tension there by the looks. People just making things work.
even though we don't have live wind speeds, guys, you can actually, looking at the surf app, looking at the data coming in from Surfer, you can actually even see and predict the wind speed. You can see before the guys back then were like up at that 12, 14, 15. We're back down to, there's Luca in the water. They're back down to that sort of 9, 8, 5s on that last trick. So that does give you an indication of where the wind is at.
Luca crash, or is he just a bit hot in his 5 mil?
he's in a 6.5, yeah.
He's just flushing.
These guys must be in 4.3s. Apparently the water's only 15 degrees.
No, it's balmy.
What is that on the inside? That's Luca's board. It's been blown right up on the rocks.
Here we go. Looks like Van der Spij's got a bit of pace here.
Here's a kick
nice
front
one,
of
a
him.
kicker
Wow.
coming through. He's skipping it though. So would have just lacked a bit of tension in the lines there. Thought, now go for the one behind, which he does. Watch him there, takes it off from the fin, and then tries to go back on with the handle.
I haven't seen that before. So he goes back roll, board off late back from the fin, then changes the handle. Is that a new thing? Have you seen other guys doing that?
Yeah, Stino is super good at it
Okay.
too. And it's the easiest way to get your board back on once you've done a fin board off, rather than holding it through the fin throughout, because then you've got a big swing.
Yep.
So you board off with the fin, and then you swing the board, flip the board around, and using the momentum of that to then grab the handle and go back on. Got it?
I got it.
Okay.
I think when it gets up to, that's the most impressive thing about Stino, in Gran Canaria, when it was 40 knots, 45 knots, that he's still doing those board offs from the fin. And that's so crazy, because if you think about it, the wind could just catch that board and blow it away from you. With the handle, you've got a lot more grip, you've got a lot more control of the board, because you can sort of, rotate it. You're just hanging onto that fin, which is kind of cool. Something big's happened. I think we might be a little bit behind.
We've just missed something, I think, from Van der Spij on the inside. It must have been something unhooked.
Yep. I can hear Lewis yelling, handle pass, so we did miss something.
But we'll get that maybe in the highlights package at the end. So do not fret. Very good.
That just put Jason into the lead there. I think that was the 5.47.
Okay, so not a monster score for something that the crowd went wild for, but if you ride right foot forward, you're a lot closer to the crowd and the judges too.
Good point, yeah. Yeah,
Which I think
put the show in. Yeah, exactly. It's like when you go into a dance competition. You don't want to dance at the back of the room. You want to get right up on the podium, right at the front, and bust those moves out in front of the judges. That's how you win. That's how you win a good dance-off competition. No one wins a dance-off from the back, man. You ask Baby. She was in the corner. Mate, these references are terrible.
Yeah, I mean, that is so aged, even I don't really know. But I think
dirty dancing, bro. Dirty dancing.
I think we'll forgive you. Van der Spij with some pace, right foot forward again. Look at that.
Here he goes
again.
He
loves it. He loves it. Boogie, doobie, board off. He's not fixing it. Yes, he is.
So fast.
All right. Okay. Just fixing it last second there. There's so much that needs to come together to get a landing like that. The board's still off, and you've only got half a second.
Man, those landings must feel awesome, right? When you get that, when you come down like that at that speed and just get that board on under control, it must feel good. We spoke earlier. Jason needs a little bit of luck. It looks like things are going his way. Stretching out against Luca here. Luca needs to change that 3.77. Unfortunately, the internet doesn't seem to work here now. We can't see if that's a front rotation score or back rotation score.
Luca, I'm surprised in really light wind conditions he's not looking at a foil kite. We've only seen foil kites in competition once.
Yeah.
And that was in France. But I think, what about Jamie? Like, look at the heights. We've got the highest here on the surf update as 10.37 from Jason.
Yeah.
You'd think if it's just single loop going, we might see a foil kite at some point, but then with the rain, that becomes a nightmare too.
And mate, it's also not a big beach. There he goes, landing, Drillington blind, sorry.
Blind and then just popping straight back around because he didn't fancy that wave downwind. Thought, nah, need to fix this, get out of this.
But by the way,
here he goes again, just pounding it. He must have felt a little gust. Can he sneak that?
Yes.
Yeah, finds a down ramp and then bins it.
No.
Must be recycling day.
Wow, that's the same thing again, from the fin flicking it up. I think the setup zone's probably too small for a foil kite. It's not a big area out there. Not that that's an excuse. I mean, just go down the beach and launch it, but
nah, you'd make it work. People are getting
I wonder if Luca has one in his quiver here with him.
Of course he has one. He loves it. But maybe it's not the weather for it.
Well, it's definitely not the weather for it. That's for sure.
So that is a 9-meter era. That thing seriously jumps. and has a really quick loop too. So in these conditions where you're not going that high, you can just do a loop that's higher in the window. Judges don't like it as much, but it's safer, and it means you can get scores on the board.
Luca.
That is
Very
really
good.
nice.
I'm thinking of an era this year for the Cape Town season.
Oh yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad call at all. In what size?
8.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you just have an 8.
Well, I've got already other kites in my quiver, you know.
You're going Jet Bradshaw style, 1 kite quiver.
1 kite, 1 board, 1 wetsuit, 1 of everything.
Harness 9?
Never had one.
I think everyone should have one, eh?
I have a knife between my teeth.
This is boring chat. We're in the last minute. It's going to come down to the wire between these two friends. Who wants it more? That's the question. Who do you think wants it more?
Well, they both want it.
But who wants it more?
Oh, there we go.
But who wants it more, Adrian?
Who needs it more? That's the big question. I think Luca needs it more, to be honest.
Okay.
I think Luca slightly needs it more. That's nice from Luca. I like that.
Oh!
Hey!
Do you see what I mean? He just muscles it.
Yeah. Yeah. And we talked about these guys having a similar game plan. We're seeing it here. They're just going almost trick for trick now. Now,
do you know what he just did? He just landed blind.
Popped straight round.
Popped straight round with biting his lip, and then just claimed it hard in the last few seconds of the heat. And I, for one, love to see it. Van der Spy doing something really far downwind there that the crowd love too. You can see him smiling.
I think it's the same move.
You see him
landing
smiling.
blind and then popping around.
Yeah.
I want to see him pop over these rocks.
Look at that. Look at that.
Oh, the boys right down
Awesome. If you don't follow these two on Instagram, you should.
there. Yeah.
These two post sick short line stuff, long line stuff, adventure stuff. They've done a video series that tours around where they're from in Cape Town.
Yeah, it's called Maps of Home.
Maps of Home.
Yeah, go check that out. That's really good. And apparently season 2's coming out this year because there's a bunch more cool spots they haven't shown in Cape Town yet. So definitely check out that.
Very good. That was
a great heat.
Who's got it though?
I think Jason. I think Luca just wasn't getting the same amount of height. But
yeah.
I mean, this is.
That was one of the tastier ones. If he got that.
One of the tastier crashes we've seen.
Okay, we're going to bring you the news of the winner any second, and we're going to hear from one of them. It's been a bit tricky going to people that have lost. It's always a tricky interview.
Well, I think it only happened one time, didn't it?
Well, yeah, but you know the sadness in their eyes.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Tearing up in the commentary booth.
Oh, poor Lucas didn't look super happy. He seemed happy to knowing that he had a session with Nick.
Yeah.
I thought when Nick said at 3 o'clock, I'll meet you. I thought he was going to meet you in the bar. He said, I'll meet you for a session. Makes a bit more sense.
Is this the one where Charuti just said, I am landing this, I don't care?
Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
Boom. Yeah,
look at that.
amazing.
He's going so fast to get that blind.
Yeah.
Lip bite. You got to bite the lip when you've done something good.
That was the big one we missed. Yeah, look at that. Awesome.
I mean, he botched it, but it's fine. All right. Nick is ready on the beach. Let's go to him now.
All right, I'm on the beach with these two Cape Townians. How did that feel, boys?
Do you want to go first, bro?
Yeah, it's so cool to compete against Jason. I mean, we've been kiting for so long at home and yeah, for so many years together. And honestly, it's just like a normal Cape Town winter storm session, eh, bro?
Session. A lighter session, but a sick session. It's always fun with Luca, for sure.
Yeah. and we did some blinds, so that was sick.
Lots of lines.
Man, you're landing in here near the beach. That was insane. Well recovered on that one.
Yeah, that was close. I didn't realize, I mean, I knew how close it was, but last minute of the heat, you do stupid stuff, as always.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so unfortunately, there's only going to be one winner.
Mate, well done, Nick. That was awesome. I mean, by the way, what you see there is South African kite surfing, right? Just good guys who love the sport, and it's just a shame that those guys it's a shame those guys run each other. Wow. I mean, it just gets better. Speaking of South Africans, Josh Gillett versus the world champion Jeremy Belando. I mean, man.
Look at that outfit. Belando's rocking.
He's a legend.
He's a rock star.
Is he that cool?
He actually is.
I think he's had those glasses for 4 years.
And I should know because we are very, very cool, aren't we?
We're not as cool as those two.
I think I'm cool. Speak for yourself. This is going to be good though. So we've got Josh Gillett on this unreleased brand new kite against the current world champ on a kite that people are saying is a rocket ship in that in those bigger sizes, the 8 and the 9. That was a 9 that's just come out of our screen. Josh will be on an 8.
What's going to be super cool is if the wind is, we sort of saw what those other guys were doing. Let's see how high that NXT jumps in this wind, because it will be, I mean, I know you can't compare heats, but we're talking sort of directly, you know, heat after each other. Well, it must be 4 rotations. He doesn't stick it. Yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see what scores come through off the surf app from. Josh wasn't wearing a watch last time. We didn't have any details from him, but let's see if Jeremy's scores come through.
There's the height immediately. Jeremy's pretty good no matter what the wind day, but he does love super strong wind.
Yep.
I remember sitting with him at a competition and watching some heats before his, and he was looking at wind that was probably stronger than this, and he was like, I'm not sure I can stay at wind in this. Like, that's how good, that's how crazy these guys are for super strong wind. It's the wind they want is not the sort it's not the sort of wind that anyone else can actually handle.
You know, when I first saw that, you remember that time many years ago when you and I first went down to Balneario that time, it was nuclear, and you and I just looked at it and thought, this is not for us. This is for a different breed of person. And that's Jeremy, that's Josh, that's all these guys. They love that stuff. So interesting. Did you see how hard they're edging up wind then? I mean, Jeremy's board is almost like vertical in the water. He's just digging that in super hard. So interesting to see. Here's Jeremy laying something up. Boom, back roll.
Double back roll. One in the board off, doesn't get it. Forces the first rotation, glides on the second, goes to toe side.
Not as smooth as we normally see from Jeremy there, but just sort of forcing those rotations in.
Gillett on an 8 meter here, which is quite surprising. I would have gone bigger. I think he would have gone bigger if he has one, but I think they're just at the stage in their development with that kite that they probably don't have it in the bigger sizes yet, but it's coming.
Is that going to be the same thing for Jamie? Jamie's going to be pinned to the 8 as well? Maybe.
You'd have to think, eh?
Yeah, but listen, I mean, that happens. Do you remember Jeremy in the Coda final?
Yeah.
You know, he didn't have the 6 then. He had to ride that 8 while the boys were on 6s, and he just was getting out doubled. Tried to change for the 5, wasn't big enough, ended up having to go back to the 8. I know that a lot of people pitching that he might have won that, but look, the bottom line is, when you got kites in development, it's hard to get them all right straight away. And you guys are so desperate to ride, they take any kite. Here comes Jeremy, right foot forward.
Doobie contra.
Wow! That's going to hurt.
And Gillett in the air, and he sticks it. Okay, so Gillett will be on the board. He'll be relieved with that. He'll get a good score for that back roll to toe side as well. You absolutely love to see it. Look how well he's going upwind. Toe side, wow.
Surfing that wave.
He's loving it. Gillett, really expressive rider, so keep your eyes pinned on him, because he'll look angry at points. He'll look elated at points. Look how underpowered he is, though. I think he's changing.
I was going to say, do you see his hands, mate? They're right out on that. It's like he's riding a motorbike.
Tension, mate. He loves the tension. I reckon he has to be going in to get something bigger.
Yep.
I wonder what it's going to be, though. It'll be interesting.
Maybe he can change board sides. You know, some big speed from Jeremy coming up here. Whoa.
How sick is Jeremy's style? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you give it?
A 12. He's that good. We just heard from the producer that Josh is actually changing kite size. He can see heel going out there in the back there. So yeah, they must have, but that's the thing, that like, even though they have the bigger sizes, maybe they don't like them at the moment. Maybe they're not ready. Maybe they're not dialed in yet. So
that was a 12.
That was a 12?
That we just saw on the screen from here.
Wow. I mean, we're going to hear about that.
We're going to hear about that. He's going to emerge again any second, Gillett, on a different kite, surely bigger. Meanwhile, Jeremy's just basically been handed, what, 2 minutes? This is the first kite change we've seen all day.
Mm. Yeah, that seems to have been taking a long time. I mean, where is he? I mean, like, you guys are seeing what we're seeing. I mean,
maybe he's packing it down.
There he comes.
Packing his 8 down.
Maybe he didn't pump it up.
Here we go. Same colour, but bigger.
We can hear Lewis on the beach talking about the kite sizes to the crowd.
10? Yes, 10. Okay. Out we come. Back into the battleground. 5 minutes to go. Plenty of time, actually. And now he's gone for a bigger kite size than Jeremy, so he could one-up him there. Also, that kite's super light. However, it is 5 strut.
Look, Jeremy unhooking.
3.
Unhooking.
We haven't seen this in a long time.
Nice.
How easy does he make that look, though?
Perfect.
He's literally never crashing that, ever.
Well, he is a 5-time junior world champion and 2021 freestyle runner-up. doobie loop there from Josh, I think.
He
Whoa,
won't,
did you see that?
Yeah, he won't have spent much time on that kite at all.
Well, not doing unhook moves, that's for sure. Oh, you're talking about Josh.
Talking about Gillett, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So he'll take a little bit of. Well, he hasn't got any time to calibrate. He's only got 4.5 minutes left.
Calibrate, I love that. It's like cyclical. It's my favourite word.
And a throwback to Aaron Hadlow calibrate as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
There he goes again.
Yeah, I'm getting the references in. I'm the best commentator kiteboarding's ever had. Right. Orlando's landed.
I mean, it's like we're in a bit of a time zone here. Like we've had a glitch in the matrix. We've gone back 2 years in kiteboarding, or 3 years before the double loops. You know, I mean, this is pretty much what Kota looked like 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, but if you took Kota 2 or 3 years ago and put them in here, they wouldn't be landing with the consistency that they are today.
For sure. And they wouldn't have the grabs or the board offs.
No.
You know, the board off.
And also the kites have improved so much since then. Alula's in every really good kite now.
Yeah.
Brainchild are here now.
Look at that Josh short taking again there, eh? Cut in front.
I actually reckon there was quite a bit of distance between those two that time.
Yep.
He just looked it, but Gillett on the 10. He's barely spent any time on the 8, so that 10 must be really new for him, but he's good enough to just get on with it, to be honest. There it is on the left. And it's got that new style of printing as well.
It's like dapple, almost.
So they can do, yeah, look at it.
It's a 5-strut, eh?
They can do crazy gradients for the first time ever on a kite. It's not just coloured in solid panels.
Yep.
Printed straight on. Orlando.
There's a big
finds,
wave. Wow,
finds
that's
a nice
a big
one.
Yep. I think these guys almost have that board off spin on check. It's almost like they do it without thinking about it. You know, it's like almost become automated. When they've got that ball, they're just rotating it without even thinking.
Absolutely. Like, there's no way that that's very conscious whatsoever.
For sure not.
Time spent on the water doing it, but also in the gym. See him floating around, hung up from the ceiling, doing that stuff. Just getting repetitions and repetitions and repetitions in. But if you're just tuning in, we're in round 3. We've already seen a couple big upsets. Aaron Hadlow's out. And this is the first heat where we've got 2 top riders head-to-head. We've got the current world champ and Josh Gillett, who's on this new kite that everyone's talking about. And they're going at it. But Gillett is way on the back foot here. He really needs his 3rd score.
That's a good score. That's going to be a good one. Is he going to stick it? Absolutely. Nice. He'll be super happy with that one. Yeah, you can see him. Oh.
That was Orlando was in the air in the background too, which you're not meant to do. There's like a gentleman's agreement. But Josh will get priority there because he took off first.
And I think he wouldn't have seen it as well. You know, he's riding right foot forward there. He would have seen him jumping in the background. But
minute and a half left. Do you reckon Gillett can make a difference? He's on a metre bigger.
Man, he's
That's a no.
got to go for it now. I mean, I don't think there's. Look, I mean, if you're leaving a run within the last minute and a half, I mean, it's not a good sign, right? That's what we talk about doing. What can he do that's desperation? What can he bring to the table that's so desperate that he can score on?
What could he do?
Land blind? I don't know. I mean, he's got to do something more than that.
Could he dark slide up a wave into a double loop?
Yeah, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
There's a kicker.
Not with that attitude, he can't. That's nice. Hard to get a sense of height. We're going to have to rely on surfer data there for that.
Yeah, man, he's just getting that board on, and it's literally board on, land, that quick.
That might be quite good.
Yep.
Look, 11.98. It's fairly solid. I reckon that will replace one of his scores. It won't close the gap of 2.
Yeah, I mean, it has closed up, but I mean, Jeremy just looks like, again, we talked about gears. This is the second time we've seen Jeremy. He's into 3rd or 4th gear now. Jeremy doesn't look like he's under any pressure at all. I mean, he just looks like they're out having a fun session.
Yeah, but he never does.
That's true.
Put him in the heat of fire and brimstone. He doesn't look stressed.
He did in Gran Canaria. I mean, he crashed his first 4 tricks out of 7.
Yeah,
had to land 3 to win.
But then even the rest of the time, he just, collected his thoughts and got on with it and took out the World Championship in quite heroic fashion.
That's a big one. Wow.
Last dying seconds here, so Josh did have to go for something.
Always hurt his back.
He looks not in a good way, so I think the safety team will get to him promptly.
He's just coming ashore here. Oh.
He is a really tough cookie as well. If something is wrong with him, that must mean it's pretty wrong. But I'm sure he'll get the assistance he needs ASAP. Belando there. He's going to grab that board, I'd say. He's got eyes on it. All right. There we go.
Well, I think it was just, that was a classic Belando just stepping it up a bit, eh?
Yeah.
You know, just dropping it down.
What gear was that?
Well, well, before I said third gear, so fourth gear.
Yeah, okay. I have six, so
I mean, I think
he's got a diesel Volkswagen.
I mean, look, he's got 2 more rounds of semi-final, the final. I mean, you need to have something left in the tank. Wonder what happened to Josh. He just got clipped and must have landed either.
I think he probably hit the board.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Cool to have this alternate angle here. Really nice camera work too. This stream is sick.
Bah, that would have hurt too.
We've missed a couple tricks, but I think that can be forgiven. It's going to happen as the stream warms up. We're just warming up as well, aren't we? Like, this isn't our best commentary yet. Like, we've got, what gear are we in?
Mate, we're in lunchtime mode.
We're cruising. We're in third.
We're about to have some food and we'll have lots of energy for the wrap up.
So much.
I like this. This was cool. I mean, when you're at this stage, you're thinking, he's going to land this easy. Reminded me of...
He's been able to do that his whole life, though.
Yeah.
Right, let's go down to the beach. Let's hear from one of them. Over to you, Nick.
Well done, my friend. How did that feel? All good?
Yeah, man, even trickier than before, man. With wind dropped and the turn, and it was crazy.
Yeah, but I think the direction looks pretty good for you guys now, right?
Yeah, actually I prefer when it's coming maybe more side shore, because the kicker you can hit it better. I mean, I never kited here, so it's the first time, so I don't really know what's...
Oh, this is your first time kiting at this spot?
I kited like 2 years ago, but like 1 heat, so I don't really know how it was, you know.
Well done, well done. Nice riding.
All right. Onwards and upwards. That was the current world champion, Jamie Belando, who's cruised through to the semi-final. He's in the second semi-final.
I mean, look at these heats coming up.
We've
Look
got
at these
Lorenzo Hill right now.
Steen, Cohen, Jamie Stig, Andrea, Mark. By the way, Mark and Andrea, how many times have those guys had battles together?
Yeah,
and some
actually they always end up together, right?
And,
but
you know,
look at this heat coming up.
Yeah.
If you were thinking of going anywhere, sit back down. Make yourself comfortable.
I mean, Lorenzo could smile.
No, I think that's it. He means business. That's time.
That's his business face. Yeah, I mean, this is... Look, I mean, you said he was on a 12. He actually is on a 12.
He's on a 12.
Oh
Lorenzo's on a 10.
Heel on a 12 in a... Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
By the way, for all the people out there that say, oh, I'll be on a 12 too. You wouldn't. It would rip your arms off. Believe me.
You seriously would not.
Yeah, you'd probably be on a 9 in these conditions like a normal person. I mean,
you'd be quite frightened. Here we go. Straight off the buzzer. Lay back roll board off. Added.
Rotation.
Yeah, lands it. Easy. I'll have that.
Can heel loop his 12?
Yes. What do you think he's going to do? Go out there and do board offs?
Old school, Toby Breyer.
No, he won't.
But by the way, he's a big boy, right? There's a lot of weight on those lines, a lot of line tension. He's probably going to lift those knees out, probably lift that board up and just sort of tuck his core and just to keep that line tension for that bigger kite.
Mate, he is having to just make it work.
Did you see how I called that? Brought his feet up?
You did. There was some excellent
Unbelievable
commentary.
Unbelievable
from you.
analyst.
This is the best commentary ever. I'm certain of that.
Let's not say that anymore.
No, okay, we've already mentioned that a few too many times. Let's not follow it with a period of silence either.
Okay, I was just swallowing.
Okay, right, good. Lorenzo looks like he's just in the zone. Did you see how he popped just then? He just like...
He popped and went back up.
Transitioned upwind.
I was going to say he went upwind. Oh, man, look at that. That's unbelievable.
How he's generating that pace and that height in this wind. That heel can barely get off the water.
Straight out of that pop.
Yeah, Lorenzo's on a smaller kite, going way higher.
Look at his face.
Heel knows he's cooked.
He's like,
oh no.
He's like, what am I doing here?
But it could pick up. I believe. Do you believe?
If it does pick up, the heel's going to have to go change back down to that 10. But he's not going to try and hang on if it swells up to like a 30 knots on a 12. That'd be crazy.
Let's see what he's got here though.
We'll kick her in front of him.
Super
boogie loop.
Slow boogie.
Beautiful though, eh?
He's
so
getting
beautiful.
scores on the board. It's the right thing to do.
He's changed for that new board. I used to ride that carved board. Now he really likes that new board from Core.
Okay. Which one is it? The Fusion?
Yeah, it's the new Fusion, yeah.
Very good. I wonder what size it is. I wonder if he's got big enough boards. Because you're right, actually coming into this, none of them would be expecting light wind like this.
Mark normally brings his trace, right? He normally brings that 145 trace. I wonder if we see Mark on that in this next heat.
That, what you've just seen there,
it's beautiful,
is someone riding in just complete flow. He's not trying.
He doesn't look like he's trying, right? You know, I always say that when you see a guy who's dialed in, he makes the sport look easy. You know, when you see a tennis player who's just a Federer type thing, well, I can do that. Right, if he can do it, I can do it. And that's what Lorenzo does to kiteboarding. He just makes it look so easy. I mean, he's just such an unbelievable competitor, an unbelievable rider. And look, I mean, arguably his brother's has a higher ceiling. And he's not even here today.
He's not what? Is he not? He's probably sailing on the beach.
No, I mean
he'll be caddying.
He might be here, but unfortunately he can't ride.
Yeah, Leonardo is coming, everybody, and he is going to be a problem for everyone in the fleet. That's a bit better height. Lay back, roll board off. See, this is like smart riding from hill. He's backed into a corner. He's got no other options. He has to do it like this, and he's just making it work.
Yeah.
No, they're going to go right foot forward. No.
Let me have a look at some stats here about how often he goes to the right. Let me just check that out.
So Adrian's just gone on the fantasy site here. We hope you picked your team earlier today. Lorenzo was in my squad.
Yeah, he only rides to do right foot tricks about 23% of the time. So there is something. It's not like, I mean, if you look at Andrea's stats are way higher on that, but it's interesting he's just talking to his father here, asking for stuff.
Do you reckon the AP flags come up? Yeah, it must have. I don't think we just got timed out. Yeah, okay. Interesting. All right, so they put this heat on hold. We'll bring you more information as soon as we know it. Perhaps a producer might whisper something into my ear. Some sweet nothings. And we're going into a break here. I don't think we'll be getting a break though. Don't you worry, audience. We'll be chatting to you.
Okay.
All right, so we're just having some information in our ear. We're going to have an hour-long break. Cool. All right, so we're disappearing for an hour now, but then we'll be back to bring you the latest and greatest from cold Hawaii.
Do you think they're going to rerun this heat, start it from the top? They might do, actually, eh? I wonder what the rules are with that.
It's a tricky business, that, though, because like they've already gone out there and, you know, risked things. So it just wastes that period of time. So it'll be interesting to see, but we can discuss that when we do come back, based on the decision. Should we quickly wrap up what we've seen so far today?
Sure.
It's been mixed conditions from the very beginning. The very start was the windiest. We saw jumps of 19 meters. I think that was the highest. The smallest kite we saw was an 8. The biggest kite we saw was a 12 that's on the screen right now in the hands of Geel.
I mean, the conditions have flattened out a lot, eh? Look at these conditions now. If it looks quite flat if you look at the view on the TV, but the wind has been swinging around a lot, or as much as, I mean, if you look at those flags now, they're almost coming across the pier. Before they were running straight down, so the wind's swinging anything from sort of 35 degrees. The guys are talking about how frustrating it is. So yeah, really, really challenging competition for these guys. And this is why the days before there was a lot of talk. Are these conditions going to be right? And a lot of people were like, I don't know, but sometimes these calls are made. But yeah, I mean, by the way, a super enjoyable event, great riding.
Yeah, and although it's been light, the best kiteboarder can adapt. Who do you think has adapted the best?
I mean, Lorenzo looks the best so far. I mean, that's fairly easy to say. Jeremy also looks good. Look, it's very difficult to say who's been the best. Jeremy looked like he was just riding around on autopilot then. Lorenzo's been doing that. We haven't seen Andrea at the moment. He's coming up. We haven't seen Jamie competing in round 3 yet. So, yeah, we've got a lot of amazing heats to come. And, I think we're going to have to stay tuned for probably the next, after an hour. If the wind doesn't pick up, well, we'll be back to tell you what's happening anyway. But I'm pretty sure they're going to try and push on and finish this today.
All right. Let's go and hear from Nick Jacobson, eh? In 1 minute, we're going to go to him.
Yep.
You're going to have to put up with us again for a minute.
By the way, Nick's doing an awesome job. I'm loving his interviews.
He is.
This is classic. Will we see anyone go out and free ride in this hour break? Worlds is on. There's points to be. There's scores to be beaten. I don't think we're going to see big jumps here.
You considering it? Should we go pump up the 12? See how you fare with it. All right, we've got Nick Jacobson down on the beach. Let's go hear from him.
Thanks, boys. So I'm standing right here on the tallest peak at the event. The wind looks good, but it isn't ideal for competing right now. So we'll just have a half an hour break. To be honest, it looks really nice from up here. I think the wind sort of picks up. That's why I feel it's super windy up here. But I think it's good that we put a bit of a pause to the event now. All the athletes, they can have a little downtime, have a little break, and the wind should come back within the next 20 to 30 minutes. So yeah, all good. Back to you guys in the warm studio.
Yeah, so as you just heard Nick talking, we are going to take a bit of a break. I think it's a good opportunity for you and I, Colin, to have some lunch and chill out a little bit. Guys, please stay. Keep your streams open. Keep the sound on. We will give you more information as we know it. We're going to head out there and just find out a little bit more information and get it off the stream to you. But probably a good chance to make a cup of coffee or a cup of tea. Get a scone.
The scone, you reckon?
I love a good scone.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's do it.
Interesting. I'm going to look for a Danish hot dog. I'm in the mood.
Good call.
But yeah, we've seen some great stuff so far. I hope the wind picks up and the conditions align. I think they must have seen something in the forecast to suggest it will to do this. So I've got hopes there, and yeah, we'll be back as soon as we know something. We'll tell you. All right. Thank you to us as always.
See you now.
Staden var inte informerad om att det kom en kitetävling. Sen när jag sket upp till 10 var det en stackars tjej där inne.
Staben? Nej, restaurangen.
20 bärsika.
Det är mycket att tänka på en sån här dag.
Vad händer med heightet nu? Avböter man att köra om det eller?
Helt om.
Det ser asfint.
Risken är att de andra åkarna kommer att säga att de kör om sina hit också. Men de hade vind hela dagen.
More wind now, yeah. I'm sure the waves are gonna get a little bit bigger. So it's a good day already.
What's up, man?
What are we doing? Dude, I really don't know. Well, I'm over it.
Tak du. Ses på vandet.
Just love me, baby. Just love me now, baby. Just love me, baby. Just love me now, baby.
for day 2 of the 2023 Red Bull King of the Air with the kitesurfing mecca of the world.
Take it to the air. Oh my God! That was incredible! Landing it clean.
sowieso eiskalt sein.
For you spectators here at the Red Bull King of the Air Qualifier, Cold Hawaii. Event status, competition still on hold. Next announcement will be at 12:30. First possible start at 12:45. So all of you watching on the beach, this is a great time to quickly get the right unless you're obviously working for a living in an airplane and you start to get on to stuff. What you do on the beach, we've got to be on it now. So 12:45. Attention, 12:45 is your next outbreak.
Eineinhalb Lagen. Gehört. Nee, bei Lisa, das ist unsere Sache. Die wurde von einem Schild gelockt. Ja, die wurde von einem Schild gelockt. Nur auf Pizza Pasta haben wir das. Hier im Endeffekt drauf. Dann auch damit reingesetzt oder so richtig verloren auf der Lass nachher nochmal schnacken. Ich muss heute noch baden. Wie tief ist denn der Tümpel, ja? Mit Leiter. Auf jeden Fall ist das äußerst okay. Letzte Woche war schon relativ frisch. Ja, wo soll ich denn damit? Dann müssen wir doch nicht. Weißt du, wie die Genau. Dann ist er da rein.
Ich habe nach ihrer Motivation gesucht. Hat sie gefunden. Aber so lockt er mich so von der Tina. Es ist heiß, wenn du die Hände aufwärmen willst, dann musst du da. Aber wenn du lange genug anhältst, ist es schon wärmer. Wenn du mir das versprochen hast, ist meine Hand heißer.
Ich habe ja 2 Tage gebraucht, wo ich Tage erstmal jemand zu irgendwann war das so, dass wir dann
So amazing.
Ah, ich sehe dich da. Du kannst mit Jens zusammen Ihr beide?
Jetzt habe ich ja letztes Mal über das Gespräch.
Was war die andere Hand?
Ja, er hätte gehört, dass ich rumerzähle, dass er sich so verändert hat und so. Hat Anja ihm gesteckt.
Anja hat ihm das gesteckt. Wie du das auch sagst. Also wenn, dann hat Anja die gleiche Meinung.
Ja, aber ich hab ja mit Anja einen Tag vorher drüber geredet und einen Tag später ruft
Ja, aber
er
so
mich an.
eine ist sie nicht.
Ja. Ja, klar.
Vielleicht hat sich Sorgen gemacht und hätte gerne, dass ihr weiter gute Freunde seid. Das war von der Seite. Du hast gesagt, ja, ist so und
Nö, ich hab mir meine Meinung gesagt, aber das ist ja, wenn du in so einem Wahn bist, wirst du das ja nicht mit, was Leute sagen. Pass mal auf. Was hat er dazu gesagt? Ja, das kommt mir nur so vor und stimmt alles nicht. Bring mal
weißt
die
du, was
Thermos.
schön gewesen wäre, wenn du mir das auch mal erzählt hättest.
Ja, aber ich musste nicht immer alles erzählen.
Doch,
Ich hab
musst
Sachen,
Das ist doch normal. Nee. Du hast dieses System, dieses Prinzip noch nicht verstanden. So austauschen, Interaktion und so. Was beschäftigt dich? Hast du was auf dem Herzen? Total. Du kannst jetzt die ganze was. Jetzt. Und wie ist es? Das ist so ein Rücken, wie er beschrieben hat. Ja. Ja, hast du etwa daran gezweifelt?
Ich dachte auch, ihr kommt rein.
Echt?
So.
Ich kann da immer noch an mir halten.
Soll ich dir helfen beim Schieben? Ja, sicher.
Und zwei besten Mädels.
Da kann man abends 6 Grad. Einzige lange Hose oder was?
Ich hätte ja gern Red Bull. 5 Stück hier am schwarzen Container.
Hier ist schon die zweite Runde, haben wir schon gemacht. Heute Morgen gleich. Die wollen erst kommen. Ich dachte, die wollen Kohle haben. Das ist umsonst. Dann los.
Ja, 10 ist das in der Hand.
Ja, was meinst du, wenn die hier filmen und alle eine Kohle haben? Wer wo kannst du das trinken?
Ich war gerade da unten, das ist ziemlich cool. Das ist ein richtig guter Ausblick.
Da steht was voll mit, ne?
Es gibt also, war das mal Grad, der bisschen aber ja, da konnte der Hund wenigstens dann. Ja. Fotografen, so ein fetten Objektiv. Ja, genau. Stand gehört dir hier. Ich hatte hier noch, wie heißt der? anfahren muss. Right, genau. Der meinte, die wollen ja nochmal eine Hans holen. Was war nochmal?
Ja, ans Rollen waren wir, aber ich glaube, Wasser haben wir nicht angeguckt, ne?
Das ist richtig gut. Also, da ist so eine riesen Grünfläche so rechts, als wenn du, ich sag mal, in Irland bist oder so, und links hast du richtig fitte Welt und das ist schon ordentlich. Ja, kann ich mal empfehlen, das machst du.
Wir haben uns dann nur das Museum angeguckt, oder die Bunker.
Also das würde ich vielleicht echt auch noch mal sehen. Kann halt vielleicht auch noch mal.
Wir fliegen dann nachher von hier aus heute Abend.
Ja.
Und Richtung Videsanne runter. Und morgen von da aus dann weiter nach Hause. Das ist schon.
Sie war jetzt 2 Wochen da in der Nähe von
Au! Also am Anfang waren wir Bühn und Langeland. Ja. Und dann sind wir nach Bayers rüber, waren da 5 Tage. Und dann halt hier hoch und nach.
Wie ist Langeland?
Also alles da drüben ist nicht so. Also Kitesport ja. Der eine ist nur bis August von der Landzunge unten. Da waren wir ein bisschen zacken, das ist aber ganz cool. Ich glaube, wenn der Wind da gut kommt, ist das echt geil. Ist alles flach und voll geil eigentlich. Aber sonst rein eine Insel so. Also Kitesport sind, glaube ich, wenn du da die richtigen Spots rausklickst, ist, glaube ich, sehr geil. Weil du halt auch immer gut parken kannst im Auto.
Und kommt mal einmal fest, oder?
Da braucht ja kein Mensch, das ist ja nichts.
Nein. Ja, dieses Streetfood Festival finde ich nach wie vor ganz geil, wenn man darauf steht.
Das ist auch eine coole Ecke.
Teuer, ja. Wir sagen, glaube ich, dass die allein da irgendwie 500 € von einem Tag.
Aber das Ding ist halt, das ist halt auch nicht mehr so richtig Streetfood Festival, ne? Das ist halt so.
Ja, das ist schon halt fest, ne?
Feste Container, so eine ganze Containerlandschaft aufgebaut.
Hast du diese Zettelschule da gesehen?
Ist geil, ne? Bennys Dingsbums.
Ja, genau, das hatte ich dir noch geschickt. Ja. Bennys Tippschule. Wo ich noch über die
Eigentlich ist eine richtig coole Ecke. Wenn du Kopenhagen einmal gesehen hast. Also wir sind ja auch da rumgefahren mit den Quads und so, haben wir geguckt. Da ist nachher nicht so. Du musst dann auf alte Geschichte stehen, ja, dann ist das super interessant. Die ganzen alten Gebäude und so, sehr geil, aber das ist so. Ja, aber das ist jetzt nicht, wo man sagt, da fahren wir jedes Jahr hin, weil das ist aber schön hier.
Ja. Der Blick von oben. Noch einer. Ja. Aber am T4
aber die Scheiße ist halt, die Dinger sind halt immer der Sonne ausgesetzt. Ne? Und ob das so geil ist.
Ja, wenn einer dann rumfummeln will, fummelt er dann rum. Ne?
Würde ich ständig die Bindung feststellen. Haben wir nur eine.
Nur eine Schraube mögen das. Ja, okay, das ist Schrupp. Hier unten war das doch, hatten wir gelesen. Kinder haben irgendwie in der Tüte gebuddelt, haben sich die Tunnel gebaut, das ist eingestürzt. Also ich war alle Wochen zweimal vor ein paar Wochen.
Ja, das ist die Erziehung falsch gelaufen.
Die Eltern waren auch irgendwo, aber die kamen zu spät. Und so schnell haben die gar nicht freigegeben.
Ja, Hut ab, dass der Tunnel so lange braucht.
Klar, die wurden
Ostseeseite nicht. Kein Wind. Das ist wie letztes Jahr. Kein Wind. Letzte Woche im Urlaub ist dann immer Bombe vom Wind. Wir haben letztes Jahr 5 Wochen waren wir unterwegs. Davon war eine 1 Woche waren wir. Da wo wir oben waren. Mit Joris. Das war die einzige Zeit, wo Wind war. Und jetzt auch. Wir waren den einen Tag halt zappen. Ging aber auch nur einen Tag. Ja gut, man hat auch 2 Tage. Ansonsten gar nicht. Und selbst selbst im Quad rumorgeln da, das war so kalt teilweise.
Meine mündliche ist da jetzt auch vielleicht eine Runde nach. Nach Spiel geht jetzt also auch für uns. So, ja, Römer.
Aber Römer macht halt keinen Spaß, wenn du das Side-On hast.
Ja, du hast Stürmer.
Und du musst immer durch diese scheiß Welle durch. Du bist ja mehr am Kämpfen als alles andere. Ja. Das ist nicht ja lang.
Wasser noch irgendwo rein?
Ja, weiß ich gar nicht. Das kannst du Glück haben. Wenn du noch einen runterziehen, oder da dran gehen, Seil und machen.
Vielleicht hast du das immer.
Du musst ja nur eine Umlenkung haben. Wenn du Betonblocks haben mit einer Umlenkrolle, dann kannst du da runterziehen.
Überlegen, was du früher auch machst. Ne?
Ich habe gestern ganzen Tag am Auto aufgenommen. Die wollten, die könnten jetzt auch mal recht klein. Das sollte ja so sein. Nee, das weiß ich ja auch nicht so genau. Ist ja eigentlich kalt? Blaue Lippen. Das muss Philipp noch machen. Blaue Lippen sind schon. Mach mal deinen Daumen durch.
Deine Capillary Refill ist nicht so gut.
Ach so. Ich habe seit 39 Jahren so kalt Zeit. Ja, Leute, können wir die Zeiten benutzen? Den ganzen Scheiß Du wolltest eh nackt halten. Zweites Trapez habe ich mit. XL passt ja auch. Blitze.
Jetzt steht ja eigentlich bei mir noch, steht bei mir eigentlich noch. Aber kann das sein. Ich habe keinen Bock auf irgendwie 3
Das Geile ist aber, es läuft dir nicht in die.
Nee, es läuft dir nicht in die. So, ja, ich will ja aber nackt. Ja, das weiß ich auch.
Aber ist online noch nichts zu finden.
Aber die Bar,
ich habe die in der Hand gehabt. was ich davon halten soll.
Aber die haben auch wieder zwei.
Nee, nicht jetzt zwei. Wieder vernünftig, so wie sich das gehört. Zwei, die agil aneinander, aber diesmal mit vom Ding zu getrennt werden. Beim Runterziehen ausgehen, Vorzeichen.
Aber ich habe jetzt ein, zwei Spiele, das ist ja eben wie bei Reading. Da war es in der Seite,
Next announcement, 12:30, 12:30 next announcement for you as well. In delay, announcement for you, spectators and the riders. 12:30 next announcement when next possible start 12:45.
Kannst du dich daran erinnern, an meine Pull-Pull-Bar? Ja. Die hat noch zwei gemantelte Dinge. 10 Jahre her. So, dann haben die neues Quick Release jetzt gemacht mit der Feder. Der 10. Start, der 10. Feder. Hausdünne Feder. Ich meine, die haben jetzt seit 2 Jahren, glaube ich, getestet oder so, ne? Letztens, ja, vorgestern über Kaltenberg. Da bin ich erst in Thailand gefahren, wo das Winter war, dann habe ich dieser Frage genommen, das ist mit 2014 halt, ne? Ja. Ja. Ja, 15 war nicht der, 14. Bin die dünne Bar gefahren, weil ich kurz mit dem Elber noch draußen war, hab meinen gelandet, hab dann eben übernommen, weil das ganz raus war, dachte so, ja, ich kann doch nochmal aufs Wasser gehen. Ja, genau. Und ich bin die 13. Ja, ich glaube ja. Das ist normale Breite. Das vom Holm auch dünner. Ohne Scheiß. Ich fand das vom Barholm so viel geiler als die meine
blau-rote, ne?
Ja, die weiß-blau-rot. Weiß-blau-rot, ja.
So, jetzt hat Olli ja wieder einen Nagel oder Reading mal gekriegt vor 4 Monaten. Gestern hat er mal wieder gesehen. Er erzählt dann so, ja, wir sind nach gefühlten 10 Sessions eine Vorteile weggepetzt und ich glaube, wieder ansteuern. Nagelmaus.
Wie heißt die andere noch?
Dann hat die über Robert gekauft und der hat versucht beim Händler das zu reklamieren. Der hat gesagt, ja, er könne einen Satz Leinen von der Pizza. Ja,
das liegt macht es gleich überall hochladen, auf allen möglichen Seiten und die richtig merken, wo das.
Und da habe ich dann auch eine schade, weil die war es eigentlich. Und dann hat sich das jetzt abgelegt. Weißt du, was das ist? Die ganz aktuelle Mixing vom Zeug.
Und da gucken wir mal drauf an.
Kurze Frage. Bis Wiedesande, Stunde 20 Uhr. Wir müssen ja einmal mit der. Wir müssen ja hier mit der Fähre fahren. Oder Inland.
Inland. Darüber fährst du fast, also schneller auf den Fall. Ja, schon eine Fähre.
Also schon eine Strecke.
Ja, weil ich. Wo wollt ihr denn da weg?
Keine Ahnung.
Wollt ihr da auch noch
heute Abend?
Oder wollen wir heute Abend?
Was? Morgen vielleicht noch ein bisschen Zeit. Nur wenn Wind passt.
Ja, aber Nordwest geht doch eigentlich bis gar nicht. Weil der kommt ja genau mit Hafen und da ist vorne relativ wenig Kabel.
Fünf Gaben.
Ja.
Das kommt nur in der Lieblingssport.
Ja, was ist? Also müsste es gehen von meiner Logik.
Von deiner Logik?
Von meiner Logik, ja.
Mit dem lockigen Buschel haben.
Ja.
Die haben wir als sie den Nagel neu vor waren, ja, das sind 3-mal ausgegeben. Allein. Ja, keine Ahnung, aktuell zu 12. Das Quick Release einfach so aufgegangen. Im Sprung, weil ich.
Ah, stimmt mal da.
Nee, dann kannst du die Scheiße fahren. Dann ist Chor das richtige für dich.
Ja. Olli gestern wieder völlig durchgedreht. Hat 50 Euro von alten CT-Geburt. Ist ja erstmal ganz gut. Ne? Also weil der Schirmann war Schnapper gemacht. Dann hat er eine 16 Meter Leinwart dran gemacht. Also hier, fahr mal. Ich so, der will ich. Dann hat er mich einfach dran gehangen.
Das ist witzig, ne?
Ja, es ist aber auch super nervig. Du musst die ganze Zeit bewegen. Immer bewegen. Also wegen krass ist der hier.
ich auch an interessiert. Das ist halt Kultur.
Du sorgst jetzt mal so eine Jacke und gehst erstmal und sagst hier, bitte, jetzt gehst du einmal komplett runter nach Klippmöller auf den Tag.
Ja, du musst da hinten, da ist einer noch drauf.
Ja,
da hätten wir schon jetzt hier immer auf 2 Punkten mitgesprochen. Was ist mit ihm da, der da rumliegt? Achso, der ist wieder da. So, das What are you doing? Luft zu pinkeln. Ja, noch was? Nicht immer nur sagen, oh, ich arbeite den Stoff. Der ist nicht im Internet. Weit gereist. Viel, nicht weit. Ich kann das sogar auf Norwegisch. Ich habe jetzt gerade Oh. Ja, das ist so eine Liste zu Hause. Aber nur dieser Satz in allen Sprachen. Ja, und ich habe Hunger und muss kacken. Das kann ich auch noch auf
aber in welcher Reihenfolge ist das mal gelernt?
Verwechsel das.
Sag mal, was?
Die habe ich aus dem Internet. War das das Ding, was Jens letztens drin hatte? Nee, Jens, also ich habe das gleiche bezahlt, Jens sein Angebot kam 5 Tage später. Der ist up to date. Genau. Aber Fame. Noch das Vorgängermodell von dem. Das ist ganz gut. Das war mir zu dünn. Und dann habe ich ja den mal bei Jens und Anja gesehen und habe gesagt, aber jetzt den das ist quasi von innen getan.
Der ist wirklich warm, aber
Ballonseide.
Aber die ist Wasser, das regnet
Regel ist sowieso nur eine Handballgröße als ein Ausschwein. Und die hat den XL-Ballo, der schleift auf den Boden, wenn die so steht. Aber das ist scheiße bequem, glaube ich.
Can you feel it? Close your eyes, I can feel it. The wind is coming. You can see it on the water.
Winter is coming.
12:30, next announcement. Oh, it's 12:31. I should have an announcement for you. I'm not an announcement. It's just like clockwork here at the Red Bull King of the Air Qualifier here at Qualifier. The wind looks like it's returning. What have you got for me? Next announcement at 1 o'clock. First possible start, 1:15. Okay, so slightly pushed back still. But that was a good sensation that we just had here through the event side. I hope you felt that too. Sand starting to move, the boat moving up the beach now. Pay attention to the world around you, because these are the signs we want to see. The sun coming out over the horizon. We'll be back with you shortly here for the Red Bull Champion Qualifier, Gold White in Denmark. I'll have another announcement for you very shortly, but things starting to look a bit better down here on the beach.
Gleich gebissen. Was war das denn? Wolltest du dir mal deine Bauchtasche zeigen? Was war denn da so? War schon sehr erregend.
Ja, Gegenwind. Gegenwind. Nein, das ist trocken. Das wäre tatsächlich Gegenwind. Ja, war unangenehm, dass der Motor raus muss. Das Problem ist, dass die, wenn du überall mit dem hast, bist du konvertiert. Aber ansonsten bin ich technisch hinterher. Also richtig was. Was ich geil finde, die präsentieren den Leuten jedes Jahr Sachen, die andere Hersteller seit Jahren haben. Das heißt über 10 Jahren schon. Als ja, können wir jetzt auch, das ist richtig geil, als Innovation. Ich denke, klar. Das sind halt einfach so toll. Kannst du ja auch mittlerweile. Du hast alles über Google. Alles über Google. Google hat quasi alles, die auch nur halt schöner. Und nutzt die normale PCs, da habe ich auch Bilder. Ja, dann ist ja besonders gut. Ja, guck mal, ich habe zum Arbeiten ein iPad. Und das Geile ist, wenn ich Kunden, also, dann können sie mir das für Airdrop schicken. Das ist ja wirklich der einzige Vorteil. Wenn es ja mal funktioniert, ja, oder zeigt ihr das nicht an, haben wir ein Update oder wieder nicht. Und sitzen morgens auf der Arbeit, ich brauche das zum Zeichnen gleich. Und dann, dann zeigt der Update, also mach das schnell und danach funktioniert das nicht. Also die Leute, ganz ehrlich, das Ding kostet 1500 € nicht Stück. Also man kann solche Sachen halten. Geile Teile, das funktioniert. Das war halt so, ja, den Vorrang. Also das war ein anderes noch. Das kam lange raus, aber da soll die Software relativ hakelig sein. Mal gucken, was da eigentlich aber ansonsten, das ist halt der einzige Vorteil. Wenn ich Kunden habe mit Android, das auf iPad bekommen, ist ja krass. Die schicken mir das, der WhatsApp, dann muss ich das bei mir in die Cloud hochladen und auf dem Tablet hast du mittlerweile auch Google und alles. Da muss ich dann die Google Cloud das runterladen. Dann kommt sie halt, wenn ich nur Bluetooth schicken, weil ich habe Bluetooth nicht mehr. Ich kann dieses per Bluetooth einlegen. Wir können nur über das große Schalter. Und dann hängen sie halt technisch halt brutal hinterher. Das ist was die Kamera angeht, was alles nicht. Ich weiß, es machen können. Ja, aber selbst davon ist größer. Schön abgedeckt, also das sind Centbeträge in der Produktion. Aber ich habe das damals gemerkt, ich habe in Ruhrwald war damit super zufrieden, aber das war die letzte Serie mit Google. Danach haben sie ja die Google-Rechte nicht mehr. Die haben keine Google-Rechte, die nutzen Ruhrwald.
Google Maps, Google Drive, Google alles. Selbst das normale Google ist selbst den Browser Google Chrome, das ist nicht nach Google. Das ist komplett geblockt. Die haben da irgendwelche Probleme gehabt, genau. Und dann gab es da Differenzen und dann durften. So, dann habe ich geguckt, was ist bla bla bla, alles scheiße. Dann haben wir tatsächlich 13 Tode drauf. Das hatte 3 Abende. Und dann habe ich Mittwochabend raus, war 3 Tage krank auch noch. War auf Lehrgang und dann abends sind wir nochmal eine Stunde rumgespielt und Samstagmittag habe ich das bei Kleinanzeigen rein. Kam gerade raus. Das ist, ich glaube, 1,5. Ich habe 1,5 damals. Dann habe ich das direkt wieder verkauft, weil mir das echt zu dumm war. Weil allein die Kamera, die hing. Ja, das ist was zusammen. Die hat auch schon die drei Kameras. Und selbst die hing meinem 4 Jahre mit Tourwagen. Das Ding hat einfach schlechteres Service gemacht. Wo ich mir dann denke, so, okay, die Kamera, ich habe halt gekauft und gelernt, ich habe gefeuert. Du kannst alle 2 Jahre den neuen Telefon kaufen, dann packst du mit 200 Euro. Das alte Scheißtelefon, das ist schon wirklich Geld. Was haben wir gezahlt? 1000, ne? Ja. Ja. Ja, meinst du. Deswegen, also das ist so, was wir machen ja nichts anderes. Wir benutzen WhatsApp, wir benutzen die Kamera.
Ja, Benni,
Bilder
was hältst du eigentlich von meinem neuen Stuhl?
Das weiß ich, aber hier müsste Regie draufstehen.
Setz dich mal rein. Pass auf, jetzt kommt's. Musst du auch, steh auf.
Der ist auch was für dich, Benni. Kleiner Aufguss, komm mit.
Okay.
Und nimm den mal in die Hand.
Der wiegt schon.
Das ist Material.
Ja, aber das ist geil. Wieso ist der so klein?
Weil das platzt, wenn du das besser.
Oh nö, ich lese den Aufkleber. Ich will nicht. Wieso? 169? Nein.
94.
Ich hätte jetzt mal Frontrunner draufstehen. Frontrunner ist teurer Jugendverein. Ja, aber
Das ist geil, kompakt.
Aber das ist ja alles Stahl.
Alles Stahl. Ich habe bei Facebook mit einem Typen geschrieben, der hat 3 Stück davon seit 6 Jahren und hat die jeden Tag
Pulver beschieden, ne?
Jetzt teste den jetzt und kommt das mal weiter.
So.
Wo hast du den her?
Frontrunner. Der Jugendverein, der Sachträger verkauft für richtig viel Geld. Ja. Der setzt sich nicht schnell. Kann man die gut noch einkaufen?
Nee. Mann, das gibt noch so eine, ja, eine Marihuana-Tasche, wollte ich gerade sagen. Nee. Hier so ein Teil. Und hier für Kondome. Falls man mal jemanden ein Kondom nehmen will.
Mach mal Probesitz rum hier. Und dieser guckt
Mit
den
dem,
an und sagt, Alter,
mit
was?
dem Code Florian spart ihr auch 10%.
Ah.
Deine Lache, ne? Deine Lache ist wie so eine deine Lache ist immer so gehässig, so eine schmutzige, so eine schmutzige. Ja, ne?
Aber Koffer oben?
Okay.
Ja, ja, das ist mir schon bewusst.
Also so viel, dass ich mir nicht 2 in einem Monat kaufe.
Ich hätte jetzt also 150 oder so hätte ich gedacht.
Nein. Da gehe ich nicht bei. Also der kostet 94 €, das ist schon viel Geld für
Ja, ja.
Schuhe.
Aber die Packgröße ist halt geil.
Genau.
Aber du hast bei denen ja die Scheiße, du musst immer so einen Trecker mitnehmen.
Genau.
Ich habe ja Stühle von, ich habe diese Outback-Couch-Dinger da, weißt du? So
Viel zu
riesig.
geil, aber viel zu groß.
Ja, die sind halt schön zum Rumlümmeln. Ne?
Genauso wie bei denen, du kannst halt relativ schnell mal einen kalten Rücken, aber du musst das nicht
wollte gerade sagen, aber du kannst ja hier so ein Lederspanner, hier wollte ich gerade sagen, aus einer Plane da reinnehmen. So eine Gummimatte. Und zieht das auch nicht mehr am Rücken. Ja. Sowas zum Beispiel. Aber bequem ist er. Ja, weil viel Platz hat Flo auch nicht im Auto. Hat zwar ein Hochdach, aber da ist nicht viel Platz.
Und deswegen dann zahle ich ein bisschen mehr Geld und habe aber zwei Stühle dabei, die ich nicht im Auto nicht kümmern brauche, weil
der wirkt aber auch super massiv.
Ja. Urlaub haben wir nicht einmal, noch einmal haben wir die Schuhe ausgepackt.
Ja, weil das scheiße ist.
Ich nehme keine mehr mit, weil mir das zu viel Platz ist. Ich habe immer normale Stühle mitgehabt, oder einen kurz zusammengeklappt und hinten dann vor die Hecktür geht. Also reingestellt und dann Tür zu. Und das hat aber auch ultra genervt. Bitte.
Aber nur weil du noch...
Ich kann auch einfängen, wenn jemand will. Dann kommt ja die Scheiße von Dinge. Eine halbe Saison kosten noch. Scheide! Ja. Das Scharnier in der Mitte ist alles Stahl. Aber da ist keine Last drin.
Hat man da auch Garantie?
Frontrunner.
Also verraten?
Ja, die machen geile Sachen, aber halt die Dachgepäckträger und so, das ist wirklich unfassbar teuer. Das ist Wahnsinn.
Oh. Ist los. Und mein Kumpel sitzt bei einem ganz alten Jagdherrn gerade im Jagdzimmer.
Lektüre?
Bilder aus dem Leben mit Tieren. Und daneben türkisch kochen. Ich hatte mir nur 2 genommen.
Ihr seid ja hier, ne? Wir sind hier.
Bam, bam. Benny, hatte ich dir eigentlich erzählt, dass ich letztes Waveboard gefahren bin, das erste Mal in meinem Leben? Das ist richtig geil. Das macht Spaß, ne? Ja. Wo das denn? In Karlsminde. Von Anja das Waveboard, von Norwegen. Ja. Muss ich sagen, also wie brutal man mit den Dingern Höhe zieht, ist richtig krass. Das ist ja mit meinem Alaya auch. Ich bin ja raufgestiegen, sofort gefahren, denke ich auf Himmel. Ein bisschen wackelig, ein bisschen nur den Wind. Ja, das ist am vorderen Fuß schwammig, ne? Ja, genau. Und dann habe ich so gedacht, oh geil, Alter, und jetzt umdrehen. Ja. Hier nach hinten kicken. Ja. Hochhüpfen und nach hinten. Nee, geht ganz einfach. Wenn du einmal den Dreh raus hast. Genau, und dann, gut, habe ich dann mit dem Arsch ins Wasser das Board gedreht, zurückgefahren. Ja. Richtig geil. Anja hat gesagt, ich kann das von mir allein. Wenn ich bei Wakeboard machen will, wie groß ist das? So. Ja, ich weiß nicht, wie viel Liter, keine Ahnung. Ja, wenn er Zoll geht, das ist 5,8 oder so. Ich gucke ja auch schon immer mal. Ich glaube, es ist ein 5,4 oder so. Nee. Will Nash ein Go-To haben. Ja. Das soll sehr gut für uns sein und für unsere Bedingungen hier oben. Okay. Also du kriegst da ja welche für große Wellen, für kleine Wellen. Ja. Aber die sind halt so unfassbar teuer, ne? Und das größte Problem, was ich habe, der Platz im Auto. Ja, du müsstest vielleicht mal ein paar Sachen. Wovon denn? Von einem der 14 Kites vielleicht? Nee, das geht. Kites sind gar nicht so viele. Wir sind ja auch zu zweit unterwegs, ne? Das ist ja das Problem. So ein scheiß Waveboard, das musst du ja in der Tasche haben, sonst geht das ja gleich kaputt. Ja. Ich sehe das ja an meinen Beinen. Deswegen bin ich auch mit Anja im Board. Ich habe gleich jetzt mal einen Bodytrack vom Strand weggemacht. Gar nicht mit irgendwelchen Steinen. Aber weißt du, wie schnell so ein Ding auch auf dem Wasser unterwegs ist, wenn du das verloren hast? Ja. Das ist vom Wind so anfällig, das ist so Wahnsinn. Wahnsinn. Bist du das denn? War da ein bisschen wellig als Winde? Was ist da? Ja, war Welle, ja. Also nicht so wie hier, aber so unsere Standardwelle. Ja. Wo man auch mal so ein bisschen so. Ja. Anja ist nachher auch noch mal gefahren, aber die hatte das schon mal gemacht und die konnte dann schön Fußzeit eine Wende fahren. Ne? Ja, ich mache das mit meinem Alaya auch. Ich lasse mich reinfangen und fahre dann Fußzeit die ganze Zeit in eine Richtung. Oder halt die Wände nach hinten kicken. Das kannst du mit so einem Alaya das geil üben, weil du keine Finnen hast. Und das rutscht dann so richtig schön durchs Wasser. Ja, das ist schneller. Ja. Ja, das ist halt wie nur unsere normale Wände, die du fährst. Schirm nach oben, ein bisschen liften und dann drückst du es mit dem vorderen Fuß einfach hinter dich rum. Und in dem Moment, wo du zur anderen Seite kommst, ist das einmal hinter dir lang und du einfach nur wieder runter und dann fährst du weiter. Okay. Das ist nur halt, wenn gerade eine blöde Welle ist oder wenn er nicht zu viel liftet, dann ist es doof. Aber wenn du ganz genau
Qualifier here at Cold Hawaii. Lots of recreational kiteboarding going on right now. Maybe some boosters out there certainly moving up. I don't think they're going to be able to super high like that today. But we'll be back with an announcement for you very shortly. It might be on hold, is the update for you because of the wind quality. We want some stronger winds here, but we'll do something a bit more reasonable. Even though it might come round onshore as the day goes on. But what a beautiful setting this is. North and southeast down there. And announcement very shortly. It looks like the earliest we can have the riders on the water is the next half an hour. Thank you.
der Skiern anbieten. Stehen wir direkt am Wasser, das sind keine Menschen. Da ist 5 Minuten mit dem Auto entfernt ist ein kleiner Ducky Buchsen, wo man vorher noch einkaufen könnte. Das ist das doch da, wo auf der Scarf abschießt, oder? Nein. Hier. Dänemark größtes Militärgebiet. Das ist ein Wildcampingplatz. Da kannst du das ganze Jahr hier hinten weiter um die Ecke auch noch dein Zelt aufstellen, da pennen. Du kommst aber mit dem Auto nicht rauf, aber hier auf der Karte. Da sind 2 Tische, Bänke. Und die stehen mal links oder rechts steht daneben. Da ist der Fluss. Kenne ich natürlich ein paar Leute von denen, die da im Dorf wohnen. Aber da hat man wirklich eine Ruhe. Der Wind nimmt zu, wie gemeldet. Die nächste kommt jetzt gleich. Und dann kann das sein, dass in der nächsten halben Stunde liegt einer auf das dann weiter. Ich muss aber heute noch baden.
Ich nicht. Ich mach dir da so Druck.
Druck? Nein. Gestern war ich. Oh, gestern war ich.
Ja.
Ja, aber ich will da baden, das ist auch wegen...
Dann mach doch, was du willst.
Eigentlich müssen wir hier ja auch noch was drauf.
Darf man da gehen?
Nein.
Weil steht da auch nicht.
Okay, official update for you riders and spectators here at the Red Bull King of the Air Qualifier at Cole Hawaii in Denmark. The next status, competition's on hold. Next announcement is 1:30. Next possible start 1:45.
Wieder verlängern.
Ja, diese Menschen, die vor uns gesetzt haben, die tragen Laborierfahrten.
Weiß ich, habe ich gesehen. Die kommen auch momentan nicht raus. Die haben die zweite Reihe gebildet.
Ach so, das ist recht.
Ja, da stand, als ich geguckt habe, stand da 2 Autos.
Jetzt ist einer genau auf deiner Höhe. Aber jetzt ist er weg. Ja, die dachten sich, sie sehen so sportlich aus, die bleiben. Aber trotzdem hätte auch anders sein können. Noch so rückwärts rausfahren können. So. Nee, der Hänger war frei. Beim Hänger war frei. Nur dann das Auto war. Wolltest du dir nochmal die Waden angucken oder? Ja. Gibt uns so viel.
Eigentlich nur eine Sache.
Ja. Aber das, naja, Helligkeit und Wärme. 2. Wärme und Vitamin D. Hotdogs, ne?
Ich denke ja auch jeder einen großen Schrank. Ich würde auch gerne mal einen großen Schrank sehen. Also ich habe schon mal einen großen Schrank gesehen, daher weiß ich aber nicht lang.
Nur weil es
Schon mal
größere
einen
gibt,
großen,
weil
daher
es
weiß ich
meistens nicht aus deiner kleinen. Ja. Das fällt auch wieder weg. Hier, bitte. An dem, wie sie aufgeblasen sind, oder was? Sind sie aufgeblasen? Okay. Aber der hat ja was von dir, kann er nicht. Aber wenn das mehr als 50 sind. Also vom Paper sagt man. Bei jeder einen, das sind doch schon das noch mein Telefon und mein Speicher. Vielleicht kriegst du einen Geschenk. Hier diese Kameras, ne, die erinnern mich so an früher 1, 2, 3. Heute ist unser Kameracamp. Weil hier stehen ja 2 drin und in dem anderen steht noch eine große. Das ist wirklich extra an dieses. Nee, jetzt gerade nicht. Die haben jetzt die eine ausgerichtet auf die Tasche mit Kamera auf. So, dann gehen wir in den anderen. Einen Container weiter. Da steht nur eine große.
Wahrscheinlich jetzt. Gerade müssen wir ja aufpassen, dass wir nicht aus dem Maul kommen. Hallo. Eine andere Kamera. Von oben. Wahrscheinlich, wenn die fahren, oder? Da oben auf dem Weg.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you can feel this wind coming back now. Riders will be aware of it, I'm aware of it. So we just look to the rough patches on the ocean. We believe in this weather coming back today, and riders will be looking at this ready now. We'll have that for the next 30 minutes now, so pay attention. This is the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier here, Cold Hawaii in Denmark. Action, I'll be back soon.
Zerreißen uns hier das Maul über Content Today.
Jetzt scheint es zu essen.
Hallo, hallo, hallo. Scheiße. Das gesagt, oder?
Aber riecht gut.
Oh, das riecht richtig gut. Was verpackt
Und jetzt
Aber es wird mehrer davon. Also die Maschinen alle irgendwie weg erstmal.
wahrscheinlich, weil sie alle keinen Bock haben auf dieses noch mal eine Stunde.
Ich habe ja gesagt 15 Uhr. Das war beim Ding. Hast du bei dir einen Duschlack? Hol gleich mal aus dem Auto. Da war ich
Gib mir mal deine Tüte, weil dann sammle ich meine Dosen.
Das ist eine gute Idee. Komm, wir sammeln mal die Dosen ein.
So eine Augen.
Da ist noch einer.
Tim, der Backfisch schmeckt sehr gut. Kann man noch einen bisschen zuhören oder ist das eher von der Qualität schlecht?
Ja, Kevin, da siehst du mal.
Alright, little update for you here at the Red Bull King of the Air Qualifier. I'm following Chris Paul with some gloves. And we will have riders possibly on the water for the next 30 minutes, I'm being told, due to the wind. So yeah, if you want to grab a coffee quickly. Hello to everyone up there as well, how are you doing? Patience is a virtue today, but that's often what it's about with the weather and extreme conditions. The wind will come back today, but the riders are currently taking a break, having their lunch. We're on hold. I'll have an official announcement for you in the next 10 minutes. But as I've said, we're currently on wind delay. play. And all eyes are really on this rider with the red flag. I have an announcement to make for the riders. So I've just been into the judging booth. Now I've got green gloves from head judge Crystal. So the judges very much feel like any of the riders that want to go out and see what the conditions are like, there's anyone influence the signals here. So apart from Hill going out on a 12 metre, which they don't want to see, they feel like if some of the riders show them that it's windy enough here, they're keen to get going. So trying to work out who we have on the water right now. That looks like 8 feet of height. So the judges are considering getting going here. We're just seeing some dust coming in down there. So let's see. The word from them was, please can we get someone to go out? That's normal. I said that no one's going to want to go and get cold here for no reason. But I thought I'd just put it out there that if you were one of those riders down there, give you like a feel of this. I can't see it being a bit on the bad side. There's no very big new biggies, they may well consider it normally. So, for the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, hold tight. We have another official announcement very soon. And we should have action, I think, within the next 20 to 30 minutes. We're probably going to be evening by now. That's what they tell me to say. Okay, next announcement in 1:45 on the first possible start of 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock is the first possible start that we can have here at the Red Bull King of the Air Qualifier at Cold Hawaii. So riders will be very aware of that, especially the rerun of heat number 15. So stay tuned, another announcement very shortly from me. Lots of spectators now rocking up to the beach. Hoping to see some action. We'll get some action soon, I promise.
Benny aufgegeben, oder?
Okay, another announcement here for you then at the Red Bull King of the Air Qualifier. It's cold Hawaii. Thank you for your patience on the beach. We are under wind delay. The next announcement is competition on hold. We will have another announcement for you at 2 p.m. with the first possible start at 2:15. So, 28 minutes possible that we might see some riders on the water. But for now, make yourself comfortable, make yourself a good position on the beach. Can't be far away from action, can we? started walking around asking some of you what you think about the wind. Do you want to have a chat with me? Should we have a chat? Who have we got here? What's your name? And what do you think? Do you think it's going to get even stronger wind later? You believe. Right, so we've got one believer then. It's going to definitely get a bit windy here. Let's see who else we can see. But first and foremost, I want to welcome you all to the beach. A big welcome down to the beach. If you have just joined us and are wondering what's happening on the water, the riders are just taking a quick break. The wind just dropped a little bit. It was much stronger this morning. So the riders have been told, get ready, you might be going. So hang about. The action will begin shortly. But what is happening right now is we're currently on a bit of a wind delay. This man might go up. Jeff Bradshaw. Looks like we've got a bit of a relieving going on here. Jeff, you've been out there today. It's not super windy right now. Do you think it's going to get stronger later?
Gerade geht gleich weiter.
Right, another believer, that's the second person I've spoken to. Thank you very much. Yeah. And let's carry on down here now. I need to go and speak to some of the people that will be sitting down nicely. You're not ready for it. Oh, hold on. You might get one. What's your name? Existing on? Frederick, do you think it's going to get windy? That is very true. It's cold Hawaii, it's always windy, it's always been a result here. So the forecast does suggest that the wind will come back strong. I think it's almost there already, so if it stays like this, it will be over. I do have to concentrate on that down here. You can be down here. Is there someone inside? Hello? You don't speak English, so you're heading in that way. What's your name? Gustav is in with me now. Who have we got here? We've got a dog down here. This is Annabelle, and what do you think? What do you think, Gustav? Do you think this is an action very soon? How long have you been sitting in this position right now? Since 7:30, you don't need a toilet or anything. Actually, you've got a system here where you can go to toilet. I don't know. Let's see what else I can find out here. Hi guys, how's it going? Are these beers? Yeah, they are. What sort of percent are we talking? Average percent. Don't know what's average around here. 4.6. What point do we start to, I probably should say a walk coach in the Actually, how long have you been sitting down here? What's your name? 10:20, so what on your name? Frederick, I'm a Frederick. Is Frederick the country the name of the not? It's the name of the king. Wow. How dare me? I didn't know that. That's really bad. I don't even know what arguing Anyway, thank you guys. Thanks for your patience and all the beers down there. So my message for you all then is there's a wind. Almost looks alright now. So the riders will be very soon on the water. These wind delays in our sport have a funny way of being part of the journey of the day. We've had rain, we've obviously had rainbows, including the double rainbow. I'd like to point that out for the next sort of random trip someone needs a name for, a double rainbow. Call it that. So, looks like we've got some recreational kiteboarders who are making their entrance into, come on right up here. This is your big moment. We can all score you out of 10. Here we go then on the red kite, coming in for a ticket to the Red Bull King of the Air. What can you do for us? All you want to do is jump and you're feeling the wind right now. But actually it's really good. What's happening on the water now is we've got people who have really got an idea of what the weather looks like. Oh, it's going into the indicator around this. Come on. Excellent. So a nice little jump there. But what we're looking at as riders within kiteboarding is what type of size kite. That is an 8-meter squared kite. And this has been blown up enough. I'll drink back in there. rough matches now. I can tell you now, I feel like the next match might well be the riders to get ready quickly. We just have that look to me, and there's at least 30 knots maybe coming across the ocean surface. And that's enough these days for the riders to be quite show on. So I think Pelosi down the water this Red Bull King of the Air qualifier at Qualifier, and it's back in probably United Kingdom. Wasn't too far to get here for me. Some of these riders have come from the United States, New Zealand, that's a big deal. Sponsors can have a big deal there. Well, kite loop to take the victory. Unbelievable kite loop from the rider in red. Mark Jacobs won this class. Fair enough, he's done it right now. Meanwhile, are we going to see a response from the unknown rider on the green kite? Are we going to see any sort of jump from him or her? I want him to off the way. We didn't see that coming. So we've got a bit of a heat wave over the water right now. Just reminding us, this is of course not a real heat at the Qualifier. Those of you who have been doing that lightly a couple of weeks ago as well, he's been very solid though. The rider with the red kite is hardly moving. He's landed his moves, just trying to transition in there. Probably built up the confidence now. Yeah, he's going for it now. A combination, transition into a jump. It's really all the need to do. What is important for me to say, those of you that are looking at kite surfing thinking it's actually really difficult, it's not. It always looks harder when you look at the sport. Can I do this sport too? Oh, nice jump, look at that for height, looking at the crowd. Oh, make some noise for this rider, putting on a show, come on. Oh, long kite loop. Lovely to see the show going on. Kite surfing. There are loads of you who will look at this sport and think, you know what, this isn't for me. I can't do this. But there will be some of you, and deep in your mind, you will be curious. You will be curious as to whether or not you can do out there. But I want to tell you, that really is exciting journey. It's a wonderful sport. You don't need to be really surfing, skateboarding. I know this is a fact. I can't even make one out of everything. They use this everything. Kite surfing, really flying high. are stealing the show. And it's the man on the arena now who's putting it back to the first kite rider. Nice job, round of applause for that nice job on the green kite. Yes. All right, and now we're going to ride it again. You want me to go higher? Come on, doctor. And they'll send you. Whoa, it's even on the top. I haven't seen that one. Now, number 4. Oh, a nice back roll. Thankfully, it wasn't a good idea to pull the back hand there. And what's lovely with this is it just demonstrates how enjoyable the sport is. Just running around, playing with the waves. Watch carefully with the seagulls. The seagulls, as I mentioned, they tell us so much about the wind. This seagull here is adamantly stubbornly flying into the wind. He's having to go quite low. Right, here we go now. I think this is going to be the big move that's been winding up for quite some time now. The red Nørre Vorupør. Here we go, make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely big moves. We want to see big climbing. Go, come on. You can see that. Oh, look at that one. Wow. Don't believe it, but Congo. Congo harvester. A nice response from the rider in green. Oh, he's got the right foot, so very clean. The judges get a style point. So let's remind you once more time, this isn't an official heat. It's actually enjoying a nice moment here in this beautiful location with 2 riders just having a bit of fun. Our professional riders are sitting inside the container over there. Of course, they do not like to be in the cold. That is heated to around 25.5 degrees. How they like it in there. And we're having massages, and sort of pockets of time outside. So just making sure they stay warm. Some of them actually fly anyway, they are ready to go. Okay, so my official announcement for you is that the next announcement will be at 2:15. 2:30 is the first possible announcement, so we could be 20 minutes away from actual. We'll not talk about 2 hours. Sorry, oh my God. Say that. What we're doing here is keeping the riders on their toes. At any time, within a 15-minute window, any judge wants to be able to continue. Wow, I'm not sure what happened.
More wind now, yeah. I'm sure the waves are gonna get a little bit bigger. So it's a good day already.
What's up, man? Phew.
What the f are we doing? Dude, I really don't know. But I'm over it!
Tak, dude. Ses på vandet. Ja, hej.
time for day 2 of the 2023 Red Bull King of the Air with the kitesurfing mecca of the world.
Take it to the head. Oh my God! That was incredible! Landing it clean.
We're back. We're live. Cold Hawaii 2024. After a bit of a hiatus, wind's back. We're sat here with Jet Bradshaw as well. He's had eyes on the wind. What are you saying, Jet? How windy is it now?
The wind, dropped for quite a while, and now it seems to have come back. I think it's close to the 30 knot range, and hopefully we're going to see some good big air action that everyone wants to see. Bit of a, like you said, a hiatus, but it seems like it's back, and the crowd is here, and hope you guys enjoy it.
How tricky was it out there when you were out?
Yeah, it was super difficult conditions, conditions that I don't think any of us are really used to. Super onshore wind, big kickers, difficult to take off, difficult to land, quite gusty, but that's just all part of it, and that's what makes it big and what makes it super special competing.
Did it feel a little bit similar to Zandvoort for the Mega Loop in terms of current and wind and stuff like that?
100%. I was speaking to Nick Jacobson earlier, and the current is absolutely ridiculous. Maybe once the tide changes, it's the current will lessen a bit, but it feels a lot like Mega Loop Challenge. Super tricky conditions, really cold, really windy, but super beautiful.
All right, let's bring our attention to this heat. So it's Heel taking on Lorenzo. What size is Heel on, do we think? If we had to guess.
I think Heel's on a 10, if I'm not mistaken.
A 10, so it must be way windier. But this is heat number what, Adrian? Heat 15, round 3. So this is the last heat of round 3. Okay. This is a Red Bull King of the Air qualifier, and I've just heard the buzzer go. I think we're in sequence now by the sounds of it, so we're a couple minutes out.
They're actually rerunning this heat from before when they actually stopped it because of the drop of wind. He was on a 12 then, so obviously everyone's been hanging out. So interesting. Oh, look at this. He's ready to go.
Lorenzo doing a little warm-up jump there. It definitely seems a lot windier than the heat that they were in before. As you can see the flags over there, it's really nuking, and that's exactly what we want out there.
Yeah, I think we're probably 2 minutes out now. Adrian, do you want to just touch on what they're competing for and what Cold Hawaii means?
I mean, these guys are competing for a spot in Red Bull King of the Air, which is the premier event in kiteboarding. It's everything for these guys. If you ask them, do you want to be a world champion or do you want to be a King of the Air champion? These guys will always choose King of the Air. I said earlier in the morning, forget about the word qualifier. That doesn't do this event justice. This event is a major event. I mean, Jed, when you look at this event on the calendar, I mean, you don't compete in a lot of events, right? When you look at this and Mega Loop, these are the events you want to be in, right?
100%. Every year coming to a competing year, there's 3 events that I really look forward to seeing and being a part of. Unfortunately, I haven't been a part of King of the Air, but Cold Hawaii is definitely one of those yet. Cold Hawaii is definitely one of those events that I think all the riders look forward to. Like you said, the qualifier doesn't do this competition justice. This is top tier competing, and it's at the level of King of the Air.
Last question, Jet, before we get into this. How do you get into King of the Air? What do you need to do to get into King of the Air as a personal sort of challenge for yourself?
As a personal challenge for myself to get into King of the Air is just really push hard and really just show those judges that you have what it takes. With the level of riding that we're seeing throughout all the different competitions, it's really, really difficult to get into King of the Air. So if you get into King of the Air, you've really made it. But it is a challenge always getting into King of the Air and into any of these qualifiers. Just because it's called a qualifier doesn't mean it's an easy feat to get into this competition.
it's time for a short line comp, right? I mean, we've been speaking about this for years. I mean, is it time?
100%, and we've got some plans for a short line competition in Cape Town. We're planning that after the King of the Air, and yeah, I think it could take off. You know, the people love short lines, and I think it's time to bring it to a competition level with short lines.
Short Lines by Jet Bradshaw.
Thank you, Jet.
You love to see it.
Legend.
Jet, thank you. We'll hear from you later on, perhaps. All right, so we got to be seconds out from this heat starting. I can hear Lewis doing a 10-second countdown in the back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're off.
Is Hill going to hit that first kicker?
So you think Hill's on a 10, eh?
Yeah, I would assume. Yes, that's a 10.
Adrian just stood up.
Squinted at the screen. That's 3.5 metres wide. Oh, Lorenzo gets the first. Only a late back, though. How important is it to get that first score on the board?
Right in your opponent's face?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's quite important.
I mean, it's like hitting an ace when your partner hits a double fault.
Exactly.
Just letting them know I'm the boss here.
Exactly, Adrian. Now, Jet Bradshaw's just left. Annoyingly, we didn't get to ask him why he only bought one kite, one board, one bar. What's the tennis equivalent? Is that like
one ball?
Turning up with a tennis shoe and a croc? Jet wears Crocs.
I wear Crocs.
Okay, right, let's get back into this. Come on.
He'll be happy with that. Nice start for Heel.
Do you think Heel thinks he can actually compete with Lorenzo in this heat, in these conditions?
I mean, we've just seen Lorenzo connect with a big one there. Oh, I think he probably knows. Well, look, he's just opened up with the highest score of the day, but I think Heel knows where he is against Lorenzo. What does he do? How can he beat him? What aspects can he beat him at?
I think if it's windy enough, I think Heel's doubles can be really critical. But up until recently, Lorenzo I don't think has been able to match him. But if you watched him in Tarifa at the qualifier there,
nice.
Lorenzo's kite angle was super critical there too.
Yeah.
But yeah, Heel's double game and S-loop game is mad. It's really, really good. And he's very ambidextrous too. That's something that he should be showing the judges. He should be going left foot forward and right. I think he's more ambidextrous than Lorenzo.
I think so too, yeah.
But yeah, Lorenzo is sort of the man to beat at the moment. I think he looked the strongest of all the riders so far, in my eyes.
Sure. That's a good point that Lorenzo's got. That Heel's gone out to him. I mean, Lorenzo's just hitting every kicker here, isn't he? Just make it look easy. But it's a really good point that Heel's gone out to improve himself and realise that, there is a lot more aspects to just riding, on his dominant side, left foot forward, So it's great to see those guys doing that. I think in the future, man, we're going to see potentially events that are right foot forward dominant. I think that would be a super cool mix. We're talking always about being inclusive. That would be a great way to start and a great way to get going.
It would throw quite a big spanner in the works, wouldn't it? Because it would catch so many people out. Because most of Big Air, most of the circuit now is left foot forwards.
Yep.
And look at this, because the kickers are forming up just for the left foot forward. But what with it being more onshore today, we've seen loads more right foot forward stuff than we normally would.
Yeah.
Which is closer to the judges, but also with the current at the moment, it's actually looking that's nice.
Doobie loop, beautiful. Oh, look, what a great camera angle.
Yeah, with the added rotation there.
When often people talk about, how do they do that down loop? And, I heard Loic talking about it, that by looking up and following the kite round helps you with that rotation. It was a perfect example there from Hill. Maybe take a mental note of this time frame. Go back and look at that if you are interested in learning how to do great sort of rotations on the down. That was a perfect angle. Look at these heights coming through from Surfer, 14, 15 metres up that thing. So it's a big step up in the wind. We don't have a current wind indicator, but that's the best way at the moment to know how windy it is by looking at the Surfer app. Tornado. Oh.
Yeah, that's going to be a biggie. That's going to be a biggie. That's going to put him firmly in the lead. I reckon he might be 666s after that, so he's going to be hard to catch. But it's not impossible. Also, I think we're going to see a change in wind over the next few hours for sure.
Yep. You mentioned Heel's S-loop game and double loop game. He's doing S-loops and doubles the way most people want to see them. Unfortunately, that's very difficult to do, right? His S-loops are almost unbeatable to do, but yeah, it's super. Wow, that's a big one as well. I didn't see that. Was that a late back?
Yeah.
Oh!
That won't be good on the ankle, his spare ankle.
I'm going to say that crash come from the ankle.
Do you reckon he's just adjusting that? Having to compensate because he's got weakness in that left ankle.
Yeah, and he's coming down on that. Yeah, interesting. Maybe you're right. Maybe he's trying to land, put his back foot down to take the pressure off, but that was certainly a bounce he wouldn't have wanted.
So Heel suffered an injury on the football field. It's a nasty slide tackle from behind, I heard.
No one likes it from behind.
And Heel did text me to say that it's not the only big tackle in his life. Now, we're watching Lorenzo here. What gear is he in? Has he got more?
Look,
is he on the edge?
Oh, for sure. He's stepping it up because he knows he's got, you know, a great competitor in front of him. Obviously, Heel's down in the box, which means he's probably, here comes the kick in front. Boom. Look, he just seems to get everyone. Late back from the fin. Nice.
And back on from the fin as well.
Wow.
So that's harder to do than if you're whacking it back on your feet.
Right up on the beach too.
With the handle.
Oh, he's coming right in. Is he going to change? Are we going to see our first change to doubles? Oh,
he's surprised, eh?
Well, look, he's got 3 6s on the board now. He's in a, you know, he's got a score of 18. If there is a time to do it, let's change now. Halfway through the over halfway.
No.
Oh no, he's come back out.
Unless that was a quick change over. What's he on there? Is that 9?
It's an 8, I think. I mean, you'd have to think these guys are still underpowered from where they want to be. I mean, the other person who probably is looking at this thinking, I wish it was here, is now Baby Shark. I bet you he was looking at these conditions. These are really up his alley, right?
Yeah, he made an error not being here. This is literally made for him, isn't it? Tricky landings, that's what he's best at. I think he's got the best landings in the world. Doesn't matter what happens in the air, if he has a hope of sticking it, he definitely will stick it. He can just take like insane speed over crazy chop. He just mows through it. I don't understand.
Go back and look at his highlights from Red Bull King of the Air. There's one move on when he's in round 3 where he gets whipped out round really late from a really sort of overdone heli loop, and he just leans into it and just flicks his legs round and off he rides.
He's like, all right,
that's
off we go.
Here comes Heel speeding up, kicker in front.
He's getting good kite angle. I wonder what that's going to score, because in the judging criteria they're really leaning towards the angle, which will be in Heel's favour.
That's 2 late back. Well, his other late back he crashed, right? So maybe he wanted to get that one in the books.
Yeah. All right. So 3 minutes to go here. Heel is going to get 3 on the board though, at least. Yeah, there we are.
Oh, there you go. So his 6, yeah.
So quite a substantial gap between the two still. Do you reckon Lorenzo can double the 8?
I mean, guys, sometimes you just have to say nothing and enjoy shots like that. Look at the control, look at the skill, and that's something that's really interesting to me. Very rarely, guys, do we get to see video footage this close. I mean, I enjoy this. You saw him grabbing for the fin, changing to the handle. That's what we want to see. That's the technical side of riding that these guys have. Forget about their skill, kite angle. Their technical ability is incredible.
Lorenzo's kind of a joke at the moment.
He's almost breaking the matrix, isn't he?
Yeah, he's looking like he's going to take it. I think he's the strongest so far. I just hope he hasn't peaked too early, but we know how much left he's got, eh? This is going to be a doobie. Just went for the board off, just missed it. Added rotation. Is he going to stick that though? Another nasty one on the back left ankle there, which you can see
actually
taped up.
Yeah, you can look at his front foot there. That white there you can see is very, very thick sort of medical tape, which is sort of just giving his ankle that extra support. Obviously his father's a physio, so he's got lots of support on the beach. What is that on Lorenzo's power strap? I mean, it looks like there's a bird's nest there. What is that? Is there a bag?
Doesn't look normal, eh?
It's like a plastic bag caught on his... It's like a plastic bag caught there.
How crazy is this footage, though? Look how insane this footage is.
That's a shark attack. Boom. Sticks it easy.
I'm sorry, but this is... And it's not because of our commentary. I've said this before, but this is the best stream.
Look at the...
This is the best stream to date. Look at this.
I mean, I can see the size of the fins he's using.
We can see the pores on his face. I mean, he's obviously exfoliated.
If any of you are interested in asking or interested in why the scores are going up, what actually happens, guys, is as the stream goes on, the head judge, he sort of allows let's go Heel, another big one, another late back board off. He allows each sort of round, the head judge gives his judges a bit more freedom. The reason why he does that is because he don't want to get to the final and only be able to give 10s. So it's just a simple way of keeping that you know, keeping that sort of flow and the momentum going for the scores. But I mean, you're going to start seeing 7s regularly now. That's probably another 7 right there.
Lorenzo looks so dialed on his kit. That's what is looking quite scary to me. And he hasn't even been riding that kite that long.
2 months?
First time he ever touched that was in Gran Canaria, that kite. Yeah. So Lorenzo is on the Thrive. I think it's the 8 meter. Could be the 9, we're not 100% sure. And then Heel was on the Pace Pro from Core, and a 10 meter was on the 12 before. So he'll be pleased that it's windier enough to be on a 10.
Heel just apologising there as Lorenzo comes past. Holy moly, that's a big one. That's huge.
Rodeo
oh my God.
gets it back on.
Come on. Oh, he sticks out. And he made that shitty conditions look awesome.
Yeah.
I was excited watching him just, you know, thrashing around in whitewater.
You were excited, I could see.
Look at that. I mean, it's just
That's
ridiculous,
lovely,
isn't it?
That is
You can see the
lovely.
tape on Heel's. Oh, a little bit of a limp.
Yeah.
A little bit of water. It's got to do.
He's done amazingly well to come back from injury that quick.
Yeah, it's incredible, right?
Super impressive. But he also rode that event in Tarifa full power with a broken sternum. And the only reason he came off was because he wasn't sure whether the top half of his body was coming off his bottom half.
So that's the highest score of the day so far, 28.8. Yeah, look, I mean, that's just a testament to what a warrior. You often hear people talk about Heel. He's a beast, he's a warrior, he's a Viking. He's all of those things and more.
Yeah, and we're in the land of the Vikings.
We are.
Yeah, quite exciting to be here, really, isn't it?
I mean, look at that coastline. It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, it's...
Good hot dogs.
Oh, what about the hot chocolate we just had?
Yeah, that was good. They really know how to do things there.
We should be hearing from Nick soon, I hope.
Hopefully we're going to hear from Lorenzo, although Heel is always quite a amusing interview as well. Nick's down there, he's got someone, let's hear from him.
All right. What just happened?
Yeah, man, now the wind finally got back and I was good power with my 9. Maybe just a little bit more and then it's perfect. But yeah, I land all my tricks, super stoked about my performance, and yeah, the conditions super good.
That was for me to watch this from the beach was pretty insane. You know, I follow you on Instagram, obviously, like everyone else should, and everything that you post is pretty unreal. But looking at you today, doing what you did, that was next level. So I'm praying for you for another 10 knots.
Yeah, man, for me, the more wind, the better, and hopefully I can take out my 7 or my 6 and pull some proper doubles, bro. But
nice.
Now it's a good condition, man.
Perfect. Congratulations.
Thank you, bro.
Nice one.
Boom.
I mean, this is going to be a good heat.
This is a bit of a duel.
Yeah, 2 Dutch guys, both super nice guys, quite different riding styles. I mean, we talked about Steen before being one of the one of the smoothest guys out there. Cohen used to be one of the most reckless riders back in the day, before his injury.
Steno's already fired his first shot.
Already?
Way out the back, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
20 seconds
I
in.
saw, yeah, there he is. He's landed something already. I talked to you over you then. Do you want to carry on?
No, I was just saying that, Steno is a very, very smooth, stylish rider. Cohen can be reckless at times, quite different styles. So it's going to be, this is one of the classic clashes of styles, all right? That's what we want to see. But, yeah, Cohen is feeling pretty positive. I spoke to him in the break and he was like, yeah, I'm enjoying it out there, a lot of fun. Also with Steno was saying the same. Of course, both of them want a bit more wind, they want a bit more power. But, yeah, these guys got smiles on their faces, and that's what we want to see.
How's Cohen going to beat him?
Again, he's got to find that recklessness again.
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
And if you go back and think about him versus Andrea, where he was just throwing everything on line too, we want that thing. Oh, I mean, it's going to crash. He's going to not make it. That's the kind of riding he needs to do, what he used to do. If he's going to just look for smooth style, then it's going to be a close heat.
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to see Cohen unhook again. It would take a real faith in his knees.
Yep.
It really would. We haven't seen him do it since, but he might need it to get through this. Steno's been riding off his face recently.
Yeah.
Podium.
Look at that. Beautiful.
Podiumed in Gran Canaria last time out.
Border flight back from the fin, put on from the fin. That's what you're talking about. Look, I mean, how's he going to beat him? If it gets very close and he comes in, he finds from his caddies he is close, he's going to have to go unhooked. But again, I don't think the conditions are there now. It's definitely picked up. We've seen those heights there. Guys up around the 12, 13 metre mark. That's beautiful. Nice, Cohen. Come on, stick that, my friend.
Doobie board off.
Boom. Yeah. That's the riding we want to see.
Yeah. And the judges will like the amount of power and pace he landed with there. That's the one thing about Lorenzo. It almost makes it look too easy on landing.
He almost plops, so.
Yeah, he slows down such a great amount, because that's, well, it's by design, because he wants to land every single one, and that's why he didn't miss a single trick. Because Lorenzo can do that, but it doesn't look as frantic on landing, and that's something that Cohen can do, but it just means the likelihood of him landing everything isn't as high. And there's also a big part of the impression score is the cleanliness of your heat too. So
absolutely, yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah. What's Stino good at?
I mean, look, I said a million times, his board off laid back from the fin is absolutely beautiful. Here he goes, left foot forward.
Right foot forward.
Right foot forward. What's wrong with me
Come
today?
on, mate.
What's wrong with me?
You think you're looking at a mirror image. So he can go left and right foot forward, Stino, but what I think is special about his riding is how fast and how far he can get his kite behind him. So after the loop, as he's descending, it's either Stino or the kite or both. I think that Moto X is amazing at going behind you fast and putting a massive brake on. Let's see if he does it here.
Wow!
So that's boogie board off, and he may have stretched his groin there. But look how slow he comes down.
And guys, everyone out there who can do a safety loop or what, I mean, that's fine. But these guys' safety loops is precision. And that comes from skill. That comes from doing it over and over and over and over and getting it right every single time. So, I mean, I think Stino's just got that skill on him.
Yeah. His kite goes so low behind him. It's almost as low as his loop is in front of him. The heli loop is that angle behind him.
I think that's something that the guys like, Aaron's going out on the shore lines. Did you see his safety loops? They get really, really whipped around.
Indeed. Yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, 6 minutes left. These two are mates. Do you think they're going to be friendly to each other?
Oh, absolutely. The Dutch communities are a very, very close-knit community, led by SpaceX. They're a great bunch. And all these guys respect each other. They like each other. And they're probably one of the closest communities in the sport, the Dutch guys. I mean, they've got a great Dutch nationals. And that comes off just being friends and wanting to do stuff together. Cohen just sticking another move there.
Contra boogie. Yep. Right foot forward from Cohen. That is a biggie. That is a really... You see how far behind his kite is from him there? That's what I mean. I think he's the best in the world at that.
He's super happy
too. He gets it so far behind him. It's almost like it needs to catch up. So if you're just tuning in, this is the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier, Cold Hawaii. This is the big one. This is the scary one. 2021 was the scariest, windiest kite event of all time. And we're back here for the 2024 edition.
I think it's difficult when you have an event like they had in 2021. Everyone wants that event again, but that just can't happen, But I generally think this is the windiest kiteboarding event, and I think that's a moniker they should try and embrace because it can get nuclear here and it can get frantic. You just heard Jep talking about it's as tough to ride as it is in Zandvoort. So yeah, we want to see this event stay here and be here for good and be a regular part of the kiteboarding sort of schedule. Interesting, though, Stino doing a lot this way, eh?
So a rider like Stino will really want to qualify for King of the Air again. So he's doing all these Red Bull qualifier events, looking for it. Also, both of these riders, it will be super important for them to ride Red Bull Mega Loop if that gets called in the next couple months as well.
Especially for Cohen, getting knocked out in round 2 of the last year's King of the Air. Bitterly disappointed. Oh, Stino. Just beautiful. Unfortunately.
How frantic has this heat been? This is the most trick attempts we've seen.
Yeah. Stino had a great King of the Air, by the way. Went right into round 3. Unfortunately, I think he ran into...
we said you've committed.
I can do it.
You've committed. This is very poor commentary. I just thought I'd call him out for it. Whilst he's umming and ahhing.
I think he ran into Andrea Lorenzo, one of the trap guys, but I mean, he could have gone deep, but he's riding way better than that. I mean, before that was a sort of, I thought, his ceiling, but now we've already seen him making major finals and just riding. I mean, he's riding left foot forward, right foot forward, and just beautiful techniques here. Again, taking the lead. I hope Cohen is hearing that from his caddies. Interesting, look at Cohen's leash. He's got a long leash on. So maybe there is an opportunity for...
It's in suicide mode as well, which means he's ready to unhook if need be.
Yep. Here's a kicker. Is he going to take it?
Yeah, I think it's unhooking. I think it's still unhooking. That's a nice gust, though.
Yeah.
How insane is this footage?
It's crazy. Oh, nice, Cohen. We like that.
Triple back roll there. They're just going through the gears, aren't they?
Yep.
Like they're slowly cranking up, slowly tightening.
And you'll notice as they play, as they come towards the kicker, when they see a kicker, just watch them put the power down. And when I talk about the power down, they're hard on that edge. They're driving that board. They're trying to create as much line tension. They're trying to use the edge, the kite, and the lines to give them as much acceleration into the air as they can. And that's a skill that can only be done riding in these conditions, riding in every condition.
Yeah.
Boy, I missed that one. You wouldn't be happy with that.
So if you watch closely, and
one.
it's hard to watch in real time, but just watch him before he hits the kicker. He will do a small hop, a small preload pop.
Yep.
To increase his pace, but also just get that kite slightly above him, and then he edges into the wave. Often riders will have slightly different techniques, left foot forward and right foot forward, particularly here because right foot forward's off the flat, not off the kicker.
Wow, it's
this
a big
is
one.
a good one. This is a good one. Is he going to add one more? No, fights the last additional.
Well, I don't know. No, he landed it.
He landed. And the crowd have gone mad.
That's
we
gonna
can
be a
hear
big
outside
one.
the cabin. And here's a big response.
Woo!
If he can land this is all from the fin.
Oh.
Nah, yeah. But this is right. They have to increase the. Oh no, I think he might have released.
Oh no.
I think he
Oh,
might
and
have
it's
lost
so
his
close
kite.
too, with 1 minute 50 to go.
He might not have enough time to recover that. But he's got the lead anyway. Oh man. Okay. Well, hopefully we'll cut to a wider shot and then we'll know. But this has been a mad heat so far. So many trick attempts, such similar riding levels too. It's been brilliant.
I just want to do a small correction there. Steno was knocked out by Edgar Ulrich in the King of the Air last year in round 3, not one of the trappers, I said.
Okay, so what you said was wrong.
Absolutely.
Okay, and you're admitting, you're accepting your faults.
I am.
We forgive you. Moving on.
Here's an interesting thing. This is going to come down to variety.
Oh, he's unhooking. Oh.
Oh, he thought about it.
He was. He loves it right
Who's
foot
done the
forward.
most variety here? Who's done the most variety? I mean,
if Cohen gets an unhooking, it's him.
yeah, but
They're
at the
the
moment,
same. They're the exact same at the moment.
But at the moment, Steno's done an even amount of moves left and right, and that's just something we never thought we'd be saying at Cold Hawaii.
Yeah,
we
true,
never thought
true.
that. We thought there was always going to be.
But look how high he's pointing here. That's how onshore it is today. Here
Yeah.
we go. Here's a big unhook.
There he goes.
Just
Boom.
taking off the top of the wave.
Oh,
no.
no.
It's all right.
Okay, he was away from his board.
It is deep there. I think that's the right move there, though. He's got his board. He'll just climb up his leash and reset.
Is Steno going to get back out there and got 30 seconds?
I reckon Steno might have lost his kite, eh? We never saw what happened there, but that must have been that's what must have happened.
Oh, here comes Steno now.
20 seconds. He must know it. He looks pretty powered now,
It's
eh?
too close to the beach. You can't jump there. You can't jump there, Steno. You're going to land on the beach. That's a no-go.
And his kite will be soaked. And
Oh, he's shaking it. Yeah. See how he's pumping the bar? It's just to flick any water
5
off.
seconds.
Come on, 5,
No,
4,
no,
3.
No.
This is it. This is it.
Nah, it had to be that. All right,
Oh,
that
yeah.
was.
This is going to be super close.
If you're
this
just
is going to
tuning
be
in,
super close.
you've timed it right because that was banging. You're watching Cold Hawaii 2024. It's a Red Bull King of the Air qualifier, and you're in the right place. The best kiteboarders in the world have descended on northwest Denmark. You got me and Adrian here commentating. What could be better?
Not much.
Well, I can think of something.
Look at Cohen. I think he thinks he's done it. It'll be interesting to see. But I think these guys are super happy because I think they both know that was a very, very close competitive heat, but between two great riders and two great friends too.
Yeah, the Dutch battle, the Dutch duel. If this was the old days, they'd be out on a lawn, wouldn't they? At dawn. Who shot first, though? You don't want to shoot first in a duel, do you? Are you meant to shoot at the same time?
Well, Han shot first, bro.
What happened?
Star Wars reference.
What happened, though?
Han blasted him under the table.
And it went well?
Yeah.
That's not a duel. That sounds like he just got him whilst he wasn't looking.
Don't you know that? No, it's the joke that Han shot first, because everyone thinks Han Solo's this good guy, but it's that part of the movie shows that he's a nasty guy. He shot a dude under the table.
Didn't he fancy his sister? Oh no, that's Luke.
Well, yeah, Luke.
Anyway, we'll that is the last time we reference Star Wars today.
That was the first time too.
Yeah, let's keep
Okay,
it going.
Cohen sneaks it in. Wow, 0.9 only.
Oh!
Yeah, I mean...
Nothing in it. Nothing in it.
I think
Wow.
that is incredible. That's got to be the heat of the day so far, I
Yeah,
think.
that's the standout heat for sure. Steno will be gutted with that, but I think he can hold his head high.
Yeah.
That was a really good performance.
Yeah.
All right, we got an interview ready. Should we go down to Nick? Is he there? He is.
All right, Cohen, you won by 0.9.
0.9.
What do you think about that?
0.9. Yeah. So that's basically 1 point.
Yeah, well, basically. If you round it up, yeah.
I'm happy about that, for sure. Yeah.
So the wind is back. What size are you on?
It picked up, definitely. I was on a 9 right now, and I think I did get some advantage because Stina was on an 8. So I definitely got a bit more height on the last jumps, and I think that's what made me pass through.
Nice. Congratulations, my friend.
Semifinals!
Semifinals!
I think this is a great... I think this is a great result for Cohen. You know, he hasn't been in real form. I think he sort of found his form, and he started to... Remember we said, how does he beat him? He has to be a bit reckless, and I think we started to see that. I mean, they just get better and better. I mean, this is going to be... Look, does Stig have the firepower to match Jamie?
No.
Oof, you'd have to say no.
No, he does not.
But you just don't know.
You just don't know. Stig, what if he goes back to the beach and climbs up something and jumps off it? Will that count?
What if he just jumps onto the roof of the judges' tower?
What if he grinds the judges' tower, flips down, whilst pulling a moonie at Jamie?
Yeah, that'll do it. I'll give him the title.
Tricky in a wetsuit, though. Right, you're tuned in to the Red Bull King of the Air Qualifier Cold Away 2024. You're in the right place.
There goes Jamie.
This is just going to be blockbuster shit from now on. Trust me.
Jamie not liking that one, eh?
Didn't fancy it, did he?
I guess now with the winds back, you know, if this was an hour ago, you would have maybe just done a late back there just to get a score on the board. But I think now with the wind, you can be a little bit more pickier. You can obviously pick your waves. They can go for the scores they want rather than just getting something on the board.
Indeed.
Same again.
Stiggy not loving it. Red wetsuit though, Christmas themed.
Yep. Red Bull themed.
We've had a whole minute and no one's done anything. This is quite the step change from last heat. Here we go though. Jamie, look how long he keeps the board off for. He's within what, 3 meters of touching down and it's still off, and then it comes on last second. That's what he's good at. Look at that board. Unreleased board, unreleased kite.
Yeah, interesting that Jamie's riding a new board. For a while he was still riding his previous board, so again, something he must be working with. Oh, that looks, again, Stig, that's 2 times in a row. He's sort of not really connected and sort of not been, I don't know whether he's not connecting or he's just not really happy with the takeoff.
I think it's the current though. Apparently it's just pounding into the beach.
Yeah. Guys riding right foot forward here, as you get close to the pier, the sort of current has been pushed away, so there's actually less current. That's why earlier in the day, sort of a lot of guys jumping right foot forward, and by the look of the scores, I think the judges are liking people going both ways.
Here we go. He connects nicely. That's great height, nice kite angle. Back roll, board off. Whoa. Additional.
Coming in super hot.
Big
there.
old butt check, but if you can get a clean one of those, that'll be well into the 5s, if not tickling a 6.
Oh, I like that. What do you think? What do you think of that harness on top of the jersey?
Is that what he's done? Each to their own.
Jamie, nice.
That is nice. The fin as well.
Yep.
How easy is that for him? See, that's Lorenzo-esque.
Yeah.
I think Jamie's really looking like he's going to go super deep in this competition.
And notice how Lorenzo and Jamie both did the same thing. They come in, they do the kite, they do the back roll, and then they jump. You know, it's almost like that's giving them that little touch more line tension, or something's happening. But they are all doing that to get that extra height. Jamie coming there, 14 meters on the surf app. Stig with the highest jump so far of 14.76.
Mate, Stig out jumping him. They're both on 9s. Stig on the Alula pivot, the Envision. Old mate Overbeak on the F1 trigger, unreleased, but a brainchild kite, which is all quite exciting.
Mate, this is pretty good camera work. They're both either side of the photo.
Just excellent camera work, excellent commentary. The carrot cake's good too. You gonna finish yours?
Yeah, I'm going slowly.
Okay, he's nibbling. Much like Stig. He's just nibbling at the moment.
Look, I tell you what has changed is look at the weather, look at the water features, the condition of the water. It's really picked up. There's a lot more sort of chop that they're dealing with. It's not liking that.
Doobie.
It's a massive doobie. Board off.
Additional.
Oh my God, look at this. Again, I love that look that he grabs the board right, he has 2 hands in the middle and just swings around it like he's...
I was about to comment on that as well.
Yeah,
both hands bang in the middle there. That's usually to stop an overcorrection.
Yep.
So if you have a bad habit of sending the kite to the wrong side of the window at the wrong time, you'd do that.
You can see, as he's grabbing it though, I think he's going one under, one over, which allows him to keep that little slight angle to keep the kite in front of him. But yeah, it looks
it's really unique to him though. No one else does that.
It looks so cool too. When he goes into that position, it's like a guaranteed land. Like it's almost like his safety blanket, you know?
He's like, he's got this, bro.
Yeah.
Stiggy's got it.
Nice,
He'll be
Stiggy.
pleased with this. All right, so that'll be 2 solid scores on the board for Stig now.
Wow,
He'll just be wanting to get that third on and then improve that 4.1, which he can do.
Interesting little box control here as well. Look at Jamie always staying higher as Stig. I think that's probably so he can just keep an eye on Stig the whole time. I know that Stig probably wants to be up so he can see Jamie, because in this position he can't really see what Jamie's doing unless Jamie's dumped. And I like that. I like the fact that he's staying up in the box, just giving a little bit more control, just letting Jamie know, hey, whatever you do, I can do better.
Yeah.
And that's super cool.
That's that takeoff you
Yeah.
were talking about, the back roll on takeoff.
Yep.
Which just yards himself back into the wind. And he's got a magic gust. And he comes down so slow and nice. How smooth is that?
Beautiful.
I had some confusion as to which way to spin his bar at the end, but we'll forgive him.
He spun it so far it went around the world and untwisted. I'd like to see that without the drone. I mean, that was amazing, but obviously we do appreciate the drone shots, but that was to be a shot I wanted to see on a wider angle.
I quite like the drone.
No, I love the drone shots, but
Good
that was
carrot cake too.
true.
Right, 4.5 minutes left. Stiggy needs to get a third, then get rid of that 4.1, and then start going for 6s, which I'm going to quite enjoy. Look how big that bar is.
What do you reckon, it's 55?
Yeah, it has to be. So you're going windsurfing. It's huge. That was big. He's going to stick that as well. Okay, that's going to score nice. Doobie. Right foot forward as well, so they'll like that on the impression score. Stiggy's working it. So if you don't follow these two on Instagram, you should.
There's the head flick.
Yeah, so we're talking
Oh,
about
rodeo.
that a bit earlier. The rodeo.
I don't know if that's going to change his score, but I think that's something that just a bit of variety.
Bit
The
fruity.
judges will like that. The head flick, the Jamie head flick, if you watch Jamie ride at the very, very last minute, he sort of flicks his head back over his shoulder towards the water. It's almost like would you call it a tick? A little bit of a tick.
Yeah. I also think though, head weighs quite a lot, and he's got a good brain on him, so it probably weighs loads. And then that's just another bit of additional weight behind.
Well, there he is.
So we saw this in the earlier heats.
Nice.
He's got that as well. Mate, that could change things up. I think that could be a 6, and I think that's going to be nice in the impression score
Yep.
as well.
So what he does there, he jumps up, he does a late back, and then after the late back, he unhooks. I mean, Jamie, that's
No, that's
not the same height.
That ain't doing anything.
As I was just saying, so Stig rides in. After the jump, he does the late back. When he comes out of late back, he unhooks, and then he goes into multiple spins, which it's a trick we've never seen. We heard Stig talking about it earlier in the stream. It's something he's working on. I don't think it's the finished project yet. So let's see what he can bring to that.
What do you think the finished product is?
That's what I was going to say. How can he improve that?
He's in the startup phase.
Maybe he could do another handle pass.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
You know, do like the Jesse 2 handle passes. That would be sick.
No, only one. He's only going to do one. So he's going to go up, late
spin,
back.
spin, handle pass to finish.
Yeah, late back, he could do it with the board off,
Should
then unhook, then 2 or 3 S bends or back rolls on the way down unhooked, and then he boshes it to wrapped or blind.
Yeah. Should we text him?
Text him now, see if you can get it on his watch.
Stiggy, we've got an idea.
I've got an idea.
Look, he's a long way behind here. Even if that score's a big score, he's probably not.
It's going to score a big score.
Just waiting for that one to come through.
I reckon that's going to put... I think he's going to be in the
Yes.
6s for that, and then his 4 will go.
Here's a kicker.
And
Boom.
then, actually, he's going to be within...
Okay, he's done it again.
Go on. No.
Oi. Yeah, that kite was just way too far back for that.
Good on the bloke, though. And look, he hasn't got any D-power on at all. That pivot must unhook real nice for that.
I think that's why he's got his wetsuit. By the way, I think that's why he's got his harness on top of the top of the shirt. Just gives him that ability to check in really fast. So that might be something in the future when you see, and the judges might know that when you see the Stig with his harness on top of his lycra. That probably means he's going to sort of be tapping into that unhook game.
And then look, Jamie's got such a small leash in comparison.
Yeah.
Little micro leash. Because he ain't unhooking. Look at that. He's got an absolute serpent round in there. And again, he's going to go again. Here we go. Board off. Is he going to unhook now? No. So that that could be it eventually, eh? Mate, Stick has put his foot to the floor.
Yeah.
Good on him. He's not just a stunt man, is he?
No, he's a rider. This is actually the best I've seen Stig ride in some time, actually.
I mean, that kite's looking great too.
Yeah, he told me he was really... I mean, Jamie, look.
Yeah, he's all happy with that.
Little flip. It was a flip, yeah.
So does he flip that?
He does, yeah.
Off his feet and then catch it?
No, he catches it and he flips it round.
You
Very
sure?
Andrea-esque, yeah.
But they can do it where they flick it off their feet.
I have seen that, yeah.
It's probably quite easy for it to hit you in the face, isn't it?
Yeah, if you flick it over the lines.
Both of these do without helmets.
In the back there, you can see Andrea Principi. He's up next against Mark Jacobs. That's a legendary competition, by the way.
Lurking around in the background, isn't he? Just prowling.
Oh, he's fiddling with his... doesn't look like he's actually riding with a donkey deck there, so maybe he's very focused on...
He's going to go for a pass. It's the last stage of the heat. He has to do it.
10 seconds. The
He's
massive
going to go
kicker.
for it. Oh, that's nice.
Huge.
This
Come
is
on,
nice.
do it. Do
this
it.
is nice.
No.
Go on, unhook. Go on, son.
No, he can't do it. No, he couldn't. That's...
Look how shallow he's landed.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
actually, if he did unhook there, he would have faced carnage.
Mate, he got to hit those turtles. Yeah, I think he probably looked at that and thought, maybe too far.
What a heat, though.
Yeah, great heat. I mean, this round 3 has been awesome so far.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just talk quickly about this next heat. We've got Andrea versus Mark. These two have had, I think, 2 or 3 great battles, always in the same situation, round 3 fighting for semi-finals, and sometimes semi-finals fighting for finals.
Yep.
I think if you think about the Tarifa the year before, Mark and Andrea, I mean, literally it was a double fest, and Mark was probably the best Mark's ridden since his 2021 win. So Mark hasn't had a lot of time on the doubles. He's coming back from injury, so it's going to be super interesting to see how these two go against each other. Andrea still doesn't seem to be back to his very, very best at the moment.
I think it was too early to say.
Let's see what Gary's in.
I think he was on a 9-meter Rebel D-Lab, which was looking really good. He was getting loads of height. But it's obviously, it's not the sort of win we're used to watching him riding and really thriving.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think after this heat we'll have a really good idea of where he's at.
See how he did the flip? That was the same move he tried before, but dropped the board. What's your take on the flipping of the board?
I mean, it's not really for me to say, honestly. It is something that these young boys love doing, and the sport's theirs, and they should dictate the direction of it. We got Nick ready on the beach for the interview. Let's go.
All right, Jamie. I have so many questions. What the hell happened?
I don't know. The wind was finally on, so super happy with that. Finally, could show what I really can do.
Yeah, that looked absolutely insane. Well riding, well done.
Thank you very much.
You absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, I just love him, the human and the man that he's becoming, you know?
Yeah.
It's just absolutely unbelievable,
It's
because
good.
years ago he was just so quiet and just you couldn't get anything out of him. He's just sort of blooming. Ever since the third at Kota, or the second he got at King of the Year at that time.
Yeah. Second on his debut.
From that moment on, it's a 17-year-old as well. It was just turned 17. I think he was 16 a couple of weeks before that. I mean,
look at these couple of blokes we got here.
I mean,
2 units.
two big gym boys.
So these two have got history. Every world championship that Principi has won, he's beaten Mark.
Yep.
In either a quarter-final or a semi-final, and then gone on to win. The King of the Air that Principi won, he also ran into Mark and won. Mark will be fancying a little bit of redemption. It's going to be really hard for Mark to match him. Mark's a heavier rider, the wind's a bit lighter, he's had a bad knee, but we haven't seen Principi much this season. He missed the Gran Canaria event. Last time we saw him was out in France. So we'll see. How's Mark going to beat him? What's he going to do?
You know, we were speaking...
Because it's not impossible.
No, we were speaking the first half of the show. Look, Mark's technique and strategy always been to outwork them, where, these younger guys are a little bit more picky. I wonder if he can take a picky approach, or should he just stick with what he knows, which is just outwork someone, get the tricks on the board and keep the pressure on, and use that classic scoreboard pressure. I don't think that's going to work against Andrea. It worked against Parker. Andrea's a different kettle of fish. Again, we were saying about Andrea doesn't really care about that. He just rides for himself. He does his own moves. Therefore, Mark's strategy is not going to put too much pressure on him. But if Andre starts off with a few sort of crashes and gets sort of a little bit behind, maybe Mark can use that pressure. But yeah, okay.
Contra Doobie board off. So much flow. Interestingly, he's on the D-Lab eBay there.
Yep.
So that's a major kite change. He was on the Rebel D-Lab, newly released from Duotone earlier. Now he's changed it back up.
Okay.
He's gone back onto the kite that he won everything on last year. Complete domination.
Yep. You know, really working always.
Look at all the depower just to get back up wind.
I was going to say, is he using that depower just to power up wind, just to get in position?
Yeah.
But look, these two are very, both very similar riders in the fact that they both like to ride right and left, both as good as each other, right and left. So it's going to be interesting to see how those guys approach that. I mean, Mark's going to have to use every single trick in the book over his, 20-year kiteboarding career to beat Andrea.
Here we go. Back board off. He's going to have that. Yep. That is not going to help him though. But it's good first trick. Good to get one on the board.
Yeah, I mean, a 6.83. I mean, that was probably a 4.5 for Mark, I would have thought.
Look at Andrea there.
He's mad.
He's actually fizzing, isn't he?
He's frothing at the mouth.
He is.
5.8.
He actually does go into like full-on psycho mode. We've got something here. We've missed an Andrea move. You can watch Mark watching it there. He's had to pause to let Andrea go through the screen. I think that must have been a right foot forward move as well. Okay. I reckon
a 6.7. Wow, it's big.
Talk to us a little bit about. Oh, if he had stuck that would have scored quite well, handling that much pace on landing. Talk to us a bit about box tactics.
Yeah, we mentioned box control before. I mean, in a position like that, in a two-man heat, it's always good, like Jamie, to be high in the box, be able to jump where you want in front of the judges. It also means you can see what your opponent's doing. If you're down the box and you can't see what's happening above you, it's frustrating. You're almost like riding blind against an opponent. So Andrea will want to stay up. Mark's lost his board. He's going to have to work his way back up in that. And Andrea's position now, he can jump and probably get back up in position. It's a bit.
Oh my word.
Oh, that's big. Oh, that's big.
That was really technical.
Wow.
Really high.
I mean, that is crazy. It's almost like having priority in surfing and getting priority again and getting priority again. You get to pick the best of the waves, and I think Andrea wants that position, and these young guys understand that. Be high, be in control.
For sure.
I mean, look at these scores coming in. I mean, Andrea is laying out, which could be, I mean, I know.
I think 6.83 is the highest score yet.
No, we've had Lorenzo got a 7.
He got a 7.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I stand
Mark
corrected.
Connected that one.
This is nice.
Oh, that's the same board. Oh, that's interesting how everyone's doing that sort of, move off the fin, then flicking it to the handle to put the board back on.
Classic Big Marky J, keeping up with the Rat Pack, isn't it?
Yeah, are we going to see Andrea?
What size is Andrea on? That's what I want to know.
It must be an 8.
It must be, because I think he was on the 9 D-Lab Rebel earlier. So he's changed down. I think he's probably on an 8, you're right. Does that look like an 8?
I mean, I know that's a kite he likes, right?
He loves the 8. Yeah, that's the 8. This is an amazing angle here, and you're getting a good sense of how big the kickers are. They're actually large.
I don't know if you saw then, he just had a quick look downwind to see where Mark was. Maybe he chose not to take that kicker because Mark was in position there. I mean, that's courtesy riding as well. I mean, Andrea actually, by the way, if you watch King of the Air, watch that final. He's quite a bit of a short tacker. And that's what I'm talking about, controlling that box.
Last year, nothing was going to get in the way of him winning every event.
Yeah.
He was not going to let anything up his chance.
Oh, man, he kicked that board off very, very late. I hope he's okay.
I think he is. He looks fine. Okay, so Mark needs to collect himself, get a 3rd score on the board, and then just get rid of the 5, apply some pressure to Andrea where he can. It must have picked up quite a bit for Andrea to be on an 8.
Here he goes. Here he goes. Look how he goes downwind there. No, I didn't like that one.
Yeah, so he felt. I reckon that was a good spot. Just didn't have tension from the pop.
You know what I like to see? Someone jump over the wall into that swimming pond.
You want to see them jump out of the competition box?
Just for fun.
Into the pond.
Into the dog pool.
Okay. Send Jet back out.
Hey, I know. Oh, that. Oh.
Doobie board off.
Right through. Quick see it there.
Contra, I think.
Nice, Marky boy.
Yeah.
I mean, Andrea right behind him again.
How much pace Andrea managing to land with?
Again, if you see Andrea ride live, the speed he rides is incredible, especially in Cape Town. If you get down to Cape Town and get down watching these guys train, he just rides so hard into every single kicker. I think this is Andrea getting back to his best, you know. Look, as I said the other day, everyone's talking, oh, this has been a bad year for Andrea. Andrea doesn't have it. Guess what? He only has to win a couple of these next big Red Bull events coming up. It's another fantastic year, so let's not write this kid off. I know Lorenzo's the form rider, but look, this guy wants to win as much, if not more.
Also, with Lorenzo winning in Tarifa, Andrea wasn't there. Jeremy wasn't there.
Absolutely.
And they will have watched that, seen Lorenzo lift it and be like, okay, come on then. Let's go.
Yeah. And again, look at Lorenzo's last one, again at Tarifa. You're talking about the win at Tarifa. Yeah, he didn't have any competition, which means he was riding without pressure.
And he did ride the best I've ever seen him.
Yep.
Well, actually, you could argue that the 2021 King of the Air win, he was a joke.
Yeah.
But that was a different game then.
Yeah.
He was still doing amazing doubles then, but it was like just the start. Yeah. This looks like a really good kicker though, if he can connect with it nicely. Back roll, late back, board off, gets it back on.
That's above the head from Mark too. Look at that. Do you see the difference how he came down? It's almost like plop. You know, that's the kite in the wrong. That's the kite slightly out of position there, you know.
Yeah. All right. Just over 2.5 minutes now.
Oh.
Principi's the man that won this competition last time it ran. Can you remember how feral he was in that final?
Well, look, let's just put that in perspective. He'd just come off very disappointing loss to Jeremy Belando in Tatajuba 2 days before. They flew from, if you think Mark's come a long way for this, those kids flew from Tatajuba all the way to this. He had no sleep. He arrived in the morning and was one of the most amazing performances ever. You know, 5 MBDs in the final. There's Mark. Obviously, he had another crash.
5 MBDs between him and Lorenzo.
Yeah.
But that was the first time we'd ever seen a snake loop attempted.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. I mean, I didn't see it, but I can tell by his reaction that he's super happy.
He enjoyed that one.
Yeah, bowing to the crowd.
Look at his score. 6.87, 6.83, 6.83. He's loving it. He's loving it. He's earned it as well. He's looking really, really strong. We're going to have a serious fight on our hands at the top.
Okay, let's have a quick look here.
Minute and a half to go. Adrian's just looking up who's next. He's trying to get his head around that. Also seeing Andrea on a new board. I didn't manage to get a look at it. It looks like full carbon setup though. He's got his logo on there. That thing will be super stiff. I'd imagine that's what they're looking for, just so they can pop as hard as they need to.
Let me just give you a quick
no matter how fast they go. Sorry,
rundown. No worries about where we stand now. There's a minute left. I mean, I know this. I don't want to. I mean, this heat's kind of over, but look, the semi-finals looking like Lorenzo versus Jason, Jamie versus Jeremy, and Cohen versus Andrea. Those are the next 3 heats. I mean, guys, we're only 4 heats from the final.
If you're tuning in now thinking about maybe, I don't know, going and do something else, cancel your plans. That would be a bad, bad idea. It's the Red Bull King of the Air Qualifier, Cold Hawaii 2024. The historic home of the scariest kiteboarding event on Earth. Mark's having a problem with his knee strap there. It looks like it's flapping all over the
yeah, it's undone there, yeah.
That can't be good for the old confidence. This is nice, though. He's also probably jet-lagged out of his mind.
Look at Andrea.
He's going to help him with the board.
Yeah, he's going to go get the board.
Yeah. What a good old boy. Look at this. A little bit of sportsmanship.
He's like, oh, I don't want to touch that board. I'll just grab the fin.
Takes it further upwind. Good on him. And the home crowd here are loving that.
Yeah.
Andrea just has it, doesn't he?
Well, that was, I mean, that really showed, if we were speaking about, we didn't know where Andrea is. Andrea's back. He's ready to go. I mean, he's got the semi-final versus Cohen, another one. He's got a lot of history with as well, so that's going to be super interesting to see.
Yeah, interesting to see him go back onto the D-Lab Evo.
Yeah.
I think that's just because it was slightly windier. I spoke to him in the break and he said he was super happy on the D-Lab Rebel. That's a kite that everyone's been talking about. Like, is it going to be the thing that Andrea wins on, or will he stay on what he's super comfy on? But I think they're 2 completely different kites, right?
Yeah. We were just talking about putting the board on late, and you could see it in the slow motion there. He was flying down. He just sort of had the board beside him and then just whips it in, maybe only a couple of meters before he lands. I mean, by the way, Mark rode super well.
I mean, for a guy that snapped his knee earlier this year and is 35, that is seriously impressive.
Yeah, very. I mean, but how dedicated is it? I don't know if you follow Mark on Instagram, but I mean, he's every single day with his massage gun, with his icing. He's very, very dedicated to that. And I mean, that's an ultimate professional. And the reason why he's had a 20+ year career is because of that. You know, because he's looked after his body.
All right, we've got Nick down on the beach with Mr. Principi. Let's see what he's got to say.
All right, Andrea, you were far out to sea at one stage. What were you doing?
Yeah, man, I really had fun, honestly. Now the wind picks up and I feel even more stable than before. I really like it, the condition, and just having fun, you know, and going big, man. Bigger than I can, bro.
Yes, bigger than you actually can.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
If I go bigger than I can, means I'm happy and that's it, finish.
Nice. Hey, congratulations. Nice riding.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm just waiting for him. He's got the smile back. Mate, if he wins it, let's wait for the next interview. I think he's going to give us one of the classics, you know? I mean...
He needs Nick to just poke him a little bit.
Yeah, just
because we know it's there.
Give him the mic. Nick, don't ask any questions. Just say... A little
monologue.
Bit,
you got 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Go.
I mean, it's almost a year since the famous line, we sent the trap.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a year from that. Can he bring out can he bring something else out? Who knows? That was the movie.
The hand behind the back.
That was the movie miss, yeah.
That's
Look
so
at this.
Good. So good.
Interesting. That's the same sort of back variation that was it Jeremy was doing as well, with the sort of feet above him, high V, you know.
But this is the guy that set the tone, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's set the pace of the past 18 months, 2 years.
Yeah.
And to be at the top and still keep that position is really impressive.
Look, you know what, dude, it's hard to be an innovator. It's easy to be a follower. And these trap guys, they're innovators. And I love that. We don't just have one guy, you know, we don't have heel setting the doubles. Now we've got a whole bunch of kids who just want to be the guys leading the change, leading the direction.
Indeed. All right, we're already into this heat. No time to waste.
This is semi-final number 1.
This? Yeah, we're already in the big time. Okay. Kasati starting strong, but that is kind of second gear stuff from him. That jet ski looks quite close.
Come on, get out of the box.
Okay, let's see what Jason's got. He must have something. Lorenzo's looking. Here we go.
Oh.
And
Nice,
he's
Jason.
maybe been the kite. No, he's got away with that. I think there'll be a bit of point deduction there, but not too much.
Yeah, I don't think he was in total control. Again,
So
we missed that as well.
Jason will be going into this knowing that he's on the back foot. So I think he can ride super free.
You know, that's a good point. We've all been in that position where you're up against someone you know you can't beat sometimes, and you just go into the motion. I think you just have to throw that out the window and think, what am I going to do here? We talked about reckless abandonment. Someone's got to go out of control. And I mean, can Jason do that? Does he have that in him?
Yeah.
I've never seen him go like that.
He's sorting out his leash there, so he must have some unhooking planned.
Yeah, he's got a long leash on as well.
Yeah. I think
Looking down.
because that's one thing that Lorenzo doesn't have, and he does.
Yeah.
So it'd be really smart to use it. If Jason can cause an upset here, that would be gigantic.
Well, if we look back at history, Mark did that versus Jamie that time. Remember, he knew he could out double him. Wow, that's big.
This is nice, and he's going to land it all day long. You just have no...
Yeah.
I just have no worries with him in landing. He's going to land it.
It's what I was saying before. It's prey on your opposition's weaknesses, right? And wow, nice.
This is nice. Look at the downwind trajectory as well. This is huge.
Beautiful.
If he can
Wow,
stick it,
nice.
and he can.
These are good. Yeah, this is a good heat. This is a great semi-final.
That'll be in the 6s. I don't think it'll be squeaking the 7s, but it'll be up there. Okay. They're fighting for a place in the final, remember? This is semi-final number 1. The day's gone quick, eh?
Mate, but they're not just fighting for a position in the final. If Jason Van der Spey can be the high semi-finalist who doesn't make it, there's also a chance that he can get a golden ticket to the, I shouldn't call it a golden ticket, can get invited to the Red Bull King of the Air, which this is the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier, Cold Hawaii. This is why we're here. These guys want to get to Cape Town. They don't want to have to go through the video process, and Jason's in a great position here. I hope he knows that. I hope he can think that, listen, even if I don't win, I still need to perform. Don't give up, keep the pressure on, and just fight to the very end.
These are the best kiteboarders on earth. No one is missing from this fleet. Wow. These guys are the best of the best.
See, back roll, kite loop, they just start with back roll again every time. I mean...
Haven't seen much right foot forward stuff from Lorenzo. I think he's just like slowly tightening the nut there, left foot forward before he does.
Doesn't actually need it at the moment as well, you know. He's a kicker in front of Jace. We're seeing a lot of those guys go off.
Tornado. If he sticks this, Jason's riding so well. I think that kite's working excellently for him too. That air rush lift.
A little bit of clash there, guys riding straight at each other. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, Lorenzo got a 7 there. That's the second 7 from Lorenzo.
Jason is keeping up here.
Jason needs to do... Jason, maybe you're right. Maybe Jason needs to unhook just to... I don't think the variety, though, these days is as impactful it was in the past. Before, in the past, King of the Air guys did some pretty average unhook scores to get big varieties. I think he's going to have to do something pretty impressive to beat that variety, but...
Yeah, but if the gap is less than 2, which it currently is, it can completely flip it.
Sure.
I think Jason has to unhook. I think it's just a matter of when. I think he's doing a really good job. He's basically mimicking all the stuff that Lorenzo is doing. He's been this one.
Oh, that's the problem. It's a 40-meter body drag. It's going to be a slowdown. And that's actually going to put Lorenzo off a bit as well, because it'll be right where Lorenzo really wants to jump. So this is an opportunity for Lorenzo actually to go, you know, switch up and ride towards the pair and jump in front of the judges. That's what I'd be doing here. Oh, that's what I recommend he does, I should say.
You'll be doing it?
No.
So Jason's making those air rush lift kites look excellent, isn't he?
Yeah.
They're looking like they're working really well. That's a new set.
Oh no, I thought we were going to see that there.
What?
I thought we were going to see him go right foot forward there.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we're halfway through this heat. It's been pretty action-packed so far. Lorenzo's not super comfy yet, is he?
He doesn't look as comfortable as he did in the previous heat, that's for sure.
He's still riding well. He hasn't missed anything yet, but Jason's just been taking it to him. We've got a fight here. It's going to come down to the wire, I think, if Jason can stick some front roll. Yeah, of course he's got it.
Oh my God, so good.
Just
so smooth.
Avoided that catastrophe waiting to happen with that kicker on landing. Just glides down the face of it. Jason's back here. I just hope that one binning he had doesn't rattle him, but it shouldn't. He should have loads of confidence with how he's riding going far. So he's just getting upwind here. Maybe he's thinking about box control. Maybe no, he's going to go right foot forward. Here we go. All right, Doobie, board off. Yeah.
Oof, little butt check. He'll lose a few points on that.
Yeah, but it's right foot forward. I just think he's shaking it up, you know?
He can repeat that one as well. I think he'll probably repeat that trick.
Yeah. I haven't seen Jason fight as strongly as this ever. And you've got to take into account who he's riding against as well. This is the man on the screen right now is the man of the moment. That's the person who everyone's looking at thinking, no thanks.
The people's champion. Let's call him that. You know, if Jeremy's the official champion, Lorenzo's the people's champion. I mean, I think that's a fair way to say. Look, I think he's going to go again.
So Jason's worked closely with air rush on this kite. He's got a Lula all over it. Super lightweight, nice and stiff. Jason's really happy with it, and it's a kite that he can unhook on as well. I know he can. I've seen him do it.
And he was unhooking, by the way, with no trim.
Yeah.
So he must have a lot of confidence in that kite, you know.
Yeah.
I wonder what is that thing above Lorenzo's power strap there.
Yeah, maybe you spotted that before. Maybe we can talk to someone later on that will know. Here we go. Look at them both right foot forward here. I wonder if Lorenzo's going to pop. That looks too shallow. I reckon he knows he's in the lead here. That's what he would have given the thumbs up to. His caddy would have given him the motion that he's leading this heat.
Yeah, often the caddies, they put one hand in their hair if you're in first, or they put two hands up, just an indicator to the rider where they are in the heat. It's not detailed information, but it's something they can just quickly glance at, especially in conditions like this where you need to be looking at the water all the time. That is a massive
nice
one.
kicker. Oh my word.
I would think you would have probably wanted a little bit more out of that one.
Was that a double?
No, I don't think it was a double quite.
But why would he only go for a back roll off
That's
that?
what I'm saying. I thought he might have been looking for a little bit more out of that one.
I wonder if there's anyone... Well, I guess we'll learn, won't we? But you see that? He's pulling a I wonder if they're going for doubles now. Oh no, he won't be doubling his 9. That's sorry. What I've just said, folks, is ridiculous. Okay, and I take it back.
I think when he reached the bar to crank it, I think the kite was slightly out of position. He just really cranked.
Here he goes, unhook.
There we go. There you go. Come on.
Yeah, he's going to land that for sure.
Whoop. That's it. Nice.
Big heli loop on landing, loads of power. Wasn't mega high, but it's the.
Oh no! Get that kite up. Oh, the kite's down. Shit.
As long as it doesn't get hit by this happened.
Oh, that's it. That just had a kite for breakfast. No, that kite is what we call in the industry wet.
That's a technical term. That's about as technical as what those signs the caddies give.
Yeah.
All right, so Lorenzo will just be on cruise control for the final 90 seconds.
This score's going to be up in the 28s, 29s, I think, when it comes through.
I don't think Jason could have done much to avoid that. It looked like he had loads of pace on landing, so he was dealing with that as opposed to the kite. Ended up bending it. But he's ridden well.
The problem is when
we're going to see some right foot forward stuff from Lorenzo. Yeah.
That's it, nice. Yeah. The problem is, Colin, when you come in unhooked like that and the kite's in front of you and you're going straight downwind, you just create a lot of line slack, right? And you saw that with Cohen trying to get the kite in the air, and because you're riding it, the kite's so fast. Unless you get that sort of, you can open the kite up to the wind to get back up. It just backstalls straight to the bottom, and we saw that there.
That Harlem kite is looking really good.
Mate,
isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, who would have thought that a year ago, we'd be talking about Harlem as a serious competitor, a superstar team, and a kite that's at the top of its game with the best rider in the world. I mean, it's incredible where that kite. Oh, it's a little bit slipped there.
That's the first crash in 20 minutes.
Might be the first crash he's ever had.
I think Lorenzo will go through to the final here. I think it's kind of.
I mean, he's looking at his watch. I mean, I don't think he needs to do too much here. Just again, he's going. No,
yeah. All right. So we're into the second semi-final. Almost certain that Lorenzo will be through. Who's it going to be?
Jamie. Well, the next. Yeah, the next one. Well, we can see Jeremy there.
Jeremy against who?
Against Jamie.
Jeremy Belando, Jamie Overbeek, semi-final.
Yeah, I mean.
My word. So Jason managed to get his kite up in the end.
Yeah.
That slapped.
Yeah.
For a first semi-final.
That was the second semi, wasn't it? Oh, that was the first semi, yeah.
That was ridiculously good. Okay, catch your breath, because the next two heats are going to be a joke as well.
I'm going to crack a water here.
You're going to crack a water. I'm going to turn his mic off whilst he slurps, because we don't need to be hearing that. But Jason Van der Spy really took it to him there. That's the best I've seen Jason fight. I saw real belief in him there. That was awesome. I think as well, Lorenzo was stretched there for the first time in a long time, which was nice to see.
Yeah. I think he needs that, right? I think he needs to feel the pressure. I think that he needs to be. That's interesting. He's still got that. Look on his board there. He's got the rail grab. That's a grab position we don't see much anymore.
All right, we've got an interview with Nick on the beach. Let's head down.
That was wild. Tell me, is it the kite, or is it you, or is it the combination of the two?
I mean, I think it's the combination of the three: the kite, me, and the element, bro. The wind, the waves. And yeah, now the condition is really good, and man, super stoked.
Perfect. I want to see some doubles soon. Are we gonna see those?
Maybe in the final, bro. I mean, if the wind pick up just a little bit more, maybe I'm gonna try a few of them,
Please promise me just one attempt for a double. Is that a deal? Are you gonna shake this hand or not?
If the wind is 5 knots more, 100%, bro. I go for it.
Okay, so you're gonna leave me hanging now. Are you gonna leave me hanging?
I try.
Hey, you see it? There you see it.
Look, these guys are smiling now. Earlier in the day, they weren't smiling. They were going through the motions, getting stuff done, but we've seen that. Final scores there, 28.17 for Lorenzo, 24.67 for Jason. Actually, you know what? I saw Jason under some pressure in that third round versus Baby Shark and King of the Year. He knew he was up against a good, young, up-and-coming rider, and he put it to Baby Shark, and he beat Baby Shark in his own game. He went unhooked. Baby Shark didn't find the opportunity to go, so he can do that. We saw it there. Hopefully he can take that and that experience and take it, for the next time. Wow, there we go.
This is a monster semi-final. Make no mistake. Sit down. Don't watch this on your phone, all right? Okay, get off that. Go and get a laptop. Or a 4K
This is
TV.
number 1 and number 2 in the world.
Yeah.
Number 1
Yep.
and number 2 in the world at the moment. That's where we are at the moment. You know, the seedings in the Red Bull events are different. That's why these guys are running to each other. In an ideal world, they would be on different sides of the draw, but that's what I like about the sport. You know, the matchups are incredible.
Here we go.
And look, I think that these guys both want to be on the board first. It looks like Jeremy's in good position. It's obviously speeding up.
All right, semi-final number 2. A Dutchman takes on the Italian Spaniard. Belando's maybe... No, he's not going to be the first to fire. I reckon Overbeek will be. Overbeek seems to like starting his heats really far upwind.
Yeah.
But you can see Jeremy looking over his shoulder there. Here he is.
There's something out the back there. Is he going to hit that one? No, I don't think so.
Here he goes. He's chosen that. That looks filthy.
Doobie board off.
Doobie board off. Chilled. Chilled.
You know what always impresses me, Colin, is how quick and how many times they spin that bar at the end. I can never do that. Do you ever spin your bar that quick when you land?
Of course I do.
I don't think it wraps that much. When I spin it that hard, I have to re-unwrap it again from the other direction. But you know, good start from Jamie there.
How's Belando going to beat him? What are we watching for? Give me some details. Tell me.
You know what? Yeah, look, Jeremy is super smooth. Jamie is... He hasn't got that smoothness that Jeremy has. If you watch Jamie's videos, he can be quite like almost erratic movements. And that's not a bad way. It's just his style. I mean, he's got that sort of style where he can sort of flick and round, where Jeremy's always a lot smoother, a lot more controlled, has that sort of smoothness to him. I mean, if he's a polished diamond, Jamie's a diamond in the rough. And that's not a bad thing because some people like rough diamonds. So it's interesting. They're both very, very different, but similar in their approach.
Let's talk about kites. Slingshot NXT in the hands of Jeremy. That's a kite that he's made in conjunction with Slingshot and the designer there. He's made it from scratch for this exact purpose. Meanwhile, Jamie is on a brainchild F1 trigger that isn't in full production yet. I've been told that this is a later prototype, but he's really happy on it.
Yeah. I mean, we've got here a finished kite versus a kite that's still in development. You know, that's the thing. But you know what? Jeremy was riding a development kite all last year. It took him a long time and spent a lot of time getting that right.
That is a sick front flip.
Oh, I guess Starkey crashed that landing. Again, now, if Jamie can get another big score on the board here, that's going to really put some pressure on. We're 2.5 minutes in.
Yeah, I think...
Here's a little kicker.
I think Belando's advantage here is the left foot forward kickers. I think Jamie's a more flat water rider. He's still good off the kickers, but we're talking about the difference. You know, we're talking about tiny margins.
Kevin summed it up perfectly in that podcast after Sharifa, right? It's the little things that make a big difference in the end. And I think that, you know, what you're talking about here between these two, it's going to be those little moments that are the big difference at the end. That little crash, I mean, having 2 5s on the bird versus a 6 and a 5. You know, Jamie's already got 3 tricks. These are the little things that start to eat into you. Now, for sure, Jeremy's experienced competitor. He knows where he probably knows he's behind at the moment, but he got a lot of experience out of. Oh, that's big. Oh, that was almost like, you see, that was like a board spin upside down, like a tic tac. You know, he got a lot of experience out of winning that world championship because he crashed his first 4 tricks, and he only had 3 tricks left, and he needed to do that. And to do that under pressure is a sign of a champion. That's another big one.
That is big. So look at the bottom left at the surfer data for your indication there. But yeah, that's quite impressive.
Do you see how he lands? He always starts come down, stops, and then rides back the other way. Where, you know. Steno rides down and just lands beautifully and is off in the same direction. These guys are jumping around about 15 metres there for Belando. Interestingly, Jamie, 14.14 is his highest. Surfer app, providing all the information. Thesurfer.app.
So, Belando speaks 5 languages. English, German, Italian, Spanish and Arabic.
Yep.
He's a really, really well-travelled, bright kid who can design brilliant kites from scratch. He can ride his arse off as well. Look at this. Doobie contra.
Oh.
Forward spin. Gets it.
I mean, from that drone, it looks like he's not going to make it. That's the crazy thing. We've got no reference of depth there, and you can just see him coming down. Again, he still needs another 6. He still needs to upgrade those scores.
He's going to get it. He's going to get it.
Yep. I'm not writing him off at all. We're halfway through here.
Think back to the final in Gran Canaria, the World Championship final. Belando takes it home eventually, but his first 4 moves he binned.
Yeah.
And then he just came back, and he just got 3 on the board when it really mattered. So don't write him off. Jamie Overbeek, in my head, no one spends more time on the water than him.
Nobody. Absolutely.
Yeah, you think you put your house on that?
Huge doobie. With the board off. Oh. Look at the distance. Look at the distance. Whoa!
And again.
That is going to be huge. That's going to be a big score. I want to see the distance on that from the Surfer app. I mean, that is huge. See, it's moves like that in the face of a competitor that can, start to put the, what do you call it, little needle in the back there. Start thinking, wow. I don't know. Did he get a second lift there, or did he just skim off the top of a wave?
No, he didn't touch down.
86 meters. Here comes another big one from Jeremy.
This is a biggie. That's a biggie in reply, and it's rapid on landing. Look, how does he do that?
Yeah.
How does he do it? It's so precise. He's still rotating as he lands. He's like facing the wrong way. His legs are landed, but the rest of his body hasn't. He just untwists as he comes down into contact. Jamie just took a splash into the face. Last thing he needed, but he's riding well. Right, so Jamie's controlling the box. He's upwind here. Someone's going big in the back.
That's a big jump in the back, actually. Who was that? That might be maybe Lucas Gromstrup trying to, get Denmark up in the Nations Cup.
Okay. We've got less than 4 minutes left. It's been super tight heat. 0.48 in it.
It's half a point only. Again, this is where these guys have to start thinking about variety. Jamie going again here. Oh, it's another big one. That's huge.
This is going to be the biggest
little
so
tornado
far.
on the way down.
Most rotations as well. Just doesn't quite stick it. He's going to need to land that. He's going to need to go that again, and he's going to need to land it to win this.
Look at him looking up, looking for the ball, but he's also keeping an eye on Jeremy. He needs to know where Jeremy is. Can Jeremy do something right now?
Jeremy's so far upwind as well. So Jeremy's got at least 2 moves in play here. He's that far upwind. 3 minutes to go.
It's just ridiculously close.
Edge of the seat stuff. Overbeak's gone almost 16 meters. I don't think that is going to change any of the scores.
Yeah, he doesn't look super happy, when he landed, he sort of looked up at the kite there. The kite wasn't really where he wanted it. Jamie looking back at his team Overbeek. Hopefully they can give him some information. He is leading, but it's still, it's only, but look how close this is.
Yeah, I think we're
0.1.
I think we're going to see the scoreboard completely change in the next 2.5. I'm not sure any of these are going to count. I'll just curse it. They're all going to count.
What? Oof. This is so ridiculous.
How hard is the judge's job? Like, they're just neck and neck completely.
What's Jamie looking for?
Look at his spare hand
there. Look at the kicker here. Boom.
This is nice. Yeah, so he's gone for that same move again. Bends it again, which won't be good for his impression score either.
That's a very good point.
That's Jamie, though. This is Jamie's foot to the floor now.
Yeah.
This is like everything they've got.
2 minutes to go. This is desperation mode.
Belando checking his watch.
Can Belando do something here, right foot forward, just to build up on that impression? Looks like he's got the speed. Is he going to go for it?
No, he's not. He wants it the other way. They're the next semi-finalists going out to sea there. Andrea and Cohen taken to the water as we're in the last 90 seconds of this. Belando's looking good here. Too heavy on our landing. That will score, where that will have a reduction for sure. This is coming right down to it, Adrian. This is really squeaky bum now. Oof. This is really, really tight. Both of them deserve to be in the final.
Absolutely. I mean, I want to see these guys ride in the final. I want to see these guys ride again. I want to see these guys ride week in, week out. That's what I'd like.
Look at the neck. Look at the neck.
No, he didn't get it. Actually, interesting. He was trying to ride. It looked like he was
such a good recovery, though.
Yeah.
To not bin it there and to be able to carry on and keep your position in the box, that's a win. I hope he's taking that as a win rather than a massive botch. I wonder if he'll go left foot forward now and just change strategy. Go for that one move that he's been twice in a row. Will he go for the third? Third time lucky?
I think so. There's a kicker in front of him. Is he going to go for that?
That looks
Here
a nice
he comes.
one
Look at this. It's big. It's
the
big.
lip
It's
might
big.
Just push him into it though, so he's back rolled off it to just get that little bit more.
He's got it.
There's
He's
the
got it.
extra 3.
He's got it.
He's got
it.
on
Nice.
the third attempt.
Yeah.
He'll be really relieved with that. Over to Belando to respond. I think that's going to improve one of Jamie's. And
more back rotations.
This is going to do it. This is going to do it.
Whoa.
This is going to do it.
That's
and he gets it.
I think that's
Holy.
I think that might be it. I think that
10
might be
seconds left. Look, and he's gone all the way to the rocks.
That was big. 102 metres.
That was clutch.
102 metres.
Jeremy Belando is clutch.
And that's the same. Well, it's not the same move, but it's the clutch move he did, like to win the World Championship.
He just brought the fire. Fire spelled F-Y-A-H. That's how he likes it.
Fire spelled B-U-R. All right, I think we're down to the beach. Oh no, we're not. I can hear something.
It'd be surprising if they went down to the beach.
Here on the water.
As they're both on the water.
Just getting a bit excited there.
Here are the highlights. This will be banging. If Belando wins this will probably end up on YouTube with a pretty gnarly drum and bass track underneath it.
Again, two hands in the middle there, just controlling that, not oversteering that kite.
That was ridiculous, that heat. They're exactly the same, aren't they?
Look, see, that's sort of like an under-over grip.
Yeah. I think Jamie could have shown a bit more variety if it was double loop weather, because I know he's got a really good 6.
And he's been looking great, eh? I mean, what he's been putting out now, massive. Some of those doobie board-off doubles he's been doing on this new kite is crazy.
Okay, so here are the Jamie highlights. This is how he started the heat.
Yeah, wasn't super happy with that one.
Pretty calculated though, pretty smart way to start, just like slowly building up the scores. Not happy with that one. Overbeak sneaked it.
Holy moly.
Overbeak got it. Whoa, okay.
You know what? I can actually hear in the background, I can hear Team Overbeak yelling through my ears.
Okay, we better go down to Nick ASAP. Nick, tell us, how's Jamie doing?
That was pretty insane to watch. How are you feeling, my friend?
Feeling super good because I had some bad luck in my heat with the gust. I got some height, but then just got dropped out of the sky. And before my last attempt, I finally landed the trick that I needed. And on the buzzer, I did another trick to the inside that brought me the win, so I'm super happy.
I saw you had one jump where you just stayed up there for quite some time. Is that something that you practice, or was that the win?
It was also a lucky gust, but also the kite movement.
Nice. Well, thank you. Congratulations, buddy.
What do you call that? Actually, I've seen Jamie do that before when he looks like he's on a helicopter. We saw that Buckarez a few times.
He's always doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, oh my giddy aunt. It's like, it just don't stop, does it? I mean, my giddy aunt is a poor old lady.
That is an outdated phrase, but this is the most up-to-date kiteboarding on earth. These two, this is a repeat of the final 2 years ago when Andrea won the World Championship. They both actually had the same score. Andrea had the highest trick, giving him the title. Cohen knocking out Liam, giving the title to Andrea. I mean, there's so many storylines just around this heat. I mean, it's incredible. Whiz forward 9 months, and you've got King of the Air. These two come together in round 2. Andrea knocked him off after Cohen did this mad unhooked kite loop 3, left foot forward, never been done.
Here we go, we're off. Here's the kicker right in front of him. Boom.
I wonder what he's on. I wonder if that's the 9 or the 10.
Yeah, that's a good call. I think that was a delayed front roll.
So that was a good call because we can hear Lewis Cratham.
Yeah, but I mean, it looked different to me straight away. Like, it was almost like he waited to, obviously I think with the back roll you get the sort of pull of the kite.
Also, with the board off, they can keep the board really close and then they can rotate so much quicker than if it's all laid out.
That was interesting, him talking to me the other day about that. He said, look, I've been learning a lot from these younger guys, having that, Andrea's crashed, having that board close to me like a spinning top, So it's interesting that this looks beautiful. This is more effective, You can't obviously see what I'm doing here.
But Adrian's mimicking there, which isn't great because you can't see us. But you just saw it in the hands of Cohen van Dijk. Now, Andrea's binned his first move.
Doesn't Cohen know that purple and blue don't go?
I reckon it's dropped slightly. What do you think?
Well, let's look at the heights. That's always the first indicator.
Oh, it was 12.
Yep.
12.95. Okay, maybe not. All right. Andrea's out the back. I wonder if he's stayed on that D-Lab Evo or whether he's on D-Lab Rebel. And we're in kiteboarding melting pot here. These are two really big names. Head to head. These one-on-one heats are amazing, aren't they?
Oh, I love the one-on-ones. I do like a three-man heat, but there's something special about mano and mano, you know, or man on man, or whatever it is. It's just, it's all or nothing, you know. There's no excuses, no places to hide.
Andrea's so far at wind. It's a good job we got the long lens. Is he going to go right foot forward? Look at him here. This is when you know he really wants it, when he's literally grimacing. That is sick. If he can dodge that, that was sick.
That's a big score.
That was... Yeah, I wonder what that'll be. I think that'll be straight in the sevens, eh? His first move on the board. 6.7, okay. Okay. Yeah, I was wrong.
High score of the heat so far, though. You can, I think you can always judge that. You have to judge every single heat. Definitely. There's Andrea again, is it? Is that another trick from Andrea?
We weren't
back-to-back tricks.
Quite sure what that was, but it looked nice.
Yeah.
Nice floaty landing. Have we seen what kite he's on yet? I think he's on the Evo. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I think that would be the 8 as well, I'd imagine.
Here's a kicker in front of Cohen.
Cohen's on the 9 metre north orbit, ultra.
Pulled off doobie.
Look how far the kite goes behind him there to slow him down.
Yeah. Not getting a lot of travel distance though, on those. Doesn't seem to be travelling as far as Jamie was. Jamie sort of had that seemed to be getting 20-30% more distance. Obviously the distance and height being provided to us by Surfer. Check out thesurfer.app.
What's happening in this heat? It's kind of uncharacteristic of Andrea to not have 3 moves on the board by now. Almost 4 minutes in.
Yeah, it looks like the wind's dropped just a tiny bit.
But, as we said earlier, it is what it is. And actually, the best kiteboarder can adapt to the conditions. The best kiteboarder is still going to win. You're still watching the best kiteboarders on Earth here.
Yeah.
They're just on their bigger kites. But
That's
still banging.
That's his third score right there.
There he is. He's just gritting his teeth.
Yeah, mate, he's going to have to see the dentist after this. He's going to ground those teeth down to nothing. Look at him. Where's my fishing rod?
So that's a reference to Andrea's Instagram that you do need to see. He's been catching these monster fish. I spoke to him earlier about the fishing. Apparently, because I said, is that the one same fish you keep getting? And he was like, no, there's loads of those. So it must. I'm thinking it must be 50-50 water to fish ratio. They're that big. If there's loads, there can't be any room.
Dude, 50 to 50, I could almost walk on water like Jesus. Let's concentrate on this because this is a fantastic semi-final.
Less fishing chat, more kite chat. Okay.
I mean, look how close it is. 0.2 Andrea.
He's going to go right foot forward here. Here we go. Here we go. Let's cut to the wide.
Come on.
We've got something. We haven't missed it. This is nice.
He's got. Oh, he just clipped the top of that wave with his board.
Just not quite making it work there. I reckon that was multi-rotation though. I haven't seen something like that from him.
Yeah, I think as he came in, only reason he crashed is because he clipped the top of the board with his board as he went past. Oh, Andrea's in trouble here. He's way down from his board. Cohen has got to put the pedal down here. What we want to see here, Cohen, is Cohen needs to get straight into it real quick. Look at Andrea. He can't even see his board. This is a problem.
This is an opportunity for Cohen. He does need to capitalise on it. You're right. He is sick at body dragging though, Andrea. Can you remember him in King of the Air? He was literally like levitating a foot off the water. That's how he body drags. Maybe just a little toe in, just as the rudder. Incredible body dragger. One of the best. One of the best in the business.
Come on, Cohen. Stick it on him now.
So, if Cohen wins this heat, there's just such a big upset. It's going to take a lot. I kind of think he needs his 10. He doesn't look that powered on the 9.
That is.
He looked great on the 10 earlier.
It's not going to do it. I mean, look, but Andrea's going to get his board back with, let's say, 3.5 minutes again.
That's looking nice. He's not going to land it though.
And again, now he's he's away from his board. This is an opportunity for Andrea. I think Andrea is just going to go for it here.
That is miles away. Okay. So, look how shallow he is there as well.
It's right up on the rocks.
Oh, mate. Okay. Crowd
Look
go wild.
He's going to go, absolutely, watch this, first tick out. He's going to hit something big.
So that board must have caught a wave all the way in.
Yep.
Because he was miles out. Can he get himself together now, though?
He's still leading. I mean, we're talking like he's out. He's still in the lead here.
Yeah, but it's by 0.24. is pretty insignificant.
He needs at least 2 or 3 more tricks to change that impression, I think.
Yeah.
But again,
I agree.
by the way, Jamie crashed a bunch in that last trick and still got the impression.
Yeah,
So let's not count that one out.
That's
Here
true.
comes the kicker. Here's something for Andrea to use. Is he going to connect?
That is a lovely
Boom.
one. Look at the shape.
Oh, huge doobie. Board off doobie.
Contra.
Come on, stick it in.
Big contra.
Wow, no problems.
No
Look at him.
worries. Leans back. He knows that was quite clutch. I think he realizes the importance of that. And they're fighting for a place in the final here.
Where's Cohen?
One of them's going home. Ball's been passed over to Cohen.
Oh, that did upgrade his score. He's almost leading by a point now.
Yeah. 2.5 minutes to go.
Come on, Cohen.
I think Cohen needs his 10, but maybe he wants to unhook. That's why he's staying on his 9. This is the new kite from North, Orbit Ultra, against an older kite from Duotone, but the most dominant kite in recent years. That kite right there won the King of the Air, won the Mega Loop Challenge, won the World Championship last year in that man's hands.
Yep.
It flies like nothing else. It's crazy.
There's still 2 minutes to go in this, by the way. I feel like it's been the last minute for 10 minutes.
It felt like it.
We were worried that Andrea wasn't going to get the time, but man, he can probably get 2 more tricks in if he plays his card right. He has. Wow, Cohen's actually closed the gap up again. It was back up to about 0.8. Now back to only 0.38.
Do you reckon Andrea's on an 8 or a 9?
There's another big one. We can't see it from Andrea. Whoa.
I think he prefers his 8 to his 9. That was floaty, wasn't that high. I don't think that will change any of his scores. Still nice though, and good to just apply a bit of pressure to Cohen.
By the way, that Ultra, how sick does that Ultra look?
It does look, especially in this light.
Yeah,
as well.
that light looks sick, eh? Just that grey with that sort of...
All right, here we go. Oh!
That's a big one.
Oh,
that's a big one.
He's got a big gust, almost goes out the top of the frame. Can he land it? They're both in the air. Okay, Cohen's down. Easy. Mate, that... I think that will cause a swing, eh? But I don't know what Andrea got. Andrea's claiming something which must mean it was pretty banging. Mate, this is going to be tight
Last
as well.
minute.
This is
One
gonna
more
be
move each,
super,
guys. One
super
more move
tight.
each.
Cohen going 13 metres there, almost 90 metres downwind. Cheers, Surf Wrap.
And this is Red Bull King of the Air quality. You know, we talk about this being the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier, cold Hawaii. As I said, this is the highest level riding you'll see in the world.
And yeah, it's been a joke heat too, just back and forth, back and forth. Cohen's never led it. There's never been a stage where he's led.
Look at that grit, look at his face. He's just grinding on holding.
30 seconds. If Cohen, I think, needs to unhook, will do something weird here to cause an upset.
Is he going to do something on the inside? I don't think so. It doesn't look like he's in that flat spot. I think he'll tack out one more time and go back out into the kickers.
I think let's cut to Cohen if we can.
Oh, there's a kicker right in front of him. Can he do it? No, he's over
No,
that
he's
one.
gonna take
Oh,
this-
there's one out
he's
the
gonna
back.
take this one behind.
There is one. There is one.
He loves it. He wants it.
It's a boogie.
This is going to be clutch.
Oh,
This needs to be big.
no, and he's... Oh.
Okay. It's still really tight.
Yeah.
Could be decided by impression
One.
score.
Is he going to hit the buzzer? No, missed it.
I'm out of breath.
Woo!
That's just been straight fire for the last 30 minutes. Back to back to back.
Woo! Did you see that? I don't think it's going to count. That was about 2 seconds after the
that
buzz.
is not gonna count.
Unless Andrea didn't hear the buzz. Look, he's saying, hey, I didn't hear anything. Mate, look how close to those rocks he is. I want to see that one again.
Yeah, he got a little magic gust there.
Do you think that can be... I don't know if that's impression, but wow, that second lift was absolutely crazy.
No, that's not counting. They're not going to count that. I think maybe the heat was done before it, though, to be honest. I think... I think Andrea was... Yeah, I think Andrea slapped that whole heat, really.
So crazy, look.
He led the whole thing.
Whoa,
I can't
look at
see
that.
an upset happening here.
Awesome. Oh, we want to see more of that.
You love a magic gust, don't you?
I love a magic
You
gust.
know, that's complete luck. You
Yeah,
know
for
there's
sure.
not much skill involved in that. So I don't know why you love it so much.
Wow, that's just the beauty of nature. That's why I love the sport.
It's nature. It is.
Look,
Look at the nature.
Look at him. And he's even got time to shake his hand, even though he probably knew it was after.
Okay, it's quite sick. I'll give you it. Okay. I'll eat my words. All right, that's the last semi-final. We've got our 3 finalists.
I think
we're going to know who's through any second, and then we're going to hear from Nick.
Yeah, after this Nick thing, let's do a bit of a wrap up of the day so far, and then we'll, I think we'll.
That sounds good.
It's Cohen just saying goodbye. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't like that. Cohen, don't need to jump and wave goodbye to the crowd just yet. You don't know if you're through. You know, that's almost like, hey guys, good to see you. I had a good time, you know. I don't want to see that.
That was a sick one from Principi. Really sick, right foot forward.
Wow, I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
So high out of the screen.
Yeah, he was good. He was really good at kiteboarding just then. On that down ramp there. Cohen was sick too. He was really good too.
I'm just refishing the scores as much
Cohen's gone through. Cohen's gone through. Oi. Oi. The impression score is just way bigger.
Massive. It's all 0.5 bigger. I mean, that's so crazy. That last trick could have been the difference, right?
Big upset.
I mean, again, these two are just building a little... Oh, that was that move I was telling you about. We just clipped the top of that wave. These two are just building a little...
This rivalry.
Head-to-head rivalry that I really, really like. Guess what? Cohen's back. Cohen is back to his very best, and I love it. I mean, we've been waiting for this, right?
Cohen van Dijk has taken out Andrea Principi in a cold Hawaii semi-final.
All right.
And we got him here on the beach.
Yeah, let's go down to the beach
Nick,
now.
give it to us.
Cohen, have you realized what just happened? 0.1. 0.1. Who cares? You won.
I fucking won! Yay! Semi-finals.
How was that?
God, it was amazing. I went for variety, and I just wanted to make sure I landed everything, because they obviously count the overall impression score very high. So that's what I'm focusing on, and that's what I'm going to focus on in the finals.
Nice. I think you know, focusing on landing everything, that's pretty important, I guess, right?
Yeah, for sure. You got to listen to what the judges say and what they want. Yeah.
Exactly. Hey! Nice one.
All right, I think it's official to say that Cohen is back. I mean, he's had a pretty rough run the last sort of few months, right? So this is great to see him back to his very best. And wow, I actually thought he, honestly, I didn't thought he won. Yeah, bring it up.
Let's bring up the scoreboard. Let's have a look. So there's our final.
Yeah,
Lorenzo Casati, Jamie Overbeek, and the biggest upset of the whole day. Wow. We just saw it. Cohen van Dijk is our third finalist at the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier, Cold Hawaii.
I mean, let's just do a quick wrap up of the day. It's been an incredible long day with that, 2 or 3 hour break that we had in the middle of the day. But guess what? From heat one, basically it's just been unbelievable riding. I mean, has it been the win we really wanted? No, but guess what? These guys have brought it. They've brought that intensity, they've brought that passion, they've brought that, I want this. And look, these guys here, here's the cool thing. In this final, Lorenzo is already qualified. But the cool thing is now we've got Jamie and Cohen who are not qualified. So one of these guys is going to get to the Red Bull King of the Air. Can Lorenzo win back-to-back Red Bull King of the Air qualifiers? Potentially, but Jamie or Cohen are in line here to get something very, very special and an easy ride to Cape Town. And those guys will be both very stoked about this.
If you win Cold Hawaii, it's a really big deal.
Yep.
It'll mean a lot to them personally, a lot to them financially. I can name you every single Cold Hawaii winner.
Sure, same. It's good. Go for it.
I mean, the names are Kevin Langery, Liam Whaley, Andrea Principi,
Lorenzo Casati.
Yeah. Will it be? Could be Jamie. Could be Cohen. Cohen just took out Andrea. He just took him out. And he was on the Evo D-Lab. He loves that. He's got a new board. He was riding so well. Come and beat him.
Look, I know Andrea's going to be upset, but he's got no right to be upset. I mean, he rode unbelievable.
All right. Here are some highlights. I think we're going to cut to some video. How long is the break, producer? Can you tell me how long the break is before the final? That's what the people want to know. It's going to be
7 minutes only. Wow.
Okay, 7 minutes until the start of the final. So prepare yourself. Get comfortable. Don't
Jason
get anywhere.
Vandersbay also rode super well as well. I think that's a good performance from Jason, right? Another semi-final and a big comp, backing up a semi-final in Kota last year. I mean, Jason is just also riding so super well. I mean, this is the form rider right now, right? He's the form guy.
That's the only crash he's had all day. Just that one. Producer, can you tell us if we're cutting away to a movie, or is this the movie? Can you tell us, please?
Okay.
All right.
After the highlights, right?
All right. So after this highlight package, we're going to watch a video, and it's going to come to you right now. Enjoy. Then we'll be back.
What you're looking at is a world-class destination for big air kiteboarding. This area on the northwestern part of the Danish coastline, also known as Cold Hawaii, is renowned for its powerful and consistent winds, perfect for pushing the limits of height and hang time. With prevailing winds from the southwest to west-northwest, this spot regularly sees wind speeds averaging over 30 knots, with gusts reaching up to 48.6 knots. These are the exact conditions we need to give the green light for the event. The competition zone is positioned to fully capture these strong winds, providing the ultimate platform for athletes. This place isn't just an athlete's dream. It's also perfect for spectators. The wide open beachfront and elevated vantage points offer clear, up-close views of the action, giving fans the chance to witness every thrilling moment.
We're looking at a serious forecast. Please be careful.
More wind than now. Yeah, I'm sure the waves are gonna get a little bit bigger. So it's a good day already.
What's up, man?
Don't forget, this is the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier, Cold Hawaii. We are down to the very, very last heat, and I must admit this. Look, let's be honest, Colin. Halfway through the day, I was thinking, have they made a misstep with this? But as always, the riding, the quality, the level, it always wins me over.
I mean, yeah, it's stolen the hearts and minds of everyone, I think. It's just northwest Denmark. This is what it does. The sleepy little fishing village has been woken up by 18 of the best riders in the world. The wind's come. The action's been there. The drama's been mad.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Please.
Will Lorenzo go and do doubles in the final? It's something he's done before. He's done doubles in this before. They've doubled in this sort of wind in Cape Town. Is that going to be his little bit of advantage over Jamie? Is he going to be looking for something different? At the moment, he's up against two guys who are really not going to double. Would he risk it? Maybe it could backfire. I mean, it's backfired before, right? He got caught, he got caught at the Gran Canaria trying to do doubles against, guys who are in big singles. But I mean, what do you think? Is he going to risk it for the biscuit? He's already qualified.
Mate, my silence is just, I'm not sure, eh? I'm really not sure, because part of me thinks it would be mad to do it and they don't have the power, but then a part of me thinks it's a really good way to differentiate yourself, because Cohen isn't going to double in this.
Yep.
Cohen might unhook, but he won't double. Jamie might double. I think if Lorenzo starts doubling or Jamie starts doubling, they'll both double. But I think they need to do a bit of both. I think just going out on a 6 now would be crazy, unless it picks up a lot in the next 5 minutes before we go.
If
I have no idea.
Lorenzo continues this win streak, I mean, this is the second Red Bull King of the Air qualifier, the first one Tarifa, this one Cold Hawaii. If Lorenzo can win that and maybe win the France one and then go and do well at King of the Air, how does that compare to the trilogy from last year?
I mean, it's serious domination, isn't it? Let's not jinx it. He hasn't done it here
For sure,
yet.
for
this
sure.
competition is fierce. And let's touch a little bit on how important it would be for the likes of Jamie or Cohen to take this out. What would it mean to Jamie?
Well, I mean, again, look at that. Look at that. It's unbelievable. I think if he had landed that trick in the heat, that would have been the nail in the coffin. What does it mean for Jamie? Well, it just means another trip back. I mean, he's number 2 in the world. He's going to get to King of the Air. Let's not get carried away. But it's a way in without going through the video process. It's a little bit less stress. It's just it's a good seeding because the Red Bull qualifiers have high seeds. They're normally seeded after the first 3, so you are going to get a good seed, which means an easier run. For Cohen, it's going to mean a lot because right now, going out in round 2 does not look good like he did last year at King of the Air, so he would love to get in this. Again, I think a final here is just an unbelievable performance from Cohen. Is long hair the key? Do you need to have long hair? I mean, is that the key to be good at kiteboarding? Long, luscious locks?
How well have F1 done?
Talk about...
nabbing Jamie, getting on the brain job production early. Podium. This is a podium in the very first event Jamie's done with a new sponsor.
They've had Josh for some time. They've kept Josh, by the way, away from other brands. He's made some finals, made some big semi-finals, sorry. Again, they're going to be over the moon. They were out of big air kiteboarding since Liam, basically.
Indeed. And what a comeback. Wow.
Oh, I mean, talking about Liwa and Harlem, brands that we never really heard about with Lorenzo. F1, Cohen, obviously one of the biggest brands in North and Mystic. So, yeah, it's super interesting. No duotone.
No, but that semi-final was super tight. It could have gone either way. And let's face it,
we were shocked.
That duotone Evo D-Lab has been the kite that has changed kiteboarding.
You know what?
It's seriously influential, that kite. It's set the benchmark. It's been the one that everyone's chasing.
Here's the thing. We said it about the orbit. We said it about the thing. Every kite has its day. I think all kites have 2 or 3 years at the top. Well, let's say 2 years at the top, and then another brand comes in, because it's impossible to be at the top. Because other brands, they get those kites, they back engineer them, they find out what's working, and they build it in. That's just like any sport. So I think you've got at the top 18 months to 2 years before another brand comes in and can beat you. You have to keep the pedal down and design it, and you have to keep the pedal down as a guy who's developing. And it's not just the kite, it's the lines, it's the bar. I mean, most of these guys are probably riding the Linesmith lines. I know for sure Jamie's riding. He's just got new lines made. There was a weakness in one of the lines that he had, and he's fixed that up. I know that Gillian at the Linesmith's gone a lot of work to build Jamie's special lines. So they're doing everything they can.
You need it at this level. They ride 40 knots all the time.
Yep.
The gear just gets absolutely hammered.
Look at the smile.
It's not normal.
And by the way, a new kite, a new board, a brand new sponsored riders. Where's the F1 reps here? Why aren't they dancing a jig on the beach?
They probably are.
Chloe, where are you?
There's a few of them here. They are. They're doing a conga at the moment. All right, we're in. It's 15-minute heat. There's 3 of them. It's going to be chaos because they're all going to be jumping at the same time, even though they're not meant to. Lorenzo looks like he's going to hit this kicker and open us up.
First on the board as
usual. Maybe he'll take this one on the back. Nah, of course he doesn't. Just as I said it, he probably heard it. Right, we've got something here. Something's happened. Let's go wide. Let's stay wide, producers.
That was Jamie
flying through. So Cohen Van Dyke must have got something really early on there. We'll get some surf wrap data. Okay, Cohen 12.4, that's solid.
Okay, so it must have been Cohen training 86 metres.
How good will Cohen be feeling right now after that win over Andrea? Wow.
Well, the key thing for Cohen's mentality now is not just being happy with that, wanting more.
Yeah, true.
Finding that little bit extra. It's okay to think, wow, man, I'm through, man, I'm happy with the final. And that's the problem. You need to think, okay, it starts again. Like Kevin said to us that time, I'm not happy making the final. I want to win it. What can I do to beat these guys?
Cohen needs to get a bit freaky to beat these two, quite honestly. What he's just done there is playing them at their own game.
Yep.
I don't think that's going to work. All right, that's good. It's good. He's salvaged it, and it's gonna score well. But I don't think over the course of 3 tricks in 15 minutes with an impression score, that's gonna be enough to actually win this.
How was the slack on that landing there?
Yeah, but notice they've all gone big kites, no doubles. So it might stay this, or one of them might go out, set the tone, do all the biggies, and then go in and change and just whack it around a couple of times.
In a 15-minute final, that gives you an extra little bit of time to do that. Wouldn't be surprised. We're in a box. I can't see the beach. I might stick my head out in a little bit and just see if there is any other kites in the air. So that would indicate what their potential, what their intentions are. Cohen taking a big lead already. Oh my, Jeremy.
That's nice.
Jeremy.
That's nice.
Lorenzo.
That's his trap brother, Lorenzo.
Yeah,
go on. I reckon you do your look out the window
thing.
All right, microphone's gone down. We're sending a spy out. Look around the corner. Okay. We're coming up to 2.5 minutes in. This is a really important final. We're on the edge of the old seat here. Cold Hawaii 2024. Really, really big event. The scariest event. It's got such a big reputation. Cohen, right foot forward. That's how he beat Andrea. I think right foot forward stuff again and again and again, right in front of the judges.
Which is crazy because Andrea is right foot forward dominant. You know, that's so crazy, right?
Yeah.
There's no caddies out there. There's no caddies on the beach. There's no kites in the air. So I think we're going to see them stick with these kites to the very end. It looks like the wind might have dropped a little bit because these heights of their jumps are not as high as they have been. Although with the Surf app is bringing in new higher scores, so let's see what those scores are coming out. Kasati with a 7.
Strong start from Cohen.
Yeah.
First to get 3 on the board. He'll want all of those in the 6s.
I mean, one more big from Jamie, he can be right back up on top there. Here's a kicker in front of Jamie. He's going to take it for sure. Connects with that. Wow, that's a big one.
Man.
It's interesting how they all do that back roll to start. I wonder what that is.
He almost, do you see it? He almost leaves his board in the water until the last possible second.
Yeah.
Like everything else has left the water. I know that sounds stupid, but he's facing backwards. He does a back roll rotation as he's leaving it.
Doobie board off.
If he sticks this,
there you go.
yeah. He's never not landing that ever.
I mean, look, I mean, this is just going back forward between these guys. All three of these guys. Obviously, Lorenzo's score first hasn't dropped yet, but he has jumped into first place, so it is a scoring move.
So Cohen just needs a really strong third, and then he's right up there. Cohen needs to do a bit of unhooking. Jamie, he's
just got to go big.
Yeah, which he can do. I think Lorenzo. Is that an 8 Lorenzo's on? I think it is.
Here's a big kicker.
I wonder if that 8 will go round twice. It could, you don't know. Tornado. So that's the move that he's been winning all of his heats with.
Yep.
And he's done it within the first 5 minutes. That's the trick that Jamie was struggling with that only got on his 3rd attempt.
Yep.
So Jamie's going to have to do that within the next couple of attempts just to match him.
And here we go.
Yeah, here it is. Okay.
Oh.
Great height, loads of lift.
I think a little bit of smoother landing there as well.
Yeah.
So, 2 7s on the board.
What's that going to be for Jamie? That's going to put Jamie in the lead, I think. Cohen's looking sick on that Orbit Ultra too. This is so tight. Oh. Damn.
Wow. I mean.
This is no time to get speechless, Adrian.
No, I know, but I'm just trying to.
This is big. This is big. Super late loop.
No.
Okay, so this is him pushing. He's actually swinging for 6s now.
Yeah.
Which he's gonna. He knows he has to. These guys all know they're gonna need a couple 6s.
You mean 7s?
Well, I mean as a cricket analogy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, swinging over the boundaries. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure.
One of my many good analogies.
So the Germanists have no idea what that means.
Cohen, look how far the kite was behind him. Yeah. That's what that new Orbit Ultra does really well. I think that's an Alula thing, eh? Just getting behind you really quick, just breaking you down so fast that you actually get a nice smooth landing. That's a biggie. Adrian and I have both leaned forward here.
Jamie goes behind the surfer graphic, so we can't really see.
No, Jamie, come back out. Good man. So watch Jamie's takeoff.
That is a 9, I think he's on.
Watch Jamie's takeoff here, because he rides quite interestingly. You can just see him there, cock his neck, so his neck goes to the left, his head goes to the left.
Boy, he got that little second lift again there.
I think that lets him get a tiny bit more weight behind his edge, which helps with the pop. But the other thing Jamie does that's unique is he rides with his kite super low. Wait till he comes back in frame, it will be some point, but watch it. He initiates his jump from his kite with a really low position and brings it up slowly. It's not like a really aggressive fast yank. It's a slower one that is initiated from a much lower position. I think that's a foil kite thing. You have to ride like that on a foil kite, and I think that's bled into his LEI riding, and I think it's giving him his unique style and advantage somewhat in these lighter winds. Completely different pop, completely different approach to Lorenzo.
I mean, I was just about to say high score from Jamie come through, but there we go with that. Kasati doing that. Kasati going 7.53 with that. It's a front roll into a rodeo, board off into a rodeo he does. So he does board off, I think it's a board off boogie, then he goes rodeo, then he comes back down, gets us, look, it's a full row of 7s. All the 7s. So, I mean, Jamie needs something big here just to keep in touch. He's got to forget about Cohen here. He needs to keep in touch with the leader, which means putting a big score right down right now. And he's got the kicker
there. The steepness is out. Just wonder whether it will push him into the lines too much. Double trouble here.
Look at the distance. I think it's going to be a 7, I think, again.
I
don't think it had the height.
That's going to be really hard to judge.
Yeah.
How are they possibly going to do that? It's going to come down to whoever took off first, who I'm actually not sure. But that might be a bit contentious later on, but we'll see. We'll see. Still 7 minutes left. There's plenty of room here. We're just seeing them go through the gears. I think we were seeing Lorenzo in 5th gear, but I think he's got one more to go. I think Jamie has 2. Cohen definitely has, but it's a different sort of gear. He can unhook and go and do some seriously weird stuff. But we haven't seen it all day, really, apart from a Kung Fu pass from Cohen. That's been it. But he's got the long leash. It's there. And to win something like Cold Hawaii, I think he's willing to put it all on the line.
I tell you what, though, he's, I know it looks like 2 points on. Wow, it's a big one. It's a big one.
Oh.
That's... Ooh. Again, I mean, you don't know with Jamie. He doesn't celebrate. It's hard to know if he's happy with him, He just sort of comes down and goes about his business.
No, he does. If it's absolutely gigantic, he will. But otherwise, he's... Is that kite change? Why is Lorenzo taking off from there? Is that a 6? No, that looks like an 8 still. That looks too big. Okay. Calmness in the booth.
I mean, look at these heights. I mean, we're only at the 14. This is nowhere near as high as we've gone. I mean, I think that's an indicator the wind has dropped off a little bit. That's why we're not seeing... I mean, Renzo potentially now with a third of the final left could go and just have a go for it, but it might just be too costly of an error. I mean, Cohen needs something really big. Don't think that's going to be it. No, that's definitely not going to be it.
Not a terrible crash though. He's still close to his board. Can still get back on and control the box nicely. Get back upwind. Lorenzo's going to need a little bit of right foot forward stuff. I mean, Lorenzo's in a really solid position here. Look at the scoreboard. I think Jamie will be feeling that too. Jamie will know that he's in 2nd place too. That is a great
That's a big one.
How many rotations is that? That's going to be 6 or 7 by the time he lands.
That's going to be another big score.
That was really big.
That's going to be a big score.
Yeah, that's going to be big. I think that's going to be in the middle 7.
Holy moly. Jamie Overbeek has just jumped up. I don't know if this...
I think he's got one more to come.
Okay, it's just changed again.
Yeah,
both of them got 7. That's a 7.5, second highest score.
I think there's one more to come after this.
I think that 7.5 was that last thing, but it came in super quick from the judges, so maybe you're right. Maybe there's another one to come in. Yeah, you're right. That did flick over way too fast.
Okay. Oh.
Is he going to...
Oh, damn. Oh. Oh. Did you see how long the kite was behind him there? It never went in front. He just did this double heli loop with it kept behind.
0.3, 0.6. Okay, those scores are in.
How is he keeping the tension there with it only behind him? It never goes in front. That's like breaking the law of physics. I don't get it. We're going to have to interview him afterwards to figure out how that works. That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Again, 0.38 is something that variety can trip you up on.
Yeah.
I mean, who's been doing the most variety? Should Jamie be looking to do something in towards the judges? Put on a show there. I mean, this is...
He has been. That was the one where I was like, look at him popping, look at his neck. He has been doing that. If we go slightly wider here, you'll be able to see his kite position. Look how low it is there on takeoff.
Oh.
And he just takes it up so slowly.
What? No. Wow, that is...
I think you might have just broken the microphone, AJ. But we're here for it. We don't mind. This is the final of Cold Hawaii 2024.
4 minutes to go.
They're fighting for a really big title. They're fighting for a lot of cash. And they're fighting for a place at King of the Air. The pinnacle of kiteboarding. Orbit Ultra just bringing him down so softly there. Look at that, just keeps it toe side, just keeps out of the way of any trouble downwind. Takes it back round. Heading back upwind. Lorenzo's going to go right foot forward. He's going to get down this little ramp and then he's going to pop. Yep, here we go.
Nice, shark attack.
That is quite mad. That was frantic. He must have vertigo after that.
He's happy with that, yeah. That's something he really
The crowd are liking it too. The crowd love stuff that's towards them. I think the judges secretly love it too. I mean, they shouldn't, but I think they do. They can't help
waiting for those scores to drop. Where's
What are you thinking?
Where's Jamie?
Where is he?
Where's Jamie gone?
Where's he gone?
Where's he gone?
It's had enough.
Gone for
there he is.
Gone for a haircut.
Here he is.
I mean, I mean, there's still so much time. Think about that last 2 minutes of the Andrea and Cohen, when they were both in the water body dragging, we're like, what's going to happen? Those guys laid about 4 more tricks out. So guys, don't get carried away here. There's still a lot of time on line. Here comes the kicker.
Here he comes.
My, it's a big one.
Really nice
Huge.
height.
Oh my.
Frantic in the air. Can he stick that?
That is going to be a big score.
Oh. That might have just changed it, you know. Yeah,
oh my.
He's gone. Okay. So now we're 2.11 from third to first. But the margin between Lorenzo and Overbeek is tiny. This is nice as well. Look how much he's free falling there.
Come on, Loz. Come on, Lorenzo. You've got to get that ball back on super quick. I mean, Cohen, he's brought like a knife to a gunfight really here, you know. Just not getting the, I mean, he's riding out of his skin, but these two guys just in front of him are just putting down score after score. Look, if Jamie gets one more big trick here, it could be the nail in the coffin and back up that win at Baccarat. Imagine that, 2 big wins. It's kind of crazy.
They look, Cohen looks exhausted.
Yeah.
This is 15 minutes of going absolutely nuts. With, what, 500 people watching you on the beach? It's something like that. I put my head out and I got overwhelmed. I felt my social anxiety climb through the roof.
Okay.
He's not going to take that one.
It doesn't look like there's anything in front of him.
He wants right foot forward.
But you know what?
I think.
Jamie should power out now. Keep the pressure on and make him double think it.
Yeah.
Come on, Jamie. You've got to do that.
Here he comes.
Come on. Let's follow Lorenzo, please. Let's follow Lorenzo.
Yeah. If we can pan to the left, that'd be nice. We'll go very wide. Here we go. It's nice. Not the most critical kite angle, but I think it will help with his
overall pressure.
Yeah, I think it will. I
don't think that's going to change the initial score that we can see here.
We're into the final minute here of the Red Bull King of the Air Qualifier Cold Hawaii 2024. It's been banging.
Here he goes.
These are 3 of the best kiteboarders in the world. They're all in the air, all at once. They all desperately want the top spot here.
I mean,
serious reputation points, serious cash, serious ticket to the biggest competition in kiteboarding in Cape Town.
This is how much these guys want to win it. Lorenzo's already going to the final and he's still riding out of his skin. Jamie just stretches that little lead. I think it was 0.32 before, out to 0.34.
Let's go to Lorenzo. Let's go to Lorenzo and keep it wide because he's going to pop right foot forward. I think he may have already done it. That's okay.
15 seconds left.
That's okay.
Wow.
15 seconds to go.
Is this
Cohen? They're both in the air. They both know this is the last hurrah.
I don't think that's...
Has Jamie done enough? Lorenzo on the buzzer? Here we go, on the buzzer. Is he going to stick this?
I don't think that's big enough score.
Yeah,
it's
but
a big
it's
enough
just
score.
Clutch getting it done on the buzzer, isn't it? All right, that was mad. Woof. I'm kind of glad it's over. That's how frantic it was. It was great, but I'm glad it's done.
I mean,
it's like a roller coaster.
Look at these guys. Look at these guys. I mean, look how tight he is. I mean, what a final. I mean, these are the type of finals. I don't like to see guys just walk the final, walk away and just put on a little bit what we've seen. That was unbelievable.
These are the highlights from the final.
Has Jamie done enough?
Lorenzo was sick. He was actually sick. Cohen, though, I think we must have missed that one in the stream. That was banging.
This was the very start.
That was his first attempt, yeah.
This is early on when just warming up. That's warming up with a cheeky...
None of these ended up counting.
No, of course.
Jamie on fresh gear. Lorenzo coming into this the favourite. Cohen Van Dyke giving us the biggest upset of the whole competition so far. Biggest upset in Cold Hawaii history.
Which one? Cohen versus Andrea?
Yeah.
Cold Hawaii history, biggest upset?
You'd have to say. He knocked out the reigning Cold Hawaii champion in the semi-final.
Yeah, but he also knocked out a guy who hasn't been in competition for 6 or 7 months now and been on, let's call it a hiatus. I wouldn't say that.
Only a competitive hiatus.
Yeah.
So he's still been riding loads. If you follow Andrea, you would have seen it all.
Yeah. That's the shark attack.
I wonder if Cohen was slightly spent from that going into the final.
I mean...
but you're going up... The problem is, when you go up against Lorenzo Casati or Jamie Overbeek, those guys ride so much. Unless you're doing as much riding as them, it's hard to even be in the same ballpark.
Let's just forget about who won. Jamie's going.
And Cohen is.
Both those guys, but someone's getting a ticket, and I think if Jamie doesn't win, he's in second place. He's gone. He's got himself a ticket. Let's be honest.
Okay.
I mean, whether Jamie wins or not, he's going to be super happy.
What we care about though is who's won Cold Hawaii 2024.
Oh, look at that! I mean, I just love these little extra bounces that Jamie gets from the wind.
Jamie on a new board as well. The board has always been something he's been super picky about.
That was like Doobie board off to rodeo.
He must be really happy on that board at the moment as it is. Coming to the end of the highlights now. Lorenzo just getting so much height. That was sick, wasn't it? From start to finish.
Wow.
And it just slowly cranked up as the final went on. So we're just in the limbo period here.
Oh mate, this is when the, I mean, look at that. These are the big ones. Here's the problem. This is when the judges earn their money.
Yeah.
This is when the judges actually have to make the tough decisions. You know, this is like when you don't want to be a judge. When you got to sit down there and you've got to sell your case to the head judge. This is what I think. The head judge has then got to make a decision. Okay, that's the fair score. And they're putting scores in without knowing how it's going to reflect, right? Let's put it that way.
We got a result. We got a result. Lorenzo Casati is
champion.
He's taken it.
0.77.
And look how much it means to him.
Back-to-back Red Bull King of the Air qualifiers. He won Tarifa, and now he's gone on to win Red Bull King of the Air qualifier. Cold Hawaii, backing up multiple. He's got 2 second-place finishes here. His first championship.
And look at it. That outpouring of emotion. That's his dad, Renato Casati.
His brother.
This is the moment. This is the moment. There's Belando, his trap brother.
A look at the overall impression, 8.1, that was the difference. Wow, actually, to be honest, man, that actually saved him, that overall impression. It's 1.1 higher than Jamie. I mean, if that wasn't, that's a big impression. Otherwise, it would have been, Jamie would have won it.
Yeah, it's a big margin difference, eh?
Huge margin.
Wow. A worthy winner, though. He rode so strongly.
How many crashes did he go? 2 crashes? The whole day?
I remember one in the middle heats. Did he crash anything in round 1?
What's he doing here?
Can't really remember.
What's he doing?
It's just Cold Hawaii baptism, mate.
That's what it is.
What do you think he's doing?
Oh, washing his hair?
Yeah, just freshening up after a big day at the office. Hell of a day. There's a lot of riding. Lorenzo arrived here in northwest Denmark at 4 a.m. this morning. He slept in the car. His dad drove through the night. He slept in the back of the car, woke up, won Cold Hawaii. Took it home, didn't he? What a win.
Wow, I'm kind of speechless.
What a statement.
Where's Nick? We need an interview.
I want to hear from this man. Look at him. He's... Oh, hell no. We're going to the podium here. There's his dad, Renato Casati, who's looking like a genius these days, by the way, isn't he? He's looking like the most strategic, clever man in kiteboarding.
Super coach. The super dad.
Yeah, seriously, though. He is. Photographer's going wild. Don't need to talk to that man in yellow trousers. Let's just get to the podium. Got to remember the board.
Yeah, look,
got to say well done to the bros.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Jamie's not unhappy here, is he? You know,
I mean,
he rode
he's
out of his skin. He's
Jamie's off.
Yeah,
he's off
in there as well. Like Baby Shark did the week before, he picked up the you know, the what do you call it, the sort of the entry to there, because obviously Lorenzo, being a finalist, is already pre-qualified. Yeah, it's wow. I mean, what an amazing event, and again, the riding saved the day. Okay.
All right, let's go to the ceremony.
Are 3 riders here?
Just one. Does that mean? Or is there just one? You know. Okay. All 3 riders are here. Okay. We will perform the official prize giving. They said today that the weatherman was wrong. They said the wind wouldn't come. It did come. You all held out with this truly incredible show on the beach today at the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier here at Cold Hawaii. You waited. The riders performed. That was something special. Thank you for being down here on the beach. A big hello to our listeners from around the world. That was incredible today. I want to thank our partners here, Maui Gym, Glasses, North Kiteboarding, Mystic as well, for being partners of this event. This has been really special. Denmark is a wonderful place. It's my first time here. I've been very touched by the people here. What a wonderful place to put an event on like this. You will not get closer to the action. We've just seen an incredible day of kiteboarding from the best big air riders in the world, and a final which was so close, I would hate to have called that. It's now time to bring these riders up to celebrate their performance today. In 3rd place here at the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier at Cold Hawaii, recovering from injury, coming back in style from the Netherlands, Koen van Dijk. What a ride today, Koen. Take your place up there in third place. Incredible, just making it way through that incredible semi-final with Andrea Principi. A very deserved place on the podium for you. We now have to think about the top two. These two riders really pushing it. And I can tell you, in second place, also from the Netherlands, Jamie Overbeek. Well done, Jamie. I want a high five too. I didn't get one. I got one now. Jamie Overbeek, of course, he will be getting that ticket to the Red Bull King of the Air, which means our winner of this event from Italy, Lorenzo Casati. What a performance from you. There is our winner. Well done, Lorenzo. Wow. And we're going to have a quick chat with Lorenzo. We need to speak to him. There are your podium finishers. Everybody up there. Make some noise for Koen van Dijk, Jamie Overbeek, Lorenzo Casati. Where is that champagne? That will be coming very soon, I'm sure. But just before we do the champagne, I need to speak to you, Lorenzo Casati. That was an incredible performance today. You kept going right to the end. Are you thinking about doing something special this year and taking home maybe 3 or 4 events even?
Yeah, I mean, for sure now I want to keep pushing, and the next event I'm going to do the one in France, and then for sure I'm going to try to win the Red Bull King of the Air. And yeah, today was just an amazing day. The crowd here is amazing, the spot was super good, and yeah, I mean, I'm just so happy to get the win here. And I really want to thank so much my sponsor, but the biggest thanks to my dad. He's been training with me for so much time, and yeah, without him I wouldn't be here. And I love you.
Okay, it's time to get where I think it's the champagne time. What a deserved winner of the event here, and maybe doing something in history as well. We speak of the trilogy, done before, winning 3 events. He's eyeing up more. All right, get ready, everyone. Get your heads up. This is the moment where all the expensive cameras put in their insurance claims. Congratulations then to our podium up here, winning the event, Lorenzo Casati. In second place, Jamie Overbeek, and Koen van Dijk takes 3rd place. Well done, guys. That was absolutely epic. What an incredible final. We had ups and downs. We had rainbows. We had absolutely everything here at the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier here at Cold Hawaii. That was a day to go down in history. I hope you've enjoyed it, both here on the beach and watching live at home. I'm Lewis Crathen signing out. That was an epic day. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
That slapped.
That was epic. I'm super happy to be here. I'm super happy to be involved in this, and it was just such an amazing event, especially to be with you to call this.
Oh, it was.
I mean,
it was very nice to be with me.
I mean, we knew Lorenzo was on form, but I tell you what, Jamie on new gear, man, he rode super well, and Koen back to his very, very best. And that's what we want to see. Guys pushing themselves, finding their form at the right time. And if those 2 other guys can keep that form momentum into Cape Town, man, King of the Air is going to be amazing as usual.
What we saw today was this man in blue coming in as the favourite and performing like it as well.
I mean,
there was at no point did he look like he was going to bottle it.
I mean, look how happy he is. He's already qualified. He's already going to King of the Air. That's what this means to him. As I said at the very top, forget about Red Bull King of the Air qualifier. Forget about that word qualifier. This is a massive event. Cold Hawaii is the 3rd major. It proved it again today. It is an event on the calendar that will be there for a long time. These conditions weren't the conditions we've seen in the past, but guess what? Even with bad conditions, these guys ride at the very, very best because they know how much importance this event is. And look at that with his father. I mean, they're such a close-knit family. Leo's there. Unfortunately, Leo wasn't allowed to ride because of his age, but again,
Thankfully, he probably would have won it.
yeah, little bugger. But yeah, it's super cool to see. And again, at the very top, look at these guys. Family affair. Look at the Overbeeks. Family affair.
Yeah,
You know,
it's a good point. It's a
Always
good
at
point.
the very top, it's the families behind these families that do it. Look at Cohen in the background there. He just wants to get involved for a hug.
Andrea Principia as well. His parents are, I don't think they're actually here this time, but
No.
usually they are. After he won in Tarifa, we all said, yeah, he was on fire, but he hadn't really been tested. Today, the world's best all turned up.
Yep. And he was, he was tested, and guess what? He came out on top again. And you know what? It's that, you know what I like is that winning mentality. And you know, if you've ever been involved in sport and you get that sort of momentum behind you, it's it's like winning becomes a habit, and that's where he is now. Andrea had it last year. Again, you got to feel for people like Jeremy, who had such a great first 6 months. Look, I don't think Jeremy is. He's still in a great spot, but that winning mentality comes from being under pressure and turning on at the right time. Again, like he said, I think he said, what's his name said, how do you find it? He said, it's me, it's the kite, it's the elements, all working together. And that comes from when you're in form, when you're on that momentum, when you're on that roll, you make your wins, you make your habit, you make your luck. And that's what the Casadis are doing right now. And I'm saying the Casadis because the group of them are on a roll, they're on momentum.
It was a great day for him. It was another good day for the Trap, who are continuing to mop everything up. They've got the King of the Air most recently. They've got the World Championship most recently. The Trap have won both King of the Air qualifiers most recently. Can anyone stop those three?
Let's talk about Andrea a little bit before we sign off. Do you think this is a good comeback for him?
Yeah.
He looked awesome, mate. To be honest, actually, I mean, I'm not putting down Cohen because Cohen rode it. I was kind of thinking that Andrea was going to go through. That's the way I felt from watching it. Look, I'm super happy for Cohen, and we're going to go talk to the boys in a second. Look, it was awesome. I think Andrea might be upset, but deep down, he's got to look at big picture. The big events are still to come. King of the Air is the big event. Back-to-back King of the Airs. Only been done 2 times. Been done by Kevin. Been done by Aaron. It's an opportunity for him to make history again. So let's not lose focus of the big picture here.
Next time we see this lot out, if it's windier, it's going to be absolute chaos. Because what we saw today was the very limit of what humans can do with a single loop on big kites. If it's on small kites, the level of risk that's going to be taken will be huge. We'll see new stuff, we'll see massive crashes, we'll see huge victories, and it's going to be quite loose. We're going to go to an outro now, but
that was the Red Bull King of the Air qualifier, cold Hawaii.
And it was a bit ridiculous from start to finish. Yeah. I'm exhausted. They're definitely exhausted.
Yeah, I'm knackered. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I guess we'll see you next time.
We'll see you next time. Thank you to us as always. We better go and do the podcast interviews now, so you can hear from the podium. And yeah, goodbye.
Looking at a serious forecast. Please be careful.
More wind now. Yeah, I'm sure the waves are gonna get a little bit bigger. So it's a good day already.